and here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Roger, roll, Atlantic. Throttling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Sequence.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my god.
Yikes, you bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Well, good evening, everybody. We are live once again from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida because the big orange rocket is about to start moving once again for the third time as a completed full stack. First, out to LC-39B. Second, back to the VAB to repair some snags which cropped up on the pad. Third time is the charm. Fingers crossed a rollout back to Launch Complex 39B. Fingers crossed for a launch at the beginning of next month. My name is Ryan Caton. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. We are going to be live throughout the entire rollout from inside the VAB, quite literally, all the way to the launch pad, just over 3.5 miles, 4 odd miles out to the pad there. And it's going to take a little while, as you may expect, and have become used to by this point. It could be anywhere from 8 to 12 hours. So a good old long stream for you tonight. And alongside me, for the first part of the stream at least, we have some very clever people to assist with my commentary. First of all, we have EJ joining us all the way from Twitch. How you doing, EJ?
Oh, yeah, I just got back from Twitch. It's a great place, Ryan. Thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to see the big orange roll.
Long old journey indeed. And we have a couple people actually in the field being you can't exactly see the rocket right now with your Mark 1 eyeball, Sawyer, but you are stationed right by the crawlaway, and fingers crossed you will be able to see it with your Mark 1 eyeballs in not too long.
Exactly. I can see the base of it. I can see the bottom of the mobile launcher, the base of the crawler transporter. So it's hinting that it wants to come on out of the VAB. It's just a matter of when it starts rolling. And once it does, then yes, it'll be a lot more obvious to the Mark 1 eyeballs here. But it's a little bit windy tonight. Might be why they've kind of pushed a little bit here. And we'll see where we go out to the pad.
And also joining us in the field is Julia. How you doing, Julia?
Why, hello there. As Sawyer said, it is a little windy out here, so by Florida standards, we call this chilly. I'm excited to see SLS roll out yet again, hopefully for the final time. So excited to see if Max, by chance, gets wet tonight, thanks to a water truck.
Yes, because although for the time being we just have Julia and Sawyer on commentary, we do have Jerry and Max operating cameras out in the field as well. We've got the full team out in Florida bringing you live views. This coming from Max literally just by the crawlaway. Awesome view, allowing us to see into High Bay 3 there in the vehicle assembly building. That is the mobile launcher. Just being blocked by the tower right now is the SLS rocket. So fingers crossed we do get moving soon. As you can see there by the flag, it is a little bit windy at the Kennedy Space Center this evening, just gone past 25 minutes past 8 in the evening local time. But we are still well within the published limits by NASA for the rollout of the Space Launch System. I believe it's around 40 knots is their limit, and it's currently well underneath that, so 10 knots or something, maybe even less as things stand. So well within margins. Fingers crossed we do get rolling shortly. I just saw a light turn on the mobile launcher. Green light. I don't know if that means anything, but that just caught out of the corner of my eye. There's a green light which has just turned on. Maybe that's a sign they're going to be moving outside shortly, because of course EJ mobile launcher quite tall. Need to make sure you don't have any planes that accidentally come into contact with it.
Yeah, it's definitely a tall piece of equipment there. I mean, the SLS is no slouch, but the launcher that launches it is even bigger, and the VAB that it's all inside is even bigger than that. It's we're dealing with a scale here that's definitely. I'm not sure if the picture drives it home, Ryan, but it's she's a big one, that's for sure. Got to have the aviation warning lights on it.
Indeed. And we have, of course, many questions coming into the chat already. But if you are just joining us for the very first time, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight with your questions and comments. Brings it into a nice little queue to keep things organized. And we'll take any questions in chat. No need to super chat. No need to do anything like that. Just do a normal chat. Brings it into the queue. Just remember to tag us. And yeah, we will be taking as many of those comments as possible. We already have a couple of comments about the office chair in the VAB.
Yes.
We have Austin Skirvin saying, "Look at that office chair in the VAB," and Kevin Conrad saying, "Office chair to the right for scale, kind of." I mean, I think the office chair may be slightly closer to us, EJ, than SLS, but it's still a little bit of good scale, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the crazy part about this is, Ryan, is that, this camera is probably about 250 feet, about 25 stories up. That's about halfway up the VAB for what it's worth. If you could tilt this, push this camera forward and then look down, it's 25 stories to the ground from here. Like, the chair is that chair is way up in the air. Like, it is given a scale, but it's in the foreground. It's very much in the foreground. The scale of the VAB is that is a big building.
Yeah, it is truly massive. We have also got a question here, a great question here. Sawyer, I'll throw this one to you first. Luke is asking, why a night rollout? Of course, the previous two rolls for SLS have been in the daytime for Artemis II. They did roll out during the evening hours for Artemis 1, though.
I mean, there really isn't a set time that it has to go. It's not like Starbase where they tend to go at night because the road closure, since it's traveling on Highway 4, that it becomes an issue with, we have to be careful of other cars and limit the amount of traffic we're blocking. This has its own roadway. It has the crawler way that it goes on with the rocks embedded in it. So it really is whenever they're ready to go. And they did say that they were hoping to be able to get this thing rolled out. It was originally going to be Friday because of a harness or something that was still left up in regards to the flight termination system battery change that they did. But they got it out and were able to make it go Thursday. So maybe that took a little longer, maybe because of weather this morning, which if anyone saw this morning's Starlink launch, you'll know it was not the nicest. I don't know. NASA doesn't publish why, but it's not like they have a set window where they have to roll out.
And you know what, Sawyer? In all fairness, we do not have Highway 4 traffic, but I was here for rollback. And the traffic was actually crazy because as it got closer to the VAB, it was shift change out at 39A for SpaceX. And the traffic actually was a little bit bonkers.
Yeah, they don't want you stopping to take pictures next to the rocket here. There were cops along the side of the road telling people to keep it moving.
Yeah, that is one of those things to keep into consideration. Okay, we are still standing by for the vehicle to actually start moving, but fingers crossed that isn't too far away. According to NASA's last update, which came over 24 hours ago at this point, they were targeting 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which was, of course, half an hour ago. So it looks like they've been hitting a little bit of a delay here. But again, this is kind of the brought forward time. The roll was originally Thursday, today. Then it was pushed to Friday, tomorrow. And it was then brought forward again by like half a day to Thursday evening. So it'll be interesting to see when they get going. Fingers crossed it is not too long from now because, of course, everything's turned on and the feeds have spooled up. So they're definitely expecting to be going pretty soon. Very quickly, we did get a little bit of support before the stream even started, which I always find absolutely incredible. Bo has become a Red Team member, or rather upgrading to become a Red Team member. Thank you for that. Seals has become a Capcom member, which means you get access to the Discord server, which is a very fun place to hang out. We have Wilbo in chat, always in chat, and with a £2 super chat shouting out Bideford, who's also always in chat. It's great to see you in chat. And we have Austin Skirvin with a $10 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Shout out to that office chair in the VAB. The people start chanting moon, moon, moon. It is definitely starting to get even more exciting. Thank you very much for that direct support to us there, Austin. And yeah, Juliet, I have to say, I was optimistic for the last rollout. I thought they had a good chance of going in February or March. Turns out not quite, but you know, they've had time at the pad. They've had time back in the VAB to sort out some of the issues they've had. How confident are you in the April launch attempt window? Do you think April 1st is actually a possibility now? Do you think we're actually close?
I do. I think we're actually close. I am hopeful for this one, more so than the last one. It sounds like from what our administrator was saying, there is confidence in the repairs that they have done, path they have forward. So hold on to that confidence and hope that this kicks off a busy April.
Yes, because of course we don't. It's not only Artemis II, although you know, I think there's an incredibly strong argument that Artemis II will be the most important mission of this part of the year, perhaps even the decade, dare I say century so far. But we of course have Starship Flight 12 coming up. We have another New Glenn flight coming up. So big rockets are definitely things to look out for next month, because some exciting action which is going to be going down not too long from now. Telstar86 with a £2 super chat. They say not the space pope, but bless the office chair. At least we're finding something interesting to keep an eye on whilst we wait for SLS to start moving. The office chair keeping everybody company inside of the VAB. That's quite funny. Yeah, there you go. In the bottom right, just by the, looks like elevator doors there. 25 stories in the air. We have a question here from Cyborg Valkyrie, who's asking, how long can SLS sit out there in days before they have to refresh the batteries again? Sawyer, let's talk about that, because of course, unlike Artemis 1, they now have their new contingency pad access platforms, which is in NASA's, you know, as NASA does things, it's a really long name for a gantry.
Yeah, that changed things a bunch because, again, I believe the original one for Artemis 1 was 90 days that the batteries were certified for before they would have needed to be replaced. So for Artemis 1, they just kept getting extension after extension until finally they had to roll back anyway and said, well, while we're here, we might as well change them. So guess what? They were going to probably do that out on the pad last time, and then all of a sudden, for this mission, they realized, you know what? We're going to roll back anyway. So while we're there, might as well change up the batteries. So they did do that. So in theory, it should be good for 90 days. They can get the waivers for the extension if they needed, but as you pointed out, they now can do the changes out at the pad itself. So if they, for some reason, haven't launched in 90 days, they can replace those as well out at the pad and not have to roll back.
Indeed. We have a lot of people asking when launch. Julia had her guess. Sawyer, what about you? Let's go around the room here. When launch?
I think it's going to be in this first April window. Do I know if it's going to be on April 1st? That I don't know, because again, this time they are not doing a wet dress rehearsal. They are not doing a tanking test of any kind once they roll this out to the pad. They said in a press conference that the next time that they fuel this rocket up, they want to be able to say go for launch at the end of it. So last time we've seen issues pretty much every time it's rolled out of the VAB for the most part, we've seen issues with seals and leaks and things like that. So I don't know if maybe the first try, but I definitely think within that first April window would be my guess.
EJ, what do you think?
Well, I don't mean to parrot Sawyer here, but I'm kind of with him. I'm not sure if it's going to go on the first, Ryan, but it'll definitely be in the early launch window. So just for some context, guys, like NASA has some windows. They have certain days like where they can get to the moon. I mean, it's. I'm not going to say it's the moon has to be in the right place because it's not entirely all that, but the moon has to be in the right place, and recovery conditions have to be in daylight. There's a bunch of things. So essentially, they have like the first week in April, and then April 30th. So when we say like, oh yeah, it's going to be first week in April, that's when they have greenlit days that meet all their mission launch criteria for flight. And then there's one on the 30th as well. There's like April 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, I think, something like that.
All days, actually, EJ. All the 1st through the 6th.
Oh yeah, we have all of them through the 6th and then the 30th. So I agree with you, Sawyer. I think it's definitely going to be in that first window, you know, barring no shenanigans, we'll say.
Going to start sounding like a broken record here because I agree. I have my reservations about April 1st simply because the first time they'll be tanking will be for a launch attempt. And you know, the last time they rolled out with the seals attached, they didn't exactly contain all of the hydrogen, I'll put it that way, so they're a little bit leaky. So I wouldn't be too shocked if they're a little leaky this time around as well. But we have seen, you know, NASA has proven they have solutions to these problems if they crop up. So even if it's not the first, I do also have confidence in that April, the first week of April, because they've got plenty of days to work with. Fingers crossed it goes smoothly though. And, you know, I'll be honest, if they go on April 1st with no issues, I'll be a little surprised, but I will not be complaining whatsoever because that is what we all want to see. The next flight of this beautiful big orange rocket. Those are the launch dates available to NASA, or at least the ones they've told us about, rather. April 1st through 6th. The first 2 days of that window is daylight launches, or at least the window opens during daylight. And the April-May window, the only date they've actually told us about so far is April 30th, which is also opens during the daylight hours. But yeah, there are, NASA has confirmed there are dates. Oh, look who that is, Max. NASA has confirmed there are dates for May and June. They just haven't told us which dates there are. And if you happen to be running or coming down to Florida, Julia, I believe you have some information about in-person viewing.
Why, yes, I do. First of all, let's just start with when you get here, how to see SLS on the pad, because one of the most popular places to see that was Playa Linda, at least during Artemis I. And with this one being a crewed mission, it appears that they've upped the safety standards a little bit. So if you want to see SLS on the pad, the hours for Playa Linda are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. starting tomorrow until SLS launches. With that being said, we do not have views from the Vista or roadside views, and they do have beach accesses 1 through 3 closed. If you park at 4, you can't go farther south. So Playa Linda is not necessarily your best option. You can see it in Titusville off the coast of the river from US 1. It will be a distant view, but hey, it looks pretty at night, lit up. Although I don't always encourage people to spend money, your best view is going to be if you go to the ASC Visitors Center and you take that little bus ride over to the Saturn V Center. And you'll have a great view from their lawn over there, which is one of the viewing locations available for the launch. And you can take an additional tour out to the gantry at 39 and get some telescope views as well. So those will be the easiest pre-launch. Now, if you're talking about launch and where to go, well, as we approach a launch day, I'm going to do some views in my socials to help people out and pin those. But we do have a video for that at the NSF YouTube page on how to watch a launch. And that will give you some ideas of where you can go to get a great view and have a great experience. And tune in for other things you can do while you're here.
Yeah, there are loads of things to do. I mean, I spend 2 days easily at the KSC Visitor Center alone, and that's without a launch going on. There is always plenty to do on the Space Coast, and that is an excellent video to get you up to speed with the various locations there are. I will just note, though, the KSC Visitor Center viewing packages, both of them, the Feel the Heat package, which is the actual up close package, and the main visitor complex viewing package, they're both sold out. So unfortunately, if you were looking to purchase those, you had to do that already because they did sell out quite quickly. Of course, those don't get kind of refunded unless they actually go for a launch attempt, which they haven't done yet.
And you know what? There may still be some options for viewing SLS on the pad from Starfleet tours if you like going on a boat tour, and you can see some great views of a lot of the Space Coast on your way up to see it on the pad. And I've heard great things about the tours that they presented the last time that they rolled out. So tune into their socials to see if there's going to be any availability for that. And I know a lot of you who are coming are going to be spending a lot of money on hotels. So please don't think that there aren't free things to do around here. We have lots of great parks in Titusville. We also have the American Space Museum, the Sands Space History Center. That is a free option, a place where I volunteer, so you may even catch me there. You can learn some of how we got to where we are today out here on Cape.
We have got a load more questions coming into the chat, which is great to see. Resistojet is asking, when might we see a wet dress rehearsal after rollout if they need to do another? Well, unfortunately for wet dress rehearsal fans, the answer is never, because as I asked Laurie Glaze for NASA at the press conference a few days ago, they are very adamant the next time they're going to be tanking this vehicle is for a launch attempt. They don't want to tank the vehicle for a wet dress rehearsal and, if everything goes well, not be able to launch at that window. So they want to tank for a launch window because if everything goes well, they can launch the rocket and send 4 human beings back to the moon for the first time in 53 years, you know? Wouldn't it be a bad way to end the day? So, you know, I can understand that rationale, but again, I wouldn't personally, and I'm not an engineer and I don't work for NASA, I would have done at least a partial tanking test, but the smart people have decided the best path forward is to press ahead for a launch attempt.
And a reminder, every single launch attempt is a wet dress rehearsal once they start fueling until it lifts off.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't necessarily think that them just going straight for it is the worst idea. To understand NASA's flight rationale, you got to understand that this vehicle it's not a reusable vehicle, maybe except for the capsule, right? SLS is an expendable rocket. It's not reusable. It has a shelf life. That shelf life of tanking, et cetera, you know, you don't want to introduce other unknown unknowns into this flight. So if you get the vehicle into a good, ready to launch configuration, you know, you could either, all right, let's safe the vehicle again, or tell the astronauts to suit up. And if you got a good vehicle, get them out there to that pad and go. You know, worst case scenario, your astronauts get some practice during suit up, right? More practice is better. And, you know, that's the worst case. Best case scenario, you know, you said it, 53 years back to the moon. So I don't think it's the worst idea, to be honest with you, especially when we're worried about vehicle shelf life here.
Yeah, indeed. And there's a post I did on the matter on the left-hand side there from March 12th, which is a week ago, yet it feels much longer ago with the amount of things that are going on right now. So much has happened between now and last Thursday. Anyways, Telstar86, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. And on top of that, you asked an excellent question. If hydrogen is such a temperamental gas to use, why don't they use a different propellant? Well, EJ, I'll toss this over to you first. I think there's an argument that the engineers probably wouldn't have minded to use a different propellant, but they weren't exactly given the opportunity.
Yeah. The Space Launch System is what's called an SDLV, or a shuttle-derived launch vehicle. So it was a rocket that was very much designed by committee. I don't want to. I feel like this is kind of a hard thing to say, like a controversial thing to say, but politicians designed this rocket. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad being derived from the space shuttle. Hydrogen is certainly a good propellant to use when you're up on orbit. But not only were they mandated to use the propellants, they were mandated to use the parts. So the shuttle wasn't the most reliable vehicle. It ended up not being the most reliable vehicle around, and that is a shame. I really think if they pushed through, they could have, made it at least like Falcon 9, but that's just a personal opinion. But it ended up not being a very reliable vehicle, so it's very funny that SLS inherits pretty much the same. I'm not going to say unreliability, but Ryan, I don't really have a better way to put that. So yeah, it's not that hydrogen is inherently a bad propellant to use. There's a lot of commercial partners out there that use it. Blue Origin uses it in their second stage on New Glenn. ULA, to great success, has used it with the Centaur stage over the years, starting with Centaur 3 in the 2000s, and then, all the way up to Centaur 5, which is what's on Vulcan now. It works great there. I don't think it's necessarily the propellant that is your issue here. It's the fact that by law, NASA was mandated to use like shuttle parts. And when I say use shuttle parts, I don't mean like make new ones. The engines on this space launch system, the 4 engines that are in the orange core stage, at the very bottom, there's a propulsion section called the MPS. Those are shuttle engines. Those things have flown on the space shuttle, like during the last 3 shuttle missions. Just the ones on Artemis 1 were engines that flew on the space shuttle. The ones on this one are engines that flew on the space shuttle. The solid rocket boosters on the sides, the 2 big white boosters on the sides, those are just shuttle boosters that they just added a segment to. They kind of stack together like Legos. The shuttle had 4 segments. The SLS has 5. So they just took extra segments and made a 5th one. These are, and like I said, when I say they're using shuttle parts, I mean they are using shuttle parts. And I think that is very much more of like, that's where the temperamentalment, not a word, comes in here. It's not necessarily the propellant here. You've seen other launch providers use hydrogen to great success. It's more or less the parts that you actually have to use here. It's actual shuttle parts, which, like I said, not the most reliable. Anyway, Ryan, back to you.
Yeah, maybe less the propellant itself, but more the thing the propellant is contained within, maybe, to put it politely.
Yeah. Particularly like the seal parts on the umbilicals, like, the shuttles were temperamental and somebody made the decision of just like, yeah, let's just reuse those. And it's like those leak and it's like, yeah, let's just reuse those. All right. Okay. Nice.
And speaking on those previously flown engines, 3 of them have flown before. We have Engine 1, which is serial number E2047. It's flown 15 flights on Space Shuttle Discovery, Space Shuttle Atlantis, Space Shuttle Endeavour, and Space Shuttle Columbia. Engine 2, serial number E2059, has flown 5 times before on Space Shuttle Atlantis and Space Shuttle Endeavour. Engine 3, serial number E2062, hasn't flown before. It is a rookie, but it was actually built late in the shuttle program. So it is a shuttle engine, and it contains parts flown on previous shuttle missions. It just, that specific combination of parts under that serial number hasn't flown before. And Engine 4, serial number E2061, has flown twice before, both on Space Shuttle Endeavour, including STS-134, that particular shuttle's final flight. And of course, the SRB, both SRBs have various, the majority of their components, except for the propellant itself, of course, has flown on previous shuttle missions. And of course, the primary engine for the European service module has also flown before 6 times on Space Shuttle Atlantis. So there's a lot of previously flown hardware. Technically, in a roundabout way, SLS is a reusable launch vehicle. It just is reusing the components once.
Ryan, as a shuttle connoisseur, it bums me out to see these components go, but I'll trade it for humans beyond low Earth orbit. I wouldn't trade shuttle components for much. I'll make that trade. That's fine. Let's do it. Let's go.
Okay. we have gotten literally so many great questions. Do keep them coming, because this is going to be we're still waiting for first motion, and this is going to be a long rollout, so we're going to have plenty to discuss throughout the night. These questions are awesome. Please do keep them coming. Tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight or at NSF. But we have Bideford in chat, always in chat, doing the support with a $25 super. Thank you so much, Bideford. Great to see you in chat, saying good evening to all my NSF hosts, mods, and fellow nerds. Been a busy day today. If you haven't ordered your limited edition pins. Oh, am I leaking something? I don't know. Members, look at the membership area, and I'll leave it at that. Okay, moving on. We have a question from Henry. Well, actually, we have two questions here about this particular item. So I think we should probably do a little bit of a dive into this slightly, because there's been a rumor, some rumored reporting, that Starship is going to be kind of like a huge space tug to take Orion from low Earth orbit out to the moon. First of all, we have this question from the country Cooks asking, is there any truth to the rumor that in the future Orion will dock with Starship in low Earth orbit, and then Starship will take them to the moon, dock together? And then we have Henry asking, can HLS really take Orion all the way to low lunar orbit? Those are some big questions. First of all, Sawyer, let's go to you first. Do you think there is any truth to this rumor which has been reported that Starship will be used to tug Orion from Earth all the way out to lunar orbit?
I mean, I think at some point it could be an option, but if they're getting that Centaur Upper Stage eventually for SLS, which is the plan right now, to use Centaur 5 once they finish up with the ICPUs, which is literally an interim upper stage. The I is interim. I think it's possible, but at the same time, I don't know, because they're also not all going to be Starship landings as of now. Right now, Artemis 4 and Artemis 5 are scheduled, or Artemis 3 and 4 are scheduled to be, or I guess 4 and 5 now are Starship, and 6 would be Blue Origin per the original plans. Of course, they're also saying whichever vehicle's ready first, they'll go with that. That's a whole big deal on its own. Do I think it's possible? Yes. But at the same time, if you're using Centaur 5, that is one of the most capable upper stages ever built, ever, for any rocket. So I think it would be a shame not to use that if you have it. And also keep in mind, Starship is going to need a lot of refueling flights to make it happen, with all the tankers going up, refilling Starship while it's in low Earth orbit before then heading out to the moon. So possible, but we'll see.
And EJ, as somebody who spends, a little bit of time talking about lunar architectures and how they work and looking at them in depth, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think HLS can take Orion all the way to low lunar orbit?
I have not done the calculations out just yet, Ryan, but I do know, I'm pretty sure that is possible. I mean, if you're taking into account, now, I had a conversation on a static fire stream the other day, booster static fire on the stream, a booster static fire stream that I did for NSF the other day, and I had Alex and Tim Dodd in chat talking about refueling missions. Starship is going to take a lot of refueling missions, but if you take into account that HLS can move 100 tons to the lunar surface, this is really just back of the napkin math here. Like I'd have to go do the calculations out. I don't think lugging around a 25-ton capsule and service module is that big of a deal. I'm very, very sure that it could get it to low lunar. Now, would HLS have enough delta V, or change in velocity, does it have enough fuel to land on the moon after you tow Orion into low lunar? That's the part where I'm like, I'm not sure. The other thing that I'm kind of wondering about is, well, okay, so at the very minimum here, you're gonna need at least 3 engines firing on HLS, right? That's 3 Raptors. It could be all 6. Starship HLS does have 3 vacuum optimized Raptor engines with no thrust vector control. And then you have 3 center engines, which have thrust vector control, or TVC for short. You need to be able to steer when you're burning out towards the moon. So are we going to do the proverbial translunar insertion here is going to, at the very least, I mean, Raptor 2s are making about 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust. So you have 3 of them, right? That's, let's see, 40, math in public. Okay, we're pushing 6 meganewtons of thrust here. It's more than that, but I think 6,200 kilonewtons, so 6.2 meganewtons of thrust behind that. Ryan, I'm actually wondering if the docking system that HLS and Orion use, it's called the IDSS, or International Docking System Standard. I'm wondering if the IDSS is able to handle a 6.2 meganewton force on it during translunar injection. I'm wondering structurally if that is going to be a thing. That's kind of where my mind defaults to. In terms of Delta V, I'm pretty dang sure, without doing any calculations, that Orion, if Starship HLS was tugging Orion around, it could get it to low lunar. I'm not sure about landing. But yeah, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, we should probably wait until we hear something from NASA about this. But, you know, the very, very quick, you know, back of the napkin math does check out here. Once again, I'd just be worried about loads on the docking port, guys. It's not like we're playing Kerbal here. Docking ports are not they're not, you know, they're not, they can't take a beating like they can in Kerbal. They actually do have load, they have maximum rated loads. Like you can only put so much thrust behind a docking port before you need some alternative form of like bracing. But yeah, Ryan, it seems like it's doable. It seems doable. I once again, I'd have to run the numbers in my, we get the hamster wheels going in EJ's head over here. We'll see what happens.
Always great to get some live maths on stream. Now, as we still stand by for the first motion, we've been live for nearly 40 minutes at this point. We're still looking at a stationary SLS. Sawyer, how's the weather? How's the wind?
Well, there was just an announcement over the public address system here that there is now a strong wind warning extension until 11 p.m. So there is the steady state winds, which is above 18 knots and usually up to about 34 knots. And then there's the strong wind warning, which is 35 to 49 knots sustained. So that means that, it's definitely on the breezier side, and that is really pushing the limits of what SLS can roll out in. So if it drops below that, then that would be great. But that warning that it could still be experiencing 35 plus knot winds goes until at least now 11 p.m. Eastern, so 2 more hours. That doesn't mean that they're going to not roll out for another 2 hours. It just means that there is a chance of those stronger winds across the generic area for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just pulled up the weather for the shuttle landing facility just a few miles down the road, and that's reporting 7-knot winds, which is, a little bit a ways from the limits there of that weather warning. So, I mean, I think we can see you at the bottom of the frame now. You're not getting blown over. You're still upright. So, nice wave. So, how does it actually feel to you?
Well, I don't know if you could see in the shot, this is an umbrella that is being used to protect from the wind, because otherwise you would not be able to hear me over the mic, because most of the time it's pretty good, but there are moments where it is very strong and you cannot hear anything over the wind. So it's more kind of steady now, but it does pick up very strong at random. Hi, by the way. Thank you for drawing whoever did that.
I believe that would be Carson operating tonight's stream with the telestrator there. All power to him. Okay, there we go. Cover you back up with the ticker. That's right.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got a bit more support, and by a bit, I mean a lot, because we have Devin gifting 20 Red Team memberships. That's a lot of support. Thank you so much for that. And of course, if you received one of those and you are suddenly green in chat and you get this for a month, you get membership for free for a month, courtesy of Devon. Make sure to thank them in chat. And if things go well, you could be a member when Artemis II launches. And trust me, we are going to have a lot of behind the scenes photos and, really nice high quality photos coming from this launch, which is one of those perks you get in YouTube. So keep an eye out for that. We also have Eric becoming a pad wrap member as well. Getting a zoomed in shot here from the other side of the crawlerway, looking into the bottom of High Bay 3 here, and you can see the crawler transporter underneath the mobile launcher, but it's still stationary and it's not moving yet, and it looks like there's some people working around the base there, so fingers crossed they get going shortly, but clearly some sort of delay going on now, over an hour beyond the scheduled first motion time published by NASA yesterday. So we will continue to stand by and see what happens next. Apparently, that forklift is moving some plywood around, which I believe is used to kind of protect some of the solid road surfaces. Of course, most of the crawlerway is that Alabama River Rock. Thank you, Carson, pointing out the forklift there, which is used because it can compress under the sheer weight of the mobile launcher, the tower, and the SLS stack. But of course, there are some normal roads which cross the crawlerway, so they use that plywood to kind of protect the tarmac or concrete surfaces, so the crawler literally doesn't sink into those surfaces. So maybe they're laying that down?
It is 2026, and yes, we are relying on plywood to make sure that our moon rocket that will carry 4 people out to circle the moon and return is reliant upon people putting down plywood.
Yeah. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
True.
As we are patiently waiting. Okay, let's go through some of these questions again, because we are getting a load of questions. We have a good point here from Zapfan. They're saying solar panels might not like that. EJ, I think that might be with the using Starship to tug Orion out to low lunar orbit. I don't know what the limits are on those solar panels, but I do know they sometimes orient them when burning with the European service module, which is much less powerful than a Starship.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really, really good point. So Orion does have 4 solar panels on it, and the solar panels, the best way I can describe it is that they can move them forward and back, relative on the long axis of the capsules. They can move them towards the docking port at the front, or they could kind of bend them back towards the surface propulsion system at the back of the capsule. Yeah, exactly. The stage that we see on SLS right now, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as Sawyer was talking about a little bit earlier, that has an RL-10B2 behind it. That makes 100 kilonewtons of thrust. This is what I'm talking about. Even if it is now defunct, but it's but a technicality, but it's pretty much defunct. The exploration upper stage, which was the bigger upper stage that was slated to go on SLS, that has now been shelved by the newer version of SLS with a Centaur stage, with a Centaur 5 stage on top of it. Even the EUS, that has 4 RL-10s. And even those RL-10s that eventually would have flown with it, the RL-10Cs and maybe the RL-10E, which is a really cool 3D printed version of an RL-10. Very, actually super, super neat. Those are only making, there's 4 of them. They make a little over 100 kilonewtons of thrust. So we're talking, let's say 415 kilonewtons of thrust. That's the more powerful SLS upper stage. A Starship HLS, like I said, at the very least, you're gonna need at least 3 engines. That's 6.2 meganewtons of thrust. So that's 6,200 kilonewtons compared to 400. We're talking about huge load differences here. I'm not 100% sure the Orion solar panels would be happy with that. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, a little bit of context. Yeah, I agree, Zapvin. That's, I'm wondering about the docking port too, but yeah, I mean, the math checks out for the Delta V, but yeah, there's it's not KSP. It's not just about your Delta V now, is it?
Yeah, there's no auto strut in real life.
No, yeah, we don't have that. Yeah.
What? Just have, Reed Weissman be the engineer astronaut instead and go out and just, use the in-orbit repair tool. That's all.
Yeah. That's not dangerous. It's fine.
Just bring
See
up a backpack
SPS
of
120
struts.
for reference of not being dangerous working with solar panels.
Yeah. Let's just take, we'll take Scott Perzinski and we will, tie his feet to the end of the Canadarm and, go sew that solar panel back together with zip ties. Yeah, it'll work.
By the way, fun fact, that was a real thing that happened. If you're not sure about it, go look up STS-120, the space shuttle mission. It was unbelievable, his spacewalk there.
Yeah. Yep.
I think
he zip tied a solar panel back together. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think Real Engineering did a video on it as well, which was pretty cool.
Yes, that was a very good video. And yes, I have met him, and yes, he is just as awesome in person.
Wonderful. We've got even more support coming in. We have I'd rather be flying an X-Wing with a $5 tip to tips, plural, .nasaspaceflight.com. They're asking, I get that Starship can probably drag Orion out to the moon. My question is, why? What do we gain by dragging Orion into lunar orbit? Is Orion the new gateway? ? This is a loaded question. Sawyer, let's start with you. Why do you think that this rumor exists to use Starship to get Orion out to the moon?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a way of SpaceX basically trying to say, look, we can help you out here. I know you're having issues with the upper stages, and maybe while you're still trying to figure out how you're going to get Centaur attached, maybe we can just take you out there ourselves. And if it works, maybe we just stick with it. Potentially, that's what it could be, is basically SpaceX offering a handout to NASA to say, look, we know that getting Centaur 5 into the standardized SLS that they're going for eventually might take some time. So it could be something like that. It could just be, hey, in terms of performance amount, that might be a better source, because then you don't have to worry about creating a vehicle that can go beyond low Earth orbit or, an eccentric high/low Earth orbit like they would plan initially, and just let someone else do the work, which in turn could help you in standardizing SLS and make it easier, in theory, to build faster and more frequently. Don't know exactly, but again, all of these are just thoughts that are coming to my head at the moment.
And I think this is an excellent time to introduce another commentator joining us right now, because we, of course, have Philip Sloss, who knows a lot about SLS, joining us. How you doing, Philip?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Now, I'm going to throw you into the deep end here, because I want to get your thoughts on this as well. The rumor that Starship is going to be used to tug Orion from low Earth orbit out to lunar orbit. First of all, what do you think of that? Second of all, do you think there's any credibility to that rumor? How do you feel about SLS kind of being snubbed a little bit there?
It's a rumor I heard a couple of months ago around New Year's. So, of course, I'm probably hearing it from different places than the Bloomberg folks that reported it. But I think, my sort of initial takeaway was just the question of, is this part of the HLS acceleration proposal that SpaceX made to NASA? I guess that was sort of my initial question, where I remembered I'd heard about this before, which is, how does this help Starship accelerate its schedule? And then when I went back and looked at my notes, what they were saying was it could help in terms of the what Starship would have had to do, and same thing with the Blue Moon lander, in the old style of doing this, or the baseline style of doing this for then Artemis III, which is the lunar lander has to go out to the moon and loiter there for 2 or 3 months, possibly, and not necessarily with not necessarily any any tankers that can go out there and reach them to replenish their boil off. So maybe that's one of the reasons that this is being proposed, is that it wouldn't require as many tanker refuelings for Starship to do this type of mission at the outset. Now, obviously, both providers are talking about architectures that will be capable of doing a lot more once they're fully developed. But that was kind of when going back and revisiting some of my notes, they were talking about maybe this means that it could reduce the number of tanker flights that they need to refuel Starship. And I didn't read the story because I can't get through that paywall, but it wasn't clear whether they were talking about that final tanking orbit that they'd been talking about earlier, or whether this was going to be whether they were going to do the TLI from low Earth orbit and then go, TLI, lunar orbit insertion. That would be the burn sequence to take them down to low lunar orbit.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of many stories which has come out over the last few weeks. Literally every week there is a new item which is rumored or is confirmed to be changing with the Artemis program architecture, with Administrator Jared Isaacman coming in and, shaking things up a little bit, I think it would be fair to say. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things pan out. I will just note very briefly, it appears as if the mobile launcher has been lifted up by the crawler transporter. You can see there, thank you Carson, right on cue, fantastic. There's a little bit of a gap there, so it'll be interesting to see if they do start rolling. Of course, there's one on the other side as well, if they do start rolling out shortly, but this is good progress for the third roll of SLS. Hopefully the fourth time it's moved is under the power of the SRBs and the RS-25s, but I won't get ahead of myself there.
You want the mobile launcher to be stationary for that one. And it does look like in that circle there, you can see a spotter there by one of the pedestals. So it does look like there's a little bit of daylight between the pedestals and the base of the mobile launcher now.
We have gotten a little bit more support, which I will go through very quickly because, of course, we cannot do this without your guys' support, and we are very grateful. First of all, Astro Ellie with a £5 super chat, literally part of the team writing articles for the news site, doing a £5 super chat, but thank you nonetheless. We have Telstar86 with the £2 super chat. If the wood doesn't work, ply and ply again. Very funny. And Robert, thank you for the $10 super. Who gets that office space in the VAB with the solo office chair seen in the live stream? Office with a view for sure. I don't even think it's an office. I think it's just like by an elevator. It's been there for a little while at this point, so it could be abandoned. It might be the forgotten office chair, but it's pretty funny nonetheless.
Can I just say to the shop team, I want merch now of just the lone chair. I mean, we have Danger Van merch. Why don't we have office chair merch?
I was going to say, if memory serves me right, Ryan, I'm fairly confident that chair was there in the exact same position during the Artemis I rollout. I mean, I'd have to go look, which means that chair has been sitting there for at least 3 years. It hasn't moved. Like, it's in the exact same spot. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering, but it's still pretty funny to think about.
Maybe it's like an ashtray shaped like a chair.
Ah, yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, Philip. I wouldn't want to be smoking anywhere near the solid rocket boosters.
Well, it could be Apollo era.
Ah, yeah, touche.
Yeah. I mean, they don't allow radio frequencies inside the VAB, so if, most people going up there, they ask them
unless you know the right people. Unless you know the right people.
But
yeah.
Here's a little fun factoid, though, regarding the Apollo era. So if you were, because once upon a time I got to go do this, if you went from LCC into the VAB, there are checkpoints where you would have left your badge. Well, one of your badges. There were multiple badges on people. One of your badges was a safety badge to alert people to who was inside of the VAB. And then there were there were consoles where you would put your personal belongings, and some of them were specifically for your cigarettes, matches, and lighters, so that those did not go inside with you.
That's pretty cool.
Definitely once they started putting loaded solid propellant inside the building, for sure.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to have a little mishap with that. Wouldn't end too well. As we continue to stand by for that roll to begin. Shouldn't be too long from this point, fingers crossed. We are just over an hour and a quarter from the published first motion time from yesterday from NASA. That's the last official update we had from the NASA blog. But fingers crossed we do get underway momentarily. We can see plenty of people working around the base of the crawler there. And again, we have got so many questions. It's really, really great to see. So thank you for your questions. I'm trying to get through them and do keep them coming. We have this question here from, where's it gone? This one from Resistorjet asking, I believe the astronauts are back in quarantine in prep for the launch on or after the 1st of April. Will they be going through the same routines and prep again? Well, EJ, I'd imagine their days specifically might be a little bit different, but it's a similar process to get ready for this launch attempt, right?
Yeah, you always quarantine a certain ways out from the launch. I'm not 100% sure what it is for this mission. I want to say 20 days, guys, but that...
14. It's
14.
14 for this one, and at T-5 is when they fly out to Cape Canaveral for the launch.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, I knew it was in the double digits, Sawyer. Thank you. Yeah, the quarantine procedures are the same no matter what. It's just, as Ryan was saying, the dates change. And now, why are they quarantining? What do you mean quarantine? The short answer, chat, just in case anybody's wondering, you do not want to get sick in space. I don't think getting a head cold in space or any type of sickness is going to make this mission, which is already complicated, really complicated, like even more complicated. It'd probably be better to make sure that doesn't happen. That's why it's 2 weeks. That's why it's a good ways out, just to make sure that if anybody has a cold or anything, get it out of their system. Because NASA tried that once on Apollo 7. The Apollo 7 astronauts got a head cold, and let's just say they were a little crabby in space when they were trying to check out that CSM on Apollo 7. It got a little feisty. So they got to quarantine a good ways out. I mean, you don't want to get sick. Yeah, a head cold in space just sounds awful, Ryan. It just sounds terrible.
Yeah, I don't really like them on the ground.
Right?
1G, so...
Yeah, I have a pilot friend. I was going to say, I have a pilot friend who, it's awful to go to work if you are a commercial pilot and you have anything going on with your sinuses. So would not recommend going to space that way.
Well, and what's interesting is right after that on Apollo 9, they delayed because they could. That was an Earth orbit checkout first lunar module crewed mission. But they delayed Apollo 9, I think, 3 days right after that, within a few months, because the crew got sick. They were able to do that because they weren't having to deal with the lunar window at that time.
And of course, the most famous being Apollo 13, where you had one of the crew members that was believed to have been exposed to the German measles, which led to a crew change. And that, you know how the rest of the story goes.
Right. So that's probably a little more famous than STS-36 then, I guess.
I mean, that one delayed for other reasons, didn't it? They just got lucky that one of the first delays was because of the crew sickness. Yeah.
Multiple, yes.
Of course, they made a movie about that. Not the space shuttle, the Apollo 13.
Right.
Ryan, I still think it's really funny that when they showed when the Apollo 13 movie came out in the 90s and they showed it, they screened it to audiences. Audience said they hated it. And they were like, "What do you mean we hate it?" The screened audience that they showed the Apollo 13 movie hated it because it was too unrealistic.
Yep.
Yep.
Can I just come in, by the way, really quick and interrupt? They're laying down plywood, folks. The plywood is back, and if you look in the bottom left on those tracks there, they are laying down the plywood.
Good news. That is what we want to see. Of course, Sawyer, if you wouldn't mind just reminding us, why are they laying down plywood? This is a 21st century rocket in some ways. Why do they need plywood to get this thing to the launch pad?
Yeah, it's 20th century in many ways. But yes, so as we talked about before, there is the crawler way, which is what they use to roll out to the pads here. And so the crawler transporter, it's very heavy. When you add in also the fact that you have the entire weight of the rocket, the entire weight of the launch pad essentially with it, and then the crawler portion. So what they do is they have special river rock. When I was there, it was originally Alabama river rock. They take it from all these other different kinds of places across the country. So as they do that, they get compressed, and that takes the weight of it, so that way it doesn't end up destroying the roads and infrastructure underneath it. It just crushes some rocks into dust. That's also why we see them out there kind of, wetting the rocks as they go to mitigate some of that dust. There are parts of it, though, that don't have that. There are parts of it that are road, and there are parts of it that are concrete, and one of those being kind of just right at the edge of the VAB there. There's another roadway just a little bit ways up, kind of where Max's camera is, where they also have to lay the plywood down, and that's just to try and ease the load on the road below and make it, so that it goes across and doesn't destroy things.
Yeah. A nice little cushioning.
Yeah, exactly. They need to be able to spread the loads, guys, because I don't know if just look at your screen here. That thing is really, really heavy. The mobile launcher itself is it's 11.5 million pounds. That's and then SLS is 8 on top of that. So 8 million, 11 million. Yeah, we got a lot of million pounds here. Yeah, there's your vocab word for the day. When this thing, you need something to spread the load out. Now, crushing the river rock is going to spread it to either side of the pad. And they put down the mats to do the same thing, because if this thing just drove like kind of bare bones over these paved surfaces, it would, they crack the river rock when they drive over them. Guess what it's going to do to the road? It's going to do the same thing. The road will become sacrificial, right? So, yeah, that's why they're throwing down those mats, or plywood. Yeah, we can call them mats. Can we call them mats? We call them mats. That's fine. Same thing for like when, we see activities at SpaceX, right? Where they move the Lever 13,000, Lever 11,000. If that thing's moving anything heavy, they put mats underneath it so it doesn't crush the ground beneath it. Now that's intended with the crawler, but not on certain parts. Anyway, sorry, got to get that in. Ryan?
EJ geeking out about crawlers again.
I love cranes. Those crawler transporters are pretty cool. It's not a crane, but it's still pretty neat. It's pretty neat. You can just move 16 million pounds. Hello?
I'm in the crane fan club too.
All right. Nice.
I love spotting crane bits out on public side and then guessing which crane I'm seeing about ready to be built.
Right? So, Julia, you must have a great view of the Saren's CC8800 that's over at ML2. That is a monster of a crane.
Oh yeah, that's a big one, and well, it's actually vertical right now. A lot of times, cranes around here with winds like this do go knuckle down at the end of their work shift. But that's one of the many big cranes out here with all of the construction going on between Gigabay, LC-37, LC-39A, and then of course the mobile launcher 2, which I don't know what's going to happen with that one.
There it is. There it is, chat. See it over there? It's beautiful.
I think there's a non-zero chance it's a glorified viewing platform, which, I wouldn't be too disappointed. Put some cameras on top of ML2 and roll it right next to SLS. But would be nicer if it's launching some rockets. But we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. I'm going to be optimistic, and hopefully we can find another purpose for it. But it would be a little bit of a shame to spend all that money to build an ML and never put a rocket on it. But we can think of some more positive things right now, like SLS inside the VAB, which might actually roll very soon. I promise. I think.
Soon. Yeah, no, it happens soon.
Soon, TM.
NASA
also projecting the Artemis II patch onto the side of the VAB, which is nice to see. They've been playing with their projectors there over the last little while, putting some different things up there. Right now it's the Artemis II patch, which is, I do like my patches, and I will leave it at that. What else have we got here? We have Telstar 86 with another bit of support. This chair is getting more attention than the big orange rocket. New name for the office chair, Chair Force One. We have Thomas Conn with a $7 Canadian thank you for that support. Asking how many pedestals are there? Surely all that weight isn't on just 4. Philip, do you know how many pedestals the ML is rested on?
I believe it's 6.
Yep, it's 6. There's 6. There's 3 on either side, guys.
Pretty cool. I'm just trying to see. Looks like they might be laying down the last bits of plywood there. They're still carrying some on that forklift, so fingers crossed they do roll in a second. Or go on, EJ.
Yeah, no. While they're laying down the plywood mats, yeah. If you guys are wondering about where the holders for the mobile launcher, there's 2 in the front that you can see on the screen. They're on very left and right side. And now I said there's 6. They're not equidistant down the long axis of the vehicle, I say vehicle. I mean, the mobile launcher moves, so technically vehicle. I don't know. Now, when it rolls out, you guys will see that there is a gigantic tower on one side. A big tower. It's called the Launch Umbilical Tower, LUT. It's that big truss structure that's next to the rocket when it rolls. There's a great picture of it right there. There are 2 pegs on either side of the kind of corners of that Launch Umbilical Tower. So there's the 2 pegs are biased more towards the tower because the tower's heavier. You need to spread the load a little bit. And then there's 2 that are opposite, that are at the very end of the mobile launcher, at the other end from what we're seeing right now. So it'd be the end that's closer to the office chair, chat. Yeah. Those are there for the rocket. So there are 6 pins, but they're biased towards the tower because the tower is heavy. Yeah, EJ with the shocking revelation. It's heavy.
Again, interested in the chair. Just another YouTube user 32 with a $2 super. Can we get chair cam again? So much interest in this chair. Joey M with a $2 super. Can we move SLS out of the way and see the chair? Thank you for that support. Constructed time lapses. Thank you for becoming a PadRap member. And Telstar86 again with a $4.99 super. Rollouts are slow, but the plywood stops them getting bored. That's a Sawyer level pun right there. Just saying. Let's have a look through here because, again, the questions keep coming. These are great questions, so thank you so much, guys. We will be getting through these as quick as I can as we await patiently the crawler transporter to start crawling. We have this question from Gwen asking, if they are not doing any tanking tests or wet dress rehearsals, why does it need to be at the pad 2 weeks in advance of launch? What are they going to be doing? Philip, I'll throw this one to you as well. What are some of the items NASA has to check off before they actually get into a launch attempt, even though they're not going to be tanking the vehicle?
They basically have to repeat what they did when they went out in January, and that took about 2 weeks. There's a couple of things that I think they could basically take credit for. Well, I know of one for sure, and then the other one I think it's possible. But when they get hard down on the pedestals out at the pad, so they have basically the same, but not the same, but an analogous set of pedestals on the pad 39B surface that the mobile launcher will be lowered down onto. That they'll go into pad validations with all of the services at the pad, the electrical, pneumatic, hydraulic, obviously cryogenic, and all of those types of things. And then they will I think in parallel be hooking up the emergency egress system, the slide wires, and then they'll run the baskets up there, and we'll probably see them do a couple of release tests like they did back in January. And then I think we're still waiting for the countdown demonstration test part 2, which is basically just a walk down of the emergency egress system up at the 274-foot level with the crew. So I don't know if they're going to do that in that 5 days before launch or if they're going to make an extra trip, but they'll do that. And then a couple of things that they don't need to do besides the countdown preps are they They did a bunch of RF testing, which they call program-specific engineering tests, or PSETs. I'm not sure that they need to repeat those. And then they did load the 4 hydrazine tanks for the solid rocket booster thrust vector control system, those hydraulic systems, the redundant hydraulic systems, and then they left those on there as opposed to deservicing them before they rolled back, so they don't need to do that. And then there's a couple of other, I think Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the Artemis launch director, calls them the big steel moves. So the engine booster service platforms ride out in the flame hole with the mobile launcher. And so when they get out there, they will lower those down and roll those out, not onto the crawlerway exactly, sort of in between the crawlerway tracks. So those move out to launch position, and then they also move in the side flame deflectors, and extensible columns will then be moved underneath the mobile launcher into launch position. And so all of that work and the countdown preps takes on the order of a week and a half to 2 weeks.
And speaking of hard work, during your answer there, NASA teams have been working hard to secure that plywood down, and then it went flying. Maybe it is still a little bit too windy. Just by that, on the right side of this picture, we did see that. Oh, instant replay. Thank you, Carson. We did see the plywood. The wind got underneath it, and there it goes.
Oh, boy.
Making a bid for freedom there. Yeah, it is a little bit windy. We do have a poll in chat right now. I'm going to blame Chris B, because as soon as he started this poll, the plywood then went flying. Maybe they were trying to get attention, because it's rollout highlights so far, chair versus plywood. Chair winning at 70% to plywood's 30%. And then plywood, trying to get some of the attention. So maybe it's trying to fight back against the chair. But some riveting stuff happening this evening at the Kennedy Space Center. We've got a office chair abandoned on the 25th level of the VAB, and we've got the plywood used to protect the floor being blown away by the wind. Truly exhilarating stuff. As it now just crosses beyond 9:30 in the evening local time. I don't want to be too pessimistic, but I wouldn't be shocked if the winds may have picked back up ever so slightly. Could be delaying things by a few more minutes, because we were looking to be a little bit close there, but fingers crossed, teams keep progressing. We have another question here from Wise Girl, who's asking, what is the orbit like? Well, there's several orbits which the Orion capsule will be going into. Fingers crossed everything goes well and it does get into all of them. But EJ, what are some of the different orbits that Orion is going to be flying throughout Artemis II? Because it's going to be starting off around Earth and then, of course, going all the way out to the moon.
Yeah, so the Artemis II mission profile is kind of a bit of a combination of, I'll say, Apollo 8 and then maybe Apollo 7. So there's 2 big phases of the mission. The first phase, they're going to be in a medium Earth orbit. So that's medium Earth orbit is probably like it could be anywhere up to like 12,000 miles above the surface. Like SLS is going to get put into SLS is going to put Orion into a little bit of an eccentric orbit. So meaning the orbit is going to be a little bit elliptical, with the high point in medium Earth orbit somewhere. Medium is like, I think it's 5,000 to 12,000 miles up. It's a good ways up there. From there, Orion is going to do an RPO. All right, so that's not run pass option for American football players. That's a good play, but no, it's rendezvous proximity operations. So once it gets into that elliptical orbit, Orion will separate from the upper stage, from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and it'll turn around and maneuver up close to the stage, kind of looking up close at the stage that just brought them up into space, and kind of move around the upper stage to make sure that Orion can do what's called station keeping. It's not going to redock with the stage. It'll be able to station keep. Station keep is a nice way of saying in space flight terms of like flying in formation with something. Flying in formation. So after that, they're going to use Orion's service module to push it on a translunar injection. Translunar injection is a very eccentric orbit with your high point in your orbit out at the moon, which is I said medium Earth orbit insertion before. That could be up to 12,000 miles. The translunar injection apogee, so high point, is 250,000 miles. It's a lot higher. The moon's a little bit further away than medium Earth orbit. I know, fun fact, right? So that is a very eccentric orbit. Now, it's not going to get to the high point in this orbit because the moon's going to come by. You have to kind of lead your target when you're going into space. And then from there, the type of orbit that's going to happen around the moon is not actually an orbit. It technically is an orbital trajectory with lunar eccentricity above 1. It's called a free return trajectory. I said the moon's going to pull the capsule in before it gets to the highest point in its orbit. When the moon pulls it in, they're going to use the lunar gravity to pull it in a way that shoots the capsule back towards Earth. It's called a free return trajectory. It kind of, if you picture the Earth and the moon in your mind, if you draw a figure 8 between the Earth and the moon, that's kind of what the trajectory looks like. It is very similar to Apollo 8. Apollo 8 flew a very similar trajectory. Apollo 13 flew this, not this exact trajectory, but close. The difference between Apollo 8 and Artemis II is Apollo 8 did have the delta V to circularize. They actually captured the moon and did a couple of orbits and then came home. This one is not going to circularize their orbit around the moon. Like I said, they're just doing that free return trajectory, and that the moon's gravitational perturbations on the capsule are going to throw the capsule back on what's called a trans-Earth injection, meaning you're falling back towards the Earth. That is a very eccentric orbit. Because you use the lunar gravity to speed up back towards Earth, it's probably your high point in your orbit. I mean, keep in mind it's a suborbital trajectory because the capsule is going to come back down and land. It's not going to do another orbit after that. The high point is probably I'm not going to say double the distance of the moon, 500,000, but it's out there. But I would say that the trajectory that Orion gets thrown into is suborbital technically around Earth, so they're not going to get anywhere near that 500,000 mile apogee, because if they did another orbit after the free return, they would, but not this time. Not ever. We don't want to do that. That means you missed your landing site. So the capsule is going to come back down from there. That's a very quick kind of synopsis of the different types of orbits that Orion is going to be going into. Like I said, this is a combination of Apollo 7, which went to low Earth orbit, and then Apollo 8, which did that, it did a free return out to the moon, but then circularized around the moon and then came back. It is a complicated mission, and I'm excited for it. I don't know about you, Ryan. This is a complicated mission, and I'm happy to see NASA doing crazy stuff again. This is good stuff.
Do you want to know what isn't good stuff, though?
No way. No way.
We have exclusive reports. Not exclusive. It's a public stream. But 2 people have arrived at the 25th level of the VAB on the elevator.
No way. No way.
And have taken hold of the office chair and stolen the office chair and taken it out of view.
Oh my goodness.
Can we get a slow motion replay of that, please?
Dude, the chair. I'm dying
the
over
most
here.
voted by chat. 66% of chat believe that the chair is the highlight of the rollout, and they've taken it away from us. Oh,
are we sure? Are we sure the chair was
later,
actually
they brought
there?
it back out.
Okay. It just needed an adjustment.
And they've taken it away again.
There's no way this is happening right now. Did we do this, chat?
So they took the chair out of frame, returned the chair to frame, and then took it away again.
So next we'll see some plywood laid down, and then they'll bring it back out.
Oh my goodness, that is hilarious.
Did that just happen? Did they really do that, Ryan? Did that just happen?
They really did. That actually just happened. Maybe, we're going to be live for at least another, 11 hours or so. Maybe the office chair will make another appearance on the stream. if it returns. But interesting to see that it's been removed from the shot. Breaking news, everybody. Either way, we will continue watching. Ninja Guy Dan in chat says rip chair, 19th of March 2026 on the 19th of March 2026. I mean, the chair puns have been excellent. We have Ronald, there's only one chair. Ninja Guy Dan, can we get the chair added to the NSF intro? Ort Cloud, we have Texas tank watching, and now we have Cape Canaveral chair watching. Go on, EJ.
Ryan, does this mean that the chair has moved more than SLS has at this point?
Yes, it does.
Oh, no.
We have Robert with a $10 super with Chairgate. Oh my goodness, the supers are going crazy right now. We have another one coming in from Telstar 86. The chair had its own roll out back to the VAB. And Telstar also with another 199 with Ply Me to the Moon. Incredible.
Sawyer would appreciate this. Sawyer, you still out there, right? Like,
I think unfortunately Sawyer stepped away, had to step away for a few minutes. A few minutes ago. So, you know, Sawyer has missed Chairgate. We're going to have to inform Sawyer of everything that's happened with the chair when he gets back. This is going to be wonderful. We've got another breaking news update. The chair is back. Or at least there's one way to keep us entertained over this hour and 42 minutes that this thing should have been rolling by this point. At least something's rolling.
I can't believe that Ryan, do you think that's because of us? Did we do this?
I'm not going to claim responsibility, but you know, I'm not saying there's a chance. There's a chance. At least it's giving chat, it's keeping chat entertained, shall I say. And I'm grateful for that. It gives them something to keep an eye on. Chair now leading.
Blame hydrogen / NSF.
Yes. The poll, the rollout highlights so far poll, chair is leading at 70%, plywood at 30%. It's going back and forth a little bit. Plywood did take a little bit of a boost when it went flying out front of the mobile launcher. But now chair has regained its advantage and is up at 70%. So we will be keeping an eye on the chair. Let's go through some more questions while we patiently wait for things to happen. We have a question here from William asking, or rather saying that Isaacman mentioned a possibility of launching Artemis III without the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. What are your thoughts on this? Of course, if you were unaware, over the last few weeks, there has been an update from NASA. They have modified the Artemis architecture, and Artemis III is no longer going to be the first landing mission. Instead, that has become Artemis IV. Artemis III has been renamed to Artemis IV, and they've put a new mission between Artemis II and Artemis IV, which is called Artemis III, but it isn't the same as the old Artemis III. It's a new mission, which is different, and it's a new mission. It's not a delayed mission, which is going to be a low Earth orbit mission where they're going to be testing one or both of the lunar landers with the Orion spacecraft. I hope that made perfect sense and was very easy to follow for everybody at home. Anyways, because this is a low Earth orbit only mission, there have been some questions about quote-unquote wasting an ICPS on such a mission. EJ, I'll start with you. What do you think? Do you think they should use an ICPS on Artemis 3? Because, you know, they're only going to LEO, and for all intents and purposes, the core stage could get Orion pretty much all the way there.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. You don't want to change the configuration of the rocket. You go putzing around with the and I know that's funny to say, you know, especially since Jared Isaacman is like, you know, we're gonna potentially, you know, start introducing Centaurs here after Artemis 3. right? You don't want to change the processing flow of missions that are kind of already being built. I think it's better for them to just use it. It is a let's just say that is not the most efficient way to use that stage. However, the impetus for this mission is not it's not efficiency. It's getting it done in a timely manner. So use what you got. Okay, in an ideal scenario, like if you want Orion to go to the low Earth orbit, you're already teching it up to work with Centaur 5. They do apparently share common avionics, that's super useful. So, put it on Vulcan, but then you're human rating Vulcan at this point, right? Remember, time is of the essence here. So once again, no freaking way. Not the most efficient way to do things. I'm sorry, dude, I'm losing it from the chair.
Breaking news.
There's no way.
We are rolling once again, not with SLS, but with the chair.
I can't, dude.
It's a rollout indicator. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I need to race this chair. I'm just saying. Me versus this chair have to race.
Welcome back, Sawyer. You've missed a couple things over the last 10 minutes.
Oh, I've seen, what was it, flying plywood and rolling chairs?
Yeah, it's gotten intense. It's gotten about as intense as it can get without the vehicle actually moving. The wind has picked up the plywood, and then the chair was removed and then replaced and then removed and then replaced, and then, well, someone was obviously making themselves comfortable a couple of minutes ago there. But yeah.
Chair stream 24/7 coming with McGregor, Space Coast, and Starbase Live.
I have to say, it's boosted it in the polls. Rollout highlights, chair is now sitting at 71%, up 1%, plywood down 20 to 29%. Not looking good for plywood there. Maybe it'll make another
come back in the
freedom
second
shortly.
half.
Yeah, I mean,
can make a second half comeback.
It can always happen. Philip, I'll go to you next. I'm going to go around the whole room here. What do you think of this possibility of launching Artemis 3 to Earth orbit without the ICPS?
Well, if maybe you guys remember, maybe not, but Eric Berger wrote about this like 2 years ago, and so at the time, of course, Centaur 5 wasn't. It was certainly a thing, but I'm not sure. It may have just flown its first flight, so they weren't thinking about it. And I think the exercise back then was to figure out how to make ICPS last until Artemis 4. And so in that story, he talked about this idea of flying Orion to low Earth orbit without an upper stage, although I think in that case he was talking about it to some extent euphemistically. But I mean, at the time that I read that story, I thought, well, if you could come up with something that mimicked the mass properties and outer mold line of ICPS, that would, in theory, if you buy a little bit more connector hardware, give you an additional SLS flight. So, but of course, I then spent the next 6 to 8 months trying to get NASA to say anything about that, and they never did. But in theory, I mean, the only thing that's exposed really outer mold line wise is the liquid hydrogen tank of the ICPS, and the core stage. If you look at like the Artemis II press kits and so on, the core stage is putting a fully loaded ICPS and Orion into a 1,200 nautical mile by 15 insertion orbit. So that's about 2,200 kilometers by 30. So in theory, again, as you guys were talking about, it doesn't require an upper stage. And so again, this is all theoretical since we haven't had a chance to get anybody from NASA to talk about this, but it possibly gives you the option of choose your own upper stage adventure for Artemis 4. So if Centaur 5 integration was lagging, for instance, maybe that would give you the option of flying Artemis 4 with ICPS. I mean, the Centaur 5 would seemingly have additional advantages performance-wise over ICPS. But again, as EJ was talking about, the exercise is about how doing this as expeditiously as possible. And so I think it's really just a question of what do you want to do? Which option preserves the soonest flights for not just Artemis 3, but also Artemis 4, and then also Artemis 5 as well. So, but it is an interesting thing. It is something that we have heard about for a couple of years now.
Sawyer, what do you think? No interim cryogenic propulsion stage on Artemis 3's space launch system.
I mean, you could just replace it with the chair. That'll get you there faster. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like you kind of need an upper stage. You really didn't have that with the shuttle, I guess. You had the OMS pod, so I guess if you could still use the European service module to kind of maneuver around, then maybe. But I feel, again, this goes back to the whole test as you fly thing, right? You don't want to just fly without it because you can. You'd want to test all of the systems. So either use something or, use the actual thing. I feel like it would be dumb to not have anything there at all, personally.
My personal opinion is, I'm not actually sure what my personal opinion on it is, because, the idea is to standardize the SLS configuration, but, flying without an ICPS for Artemis 3 and then with an ICPS for Artemis 4 and then potentially a Centaur 5 for Artemis 5, that doesn't feel very standard to me. That feels like you're changing the configuration 3 times over just as many flights. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sure how I feel on that one, but also, if it increases the cadence, I wouldn't say no to increasing the cadence. So, certainly going to be an interesting one to watch for. Julia, do you have any thoughts on removing the ICPS from Artemis 3?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of with you. At the moment, I don't exactly have an opinion. How about we get through this one, get the data back? If it works, do we mess with it? Hard to say. I mean, it's a program that the future is kind of unclear. It's currently evolving. So no, I don't really have an opinion at the moment. I guess I just want to see this one go, get the data back, and then maybe I'll have a better educated opinion then.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Also, I want this to launch soon because it would then have to roll soon, because we have been waiting for a couple of hours at this point.
We've seen the chair roll a couple of times now. We've seen the chair roll a bunch. So, I mean, I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, you know how we watch for the road closure to reopen over at Starbase? We need to just have the chair watch going.
We have, chat is in love with this chair. We have Austin with plenty of charity with this stream. Keach, we need a chair patch. Korf Manba, can we please get a dedicated chair cam? Mad Biker, when does the chair patch come out? Alex, Chair Coast Live. Ronald, when is chair security? Saling, press request the story about the chair. Alex, chair rollout patch / shirt, get on it.
How long is this queue, Ryan?
Austin, when chair command. Ronald, Sawyer is gone, so is chair. Mets in space, epic, talk about chariots of fire. Vaquero,
nice.
Did the chair develop a hydrogen leak?
Oh, jeez.
Don't you put that evil on us, chat.
Telstar 86, maybe the C in ICPS stands for chair. I think this one's best. Ninja Guy Dan. Or is it gone screen? Oh, I swear, if these have broken the panel. Oh, there we go. Cherry Duke.
Karen picture.
There it is, top right.
Yes.
Also,
just in case we see motion in both cameras.
By the way, if the person who's moving the chair is watching, can you give us like a wave or something next time you move the chair? Just let us know.
It doesn't end. We have Lewis the Rocket Man
By the way, I like Charlie Duke.
aerodynamics.
That's very clever throwback to Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke.
Yeah. Keep them coming, chat. Keep them coming. You're on fire tonight. I think we're all in the same boat here.
This is the only thing keeping me warm, folks, right now out here is your chair puns.
And so that was just the normal chat room, by the way. The support queue is no different. The support queue is absolutely flooded right now. We have Meg3646 gifting a red team member. Ship. We have Ethereal Swordsman, who's always in chat. Thank you for the $10 super. Saying, and so I arrive, like cold wind upon an unsuspecting solid rocket booster. I am chat's pirate of plywood, the chairman of chaos. I am Ethereal, remember the name well. Good to see you in chat. Oron Quake, thank you for gifting a red team membership. The Sun Express with a $5 super, a humble donation to the NSF High Chair Merch Fund. Incredible. Meg3646 with another super, but no message, but thank you for the support nonetheless. This is brilliant. We have Spencer Barrett becoming a PadRap member. Telstar86 with the 199. There is not chair, only stool. We have Skyhawk with the 499. The Artemis program relies solely on this single chair. Without it, there would be no program. Oh my goodness, this is worse than the end of a Starship stream, the amount of support that's coming in. We have Fire Alarm Man 2023 becoming a Capcom member. That means you now get access to the member Discord server. John Marquez with a $10 super, thank you. What object will you choose to put on the HLS moon rocket unmanned flight? A cheese wheel or a banana? I mean, I think most of chat is going to be saying a chair at this point. Sawyer, let's start with you. What is your preferred mass simulator for the first HLS test flight? I think we might have lost Sawyer there momentarily. Julia, let's go to you.
Oops, sorry, I had some wind here. That's why I muted. I mean, both of them have been done before. That's the thing. Cheese Wheel was done on the first Dragon flight. Banana was done on a Starship flight. You got to come up with something more original. Plus, it's got to be size related because obviously, you went from Banana to Cheese Wheel to Tesla Roadster. It's got to be at least a bunch of bananas, if not 2 bunches of bananas.
Sawyer, I got an idea. You know what we should do? If SpaceX, does the HLS demo and they land one, all right, they should put a couple of sticks of RAM in there. Okay. that will inspire people to go to the moon more. Right? It's a good idea.
That's way more than the NASA budget is 2 sticks of RAM right now. So,
maybe Elon can do it, as a treat.
Yes, from the SpaceX cafe, one of the Tesla robots will load it up.
It's foolproof. Just saying.
Julia, do you have a preferred mass simulator for the first HLS test flight?
A cookie.
Philip, what about you?
A dozen cookies, maybe 13 to be a baker's dozen. No, I don't have a preferred, but cookie would be good.
Philip, do you have a preferred mass simulator?
An elevator.
Nice.
That's a good one. Oh my goodness, chat has gone bonkers with the chair puns again.
I think the chair is going to be asking for royalties pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to be giving them a portion of the stream here.
I now need to meet this chair, and that will go on my list of astronauts that I've met. It will go with astronauts, cosmonauts, plus chair.
Well, we've got that interview request form we can file for.
Oh, yes. Good call, Philip.
Idea.
Fox DUP with integrated chair propulsion system. Luke, so long as the ply is not on fire. Korf Manber, who's the chairman of the plywood board. Lewis the Rocket Man, the chair father. Alex, Choston, we have a problem.
Cheerston?
Lewis the Rocket Man again. Chair me to the moon. Argonai Station. Chair for mass simulator, or a plushie chair for the 0G indicator. Lewis again. Chair launch system. Ronald, a chair with a banana sitting on it. Best of both worlds. Todd for a mass simulator. A ladder. They might need a long one if the elevator breaks. That TS STEM nerd, back to the chair and beyond. Kyle Aaron, plywood, more like flywood. And they keep coming. They keep coming. But I've got to go back to the support queue because it's gotten even longer. Anonymous with a store message. Are we sure that's the same chair? Chairgate, chair bait and switch. I mean, maybe we need to get some confirmation on that. But nonetheless, thank you for purchasing a print from inside the VAB. I believe that's from Max of the SLS returning to the VAB on its second roll. Oren Quake with a £5 super is asking how many chairs could SLS launch to low Earth orbit. I'm going to do some live mathematics here. Philip, do you know the mass to low Earth orbit for SLS? I don't even know if it has one because it's not meant to go to Leo, or it wasn't originally meant to go to Leo.
Right. I think for this vehicle they were talking about I think 95 tons. I don't know if that's metric tons or not, but something like that.
Okay, a quick Google search and, trust the all-powerful Google Gemini, other AI assistants are available, says that the average weight of a standard office chair is 40 pounds or 18 kilos, which seems a little bit heavy, but I'm going to trust the AI. So what are we doing? 96 tons, 96,000 kilos divided by 18. Well over 5,300 office chairs could be lifted en masse. Not sure if they'd fit inside the payload, though. We'd need a custom payload fairing, I think. Ethereal Swordsman, thank you again in chat with a $5 super. We have Dimez Recon, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. Thank you for your $10 super chat. Saying that I hate to take attention away from the plywood and chair and whatever the big orange thing is, but is Shuttle Sundays on pause. I don't think it's on pause, but they do take a lot of effort to put together. So that's why they're not the most often thing. Sawyer, I know you're on those shows, but I don't believe they're on pause.
It does take a lot of effort. Plus, keep in mind, we've also had crazy Starship testing going on. We had the first Artemis window, then we had the second Artemis window, now we have the third Artemis window. There's kind of been a lot going on, both on the air and then obviously behind the scenes work that goes into preparing for all of these events. So yeah, it's been a bit on the back seat at the moment. Apologies to all 80 people that joined us live for it, but it is not gone forever. Unlike the shuttle, it has not stopped flying. We will fly again.
This is incredible. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing with a $2 super. Charlie Blackwell Thompson. I think this one wins it for the night. That's pretty good. But quickly following up, Benjamin Brown with another $2 super with interim chair positioning stage. We have an update from NASA. Sorry, I'm being rudely distracted by the NASA post there. They say NASA's Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft are getting ready to roll back to 39B for the Artemis II mission. Teams are currently monitoring the wind speeds before rolling out. So that doesn't sound like we're rolling out anytime soon, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Well, they're preparing. They're preparing to roll out.
Nothing about the chair.
No NASA update about the chair.
It's a real travesty here.
Okay. Not the most uplifting news. But we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to watch. Very quickly, I'm going to try and rattle through this support queue as quick as I can. I know I've spent a lot of time on it, but it's, incredibly grateful for your guys' support. It's incredibly generous from you guys. October Sky with a $9.99. I want to be part of the Chastery. Cole with a $2 super. Tonight truly is Charindipitus. Jayhawk, where's chair? There it is. Erin with a $5 super says Wilson College is here for the chair. Shout out. Telstar86 with a $2 super. With enough royalties, the chair becomes a throne. Turtle Secretary with a $2 super. Have the tank watchers ID the model of the chair. And Orcloud, oh my goodness, Orcloud coming out with the hardest hitter so far. The chair is higher than Dream Chaser will ever be.
Ouch.
Oh, that's mean.
Oh,
That's mean.
whoa, spicy.
Jeez. Although I will say there's probably more funding for the chair than there is for the rest of the SLS program, so who knows?
Woof.
Oh, it's one of those nights. It's one of those nights. EJ, I did interrupt you. You were going to say something.
I was gonna say, Ryan, did you get what one of those super chats was? It was, where's the chair? There it is. You know, it's referencing you, right?
Yep. I picked up on that one a little bit.
All right. I was just making sure. The way you kind of said it, you didn't seem very enthused.
By the way, I gotta ask, which is out longer? The chair or the fully loaded tank that they left for Starliner sitting outside in the desert?
Oh boy.
You want to get spicy? I'll throw in more spice. Yeah, exactly.
Goodness.
Well, I would love to talk about the chair all night long until God knows what time in the morning, but we are still patiently waiting for SLS to begin rolling out of High Bay 3 in the vehicle assembly building. Unfortunately, I do regret to say it's getting a little bit late for me, so at this point I am going to head out, but don't fear, I'm going to leave you in the ever-capable hands of Alice, who joined us very recently. So Alice, good evening. I apologise for the chair puns, and
I'm
take
loving
it away.
them. Oh, please. Honestly, I've been giggling and watching for the last hour. And honestly, I want a replay of that chair swinging back and forth, because that has been the highlight of, I think, everybody's evening from looking at the super chats. Thank you so much, everyone, for keeping us entertained. My goodness. But we are here to talk about the rollout of the SLS. Doesn't this feel a bit like a replay from January, Ryan, when we were on together?
Yeah, it is deja vu, shall we say.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for holding the fort for the last couple of hours. I'm sure you're ready for bed. And yes, I do have a similar accent. We're just going to roll with it. We're going with the British swinging one way.
Oh, and there's another pun. Okay,
roll with the chair.
Roll with it. Roll with it. Guys, what have I missed out on? I mean, has it moved? What tell me, what's happening on the ground? What can you guys see?
Chairs. And that's about it.
Well,
The chairs moved several times.
Yeah, the chairs moved and some plywood got blown away, and that's about it.
Highlights of the evening. Julia, you're on the ground, aren't you? What's going on over there?
Well, it looks the same as when I got here at a little bit before 8, except it did get lifted slightly. But otherwise, my view is the same. The wind, unfortunately, is the same. So in my car I went, because there's no wind here, and I've been enjoying the chair puns and occasionally answering questions.
I mean,
I wish I had more. Yeah, I wish I had a bigger update for you, except it will approach my bedtime for work tomorrow, and I'll become an abandoner.
Well, don't go just yet. Sorry, I did see you hiding with the umbrella out there. Is it really that windy?
The umbrella is doing wonders, otherwise he wouldn't really be able to hear me right now, yes. So, yeah, we're just below the ticker. There we go. Hi, everybody. That's me. That's the umbrella right here, protecting from the wind. There it is.
Things we do.
You can see the umbrella now, and you can now hear the wind as a result of it being in the other direction. Yeah, it is indeed quite windy out here, but it's been a beautiful night, at least, sky-wise. It's been clear. It would be, gorgeous conditions just to sky gaze, but yeah, right now, everything else has moved except for the rocket itself. We've had the plywood move, the chair move, the wind move, so we're almost there.
Bless you all. Thank you so much for keeping us entertained. Or should I really be thanking whoever was on the chair earlier? I've just been taking a quick look at the chat. My goodness, it is just full of chair. Is the questions like, is the chair, can it fly? We hope so. I mean, it's moving faster than the rocket right now, let's be honest. I came for the chair, but the rocket's cool too. Thank you, Viper Brock, for that comment. There's some really fun things on here. And oh my goodness, the support queue. Thank you, thank you, thank you for those who have been supporting us this evening. As you know, we are all here to try and keep you entertained and updated on what's going on with the SLS rollout today. I've got one up at the moment from Jerwa saying, mystery solved, the chair is in fact an anomaly. And oh my goodness, this is going to be one of those words that I cannot pronounce. An anemometer. It's late at night. Is it late at night for you guys too? It's what, 10 p.m. there?
10 past. Yep.
10 minutes past. My goodness. And we're still waiting. We are still watching, waiting for the movement of the Crawler 1. As I mentioned earlier, Ryan and I covered this when it came out the first time round. This is the third time's a charm for the Crawler movement in the last couple of months. It obviously rolled out in January. It rolled back to the VAB and needed a little bit of extra work on it. Now we're rolling back out again. And I know you guys have spoken about this briefly, but I'd love to hear again. What do you guys think about the dates coming up in April? Do we think we're going to see Artemis II launch in the coming weeks? EJ first.
Yeah, I think the first week is very, very, very feasible. I think that's going to happen. I'm not sure about the first. I'm not. We're not. I believe in bad juju before launch. Like if it goes on the first, it's great. I'll be welcoming it. But I'm going to say first week without saying anything more. Sawyer, what about you?
I mean, I think they're going to try for the first. I think we will see a fueling attempt on the first. Whether we see a launch on the first, I'm not 100% certain of. I think something's going to happen, something's going to pop up, and they'll use it as a great rehearsal, a great test, and then some other date in that same window, we will see it go. I hope that it is the first or second and early in the window, because it would be unbelievable to see a day launch of Artemis following the night launch that we had for Artemis 1, where the first two attempts were supposed to be day launches, but those didn't happen, and then it became the night launch. No, I'm not bitter.
I don't blame you. No, you did make a good point there. We're not going to have another wet dress rehearsal. It is going to go straight for launch. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it won't be an April Fool's moment. Philip, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm actually 3 hours behind you guys. Well, I'm not sure where you are, Alice, but I'm 3 hours behind. So I think I'm going to probably end up being on Eastern time if I'm going to get up in the morning to see the vehicle get out to the pad. But it's technically only 7:13 here right now in the evening in Los Angeles area.
Well, I'm just down the road from you. I'm on Mountain Time, so yeah, it's a little bit earlier in the evening for me. I do have a question for you, Philip. Where we've got it coming up here on the super chats. Will you be asking about the chair in the next press conference?
That's a good. I guess it depends on whether the chair makes an appearance or not, or whether we don't know. Like, there will be chairs there. I'm just not sure if they're as plush or have rollers like the one that we see in the VAB. So we'll see.
The stream is the thing. Oh my goodness! I'm sorry, I can't. I'm trying not to laugh.
What we're going to have to do, because YouTube only allows 12 hours, so instead of doing the whole rollout, we'll just have to end the pre-part and just call it the chair stream, and then the second will be the rollout stream.
If we need to do it, we need to do it. I'm loving the fact that people are asking, are we going to have chair merch? Can I just say that our wonderful fairy behind the scene, Lindsay, is working on something for you. We'll see what we can come up with in the next couple of hours while we're waiting for the SLS to roll out. And while we're going through that, let's see what other questions are coming in, because we are here to talk about SLS. We should probably talk a little bit more about it. We do have a question about the concern about the wind. You guys are there on the ground. Is there a wind advisory going on at the moment? Is that why we're on a hold?
I'll take that one. Yes, there definitely is right now. So there are different wind warnings and wind watches. So the wind watch is basically a steady state watch. So where it's greater than 18 knots, there's also an observed surface wind rule where if it's, about 25 to 34 knots, but the wind warning is when it's strong, and that is 35 knots and above. So we are in that 35 knot and above strong wind warning, which the last they mentioned over the public address system here was that it was active until 11 p.m. local time. We'll see if they extend that, because keep in mind that call that they originally made was an extension of the previous strong wind warning, which has been in effect since I believe about 5 this morning.
Thank you so much for keeping us updated. Yes, there was a definite strong wind when you guys were covering earlier at the Falcon 9 launch. Is that correct?
Yeah, we had Max and Jerry, I believe, were out there early this morning for the great, really long, spectacular view of the rocket going up for the whole 3 seconds before it went into the clouds and yuck this morning. So, yeah.
Not a regular thing to be seeing over in Florida. When I was last there in January, end of January, and I got to see the SLS out on the pad, it was a beautiful day. It was very cold. I was there during the very, very cold stint, which for, Florida cold was definitely very much chillier than what I was used to when I'm visiting over that way. While we are here, let's go have a look at what other things we've got coming in on the chat. Let's see, Skyhawk 4014 has come in with a support. Thank you so much to Skyhawk 4104, 401 even. Nice that NASA included rocket rollout in their chair live stream. I agree. I think this has been the highlight for everybody who's been watching so far. We are very thankful for you to be supporting for us this evening. And one more little support chat coming in here. The chair is close to overshadowing the SLS rollout. Well, there hasn't been a rollout yet because we are waiting for that wind to clear, but hopefully we're going to get to see it soon. If you guys have any questions for the team this evening, please stick them in the chat and at NASA Spaceflight in it, and it'll come straight through to me, and I'll make sure I ask those questions to the team here, and we'll make sure that we get those answered for you as best as possible. We have talked about the rollout today. We know that the team have gone into quarantine as well. Have we heard any other updates about what's going on the ground over there?
I think they're in quarantine, and that's the last we heard, Alice.
Yeah, I think it was 14 days of quarantine, if I read correctly from the press release that went out earlier this week. And 5 days before, they'll be moving from Houston over to Kennedy Space Center. So we're hopeful, as they are, that we're going to see things moving in the right direction over the next coming days and weeks, which would be very exciting. And we're still just getting a lot of chair love. Everything else that's going on in the chat is all chair related. It's always making me chuckle. Oh no, I've got a serious question that's come in on Super Support Queue from Robertian. I'm sorry, that's when you come up with these names. Where do you come up with them? What's the official max wins for a rollout? That's a really good question, because that's really what's holding us right now. Sawyer, do we have an idea of what the max wind is for the rollout?
Yes, we do. So according to the Artemis II press kit, basic criteria for roll to the pad is do not roll if there's lightning forecast is greater than 10% within 20 miles, if there's a greater than 5% chance of hail, and do not roll if sustained wind is forecast to be greater than 40 knots or peak winds greater than 45 knots, and if temperatures are less than 40 Fahrenheit or exceed 95 Fahrenheit. So it's not that the winds have to be sustained at 40 and peak at 45. It's just if they are forecast to be that, then it says do not roll to Launchpad.
You know what, Sawyer? I found the temperature range interesting. Do you think the above 95, which is a thing that happens here in Florida, could simply be because of crossing roads and the idea of asphalt smushing, even with the plywood distributing the weight?
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
Or is it maybe like one of those things where if people are walking with it, is it just a heat tolerance? Because it is a long journey with a crawler, let's be honest, if you're walking with the mobile launcher. So
Unless it's just because you've got such old motors in the crawler, even though they've upgraded it, that it just maybe doesn't work as well in 95-degree heat and add in the extra weight. Because this whole stack is a lot heavier, and they had to modify the crawler to be able to withstand the extra weight of SLS and its launch pad. So
true, cooling motors on crawlers could be a thing too.
yeah.
Great question, though. Certainly one that is more interesting than a lot of the others that are going on in the chats right now. The greatest debate, meatball, worm, logo, or office chair is what's been discussed by Landlocked Octopus. Thank you for that question. I always think it's funny when people have a preference over the logo designed for NASA, and we've seen both of them, I believe, on the SLS. Have any of you guys got a preference of which logo you prefer?
I'm Team Worm. I'm a big fan of the worm. As a shuttle guy, Alice, the worm is my jam.
And see, as a shuttle guy, I am Team Meatball, because yes, it had the worm early on in the shuttle program, but once they revamped it and went to the glass cockpit and then repainted the exterior of it to update the font, to update it to the meatball, that was peak for me.
Julia, do you have a preference?
I was born in the 70s, raised in the 80s. I remember the days when we could write to NASA and get cool things in the mail. And you know what? It was the worm that was always on that envelope. I wish I still had one of those envelopes, but I'm Team Worm for sure.
Philip, what about you?
Same. I'm Team Worm. Just again, it's when I grew up. So same period, same time period approximately as Julia.
And see, I was late 90s, early 2000s when I first learned about the space program, and by that point they had switched back to the meatball.
See, I really don't have a preference. I love them both, and I think it's really great that we get to see both of them used on a regular basis when it comes to the rockets that we have now. So let us know in the chat if you guys have a preference. I always think it's a fun one to see. You can run a little poll to see who prefers it. Team Worm, Team Meatball. What do you prefer?
Well, right now there's already a poll that's been going on of the highlight of the rollout so far, and with over 1,100 votes right now, Chair is winning over Plywood, 73 to 27%.
Oh, goodness me, guys. I love the fact that this is what's really kept us entertaining. And thank you for staying with us. I mean, we're all waiting patiently as much as you are to see what's going on with us in the coming hours. Hopefully it won't be taking too long, but we could be here for between 8 and 12 hours to see this rollout go out. We could start taking bets on how long we think it's going to be till we start to see movement. What do you guys think?
It's really about that wind. I've been checking the local METAR in Titusville, which is the weather report out of the airport there. And keep in mind, that's not at the VAB, but it seems to want to stay windy all night. Like, I don't want to be the one that says it, but it's going to be breezy for a little while. So, Alice, we might be here a little while.
We could be, couldn't we? We've just had a question come up in the chat. Have they got a time window for this rollout before they have to then reschedule? That's a really good question. Has anybody got an answer to that?
Nope. It's like we were talking about earlier. Thankfully, this isn't like Starbase, where you have to worry about, it's going to be blocking all the roads. It's going to cause issues with traffic. So we try and do it later at night when it's least disruptive. They pretty much have their own dedicated roadway with the crawlerway. Of course, they have, some spots where they do have to cross over actual roads and pavement, hence the fun of the plywood. But there really isn't a set schedule for that. I'm sure they want it to be done sooner than later, because that's a lot of overtime, I'm sure, for the people that are operating it. But no, it's not that they have to go within a certain window.
I think that would be the concern, depending on how long this goes, is just when do the crews that are staffing this, when do they time out? They can go overtime, but there's probably a maximum where they would be like, well, and they'll probably have to make that call earlier than later. But we'll just have to see if they've gotten anything here. But I guess I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not sure if that would be a good thing in terms of getting sleep, but there's probably some sort of a bingo time in here. It might not be till after midnight, but where they would be like, if we can't get started by so and so time, that they would probably go home and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd think that there's a kind of limit on the crew that are able to move the crawler and support this movement. We'll see.
Don't you dare jinx it. I don't want to come back and do this
I
again
don't want to
tomorrow.
jinx it either. I'm like, guys, please, please, please. Let's just hope this wind calms down a little, or certainly enough to be able to let us move ahead with this. We've got a couple of questions that have come in on the chat about the crawler itself, and I love talking about the crawler. It is an amazing vehicle, and it is, as we've mentioned before, about 50 years old, which I think is incredible that it's still going. And we've got a question from Elias who said, will the crawler be replaced anytime soon? And if so, what would replace it? Have any of you heard any details about that? I've not heard that it's going to be replaced, but I could be out of the loop on that one.
So,
I mean, go ahead.
Troy. All right, I'll take this one. The Crawler Transporter 2, the one that you see on your screen, is actually brand new. They just finished refurbishing it. It was they were refurbishing it originally under plans during Constellation, and then it was refurbished in the 2010s. That is brand new. And in terms of like moving rockets out of the VAB, I don't think we're going to get we're not getting another way anytime soon. There are 2 crawler transporters, guys. There's CT1 and CT2. I'm pretty sure they call them Hans and Franz because they pump you up, right? But yeah, Crawler Transporter 2 is basically brand new. Anyway, Sawyer, right? That's the thing is got no mileage on it.
In comparison, yeah, for fun fact, the original crawler transporters began manufacturing in March of 1963, with first testing happening in November of 1964 for the crawlerway, and 1965 for the crawler itself moving under its own power. Of course, they did a lot of refurbishments because that was for Saturn V. Then they had to refurbish it again as they were getting ready for the shuttle program. And then, of course, after shuttle program ended, they had more time than they originally anticipated, shall we say, to then work on these mobile launchers and prepare them for what would eventually become the Artemis program after the cancellation of Constellation. So, yeah, this has definitely been improved. It took the Guinness World Record in 2023 for the heaviest self-powered vehicle. So they're not getting rid of it anytime soon. They'll keep refurbishing it and upgrading it so that it's more modern. But again, it comes down to if it ain't broke, don't fix it, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And I think we had another question about the horsepower of the Mobile Launcher 1. I think they mean the crawler. It has a max speed of about 1 mile per hour. Is that correct?
Fully loaded, it has a max speed of 1 mile per hour. Of course, unloaded, it's 2 miles an hour, and when you're going up inclines or other areas, it can go down to as slow as 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile an hour. And in case you're wondering, there are 16 different traction motors. Each have 375 horsepower.
Loving all these facts for the crawler, and a lot of love for this incredible bit of engineering.
Yeah, guess who happened to open the crawler transporter fact sheet?
Well, I did too, Sawyer, and here's a fact for you based off of current gas prices. The crawlers have fuel economy of about 1/150th of a mile per gallon. That's an expensive gas.
Love that. Love all these little facts. Now, I've had another question in the chat here from Six Strings Simpleton, who says, how much water do they use to spray down the crawlway during the roll? Now, I know that it's an absolute favorite of NSF to see the waters being pushed out across the way. Have you guys got any idea how much they use during a rollout like this?
Would say as much as in the truck, as much as what's in that water truck right there. And now, Alice, do I know how much is in that water truck? No.
No. I would just say a lot. You know, I used to work out at a very well-known commercial spaceport that's in the desert. And let's just say water is your friend. You need it, particularly when you've got a loose way like we have at Kennedy Space Center. I think it's fascinating the way that they have this great rocks on the way out to the launch pad from the VAB to make it a little bit more stable, certainly more stable than the desert that I'm used to out here in New Mexico. So it's definitely interesting to see those water trucks when they start doing their patrols, going up and down and making sure that the whole area is nice and well compact to make sure it can support the weight that's going to be moved on it. Now, I figured we might as well go through a couple more of these questions. There are lots of them. Thank you so much for keeping us entertained here in the chat. Make sure you tag us at NSF or at NASASpaceflight, and I'll make sure I get to them as much as we can while we're waiting for the SLS to roll out. So the next question I'm going to pop out on here then. I'm sure this one's already been chatted about earlier, but for those who have just joined us in the last hour or so, question for the team from Philly Fan in Titusville. Did NASA say why they chose this time for the rollout?
Honestly, it's probably just because it's when they were ready. Because the original plan, you might remember, was that they were going to originally roll out on the 19th. Then they put out a thing earlier this week saying, actually, maybe we found something of that was left while we were working on the flight termination system, something on the harness system. So they wanted to go and remove that. That might take some time. So we're going to move it to the 20th. Then they realized, hey, we're actually moving faster than we expected. So they bumped it back to the 19th. But they still had to complete all of those tasks as well with whatever that piece had to be removed. So it could be that pushed them a little further back. It could also be, if you were watching Starlink this morning, the weather was less than optimal. So they maybe thought that later in the evening, the weather should improve. And so that would be a better time to roll. We don't know. NASA hasn't said exactly why, but those are two strong possibilities.
And really, they can pick whatever time they want. Like you mentioned before, they don't have to worry about traffic in that area when it comes to moving out. They just want to get it out there as soon as possible. They have sent the teams into quarantine, so they want to make sure that the vehicle is out on the pad. Now, there was a question that was asked earlier on in this live stream, which I thought was really interesting. They were asking why we roll out so early, given that it's not going to be until April the 1st at the earliest that we see a launch. And there's not going to be a wet dress rehearsal before then. What are they going to be working on between now and then? Do any of you guys know exactly what the plan is for the next couple of weeks?
I think EJ's got that one covered.
Yeah.
We got to remember here that they're moving the launch pad. There's the entire launch pad that you see on your screen with the rocket. It's not just set it down. All right, it's good. All right, we're good. Let's go. No, if you look at all those pipes that are coming off of either side, I mean, those are water pipes amongst other things. Those pipes that are coming off the side, they got to hook the pad up. And not only do you have to hook everything up, you don't just hook it up and be like, yeah, it's good. And let's make sure, let's just hook it up and then we'll make sure it's good during the launch. No. You have to hook it up and make sure that everything is working correctly before you even try to do this launch campaign. The other thing that's going to take a second to get going is the safety systems for astronaut, what's called astronaut egress, or emergency egress, I should say. There are going to be slide wire baskets that they have to hook up to the side of the mobile launcher. Now, what's a slide wire? What's a slide wire basket? What does that do? It's, essentially a zip line. So if, heavens forbid, if there's something that goes wrong here and the astronauts are aboard and they need to get away from this thing quickly, they can get out of the capsule and run. It's on the same level as the crew access arm. So very up at the very top of the rocket, right? They can just run over to these zip lines, these slide wire basket, punch the button and be away from the rocket if something goes wrong. So you got to hook those up. You got to make sure that's working. You got to hook up the water systems, the pneumatic systems for the launch pad. You got to hook up your fuel oxidizer lines. You got to hook up HVAC systems. You got to the capsule doesn't do very well when it's baking in the Florida sun all day. It has to be air conditioned or else, parts will fry. Now, why will parts fry? Well, it's a spacecraft. It's not really supposed to work down here. But you don't want to take that chance frying a computer inside of Orion, right? So they need HVAC systems. They got to hook up all the ducting. They got to hook up all the vents. And you got to make sure that everything works. That's really, really important to make sure that you're going to give yourself the best odds of success when you go to actually do the launch campaign.
Great explainer there. I'm just looking through a couple of responses we've had. Julia, I think you found out how many gallons the water truck carries. Could you give us a quick update?
I did. rolled the Google machine and found an image 4,900 gallons in that water truck. Now, with that being said, do I know if they have more than one water truck and swap them out? No, I don't know that answer because we do not actually see it, the entire roll from our camera views, but 4,900 for the occasional spray of that river rock probably could do it.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it when we are live on the air, making sure that we answer your questions as much as we can as we're going through, waiting for the rollout of the SLS from the VAB building. We have got a couple of super chats that have come in. Thank you so much to those that have gifted members. We've got Ian Curtis Lives, who's become a Red Team member. We thank you for that. And we've got EF Theorem here, who's also become a Red Team member. And then we've got a question in the support queue as well. I'm going to put that one up from Robert, who's asked, has a crawler ever broken down during a transport? That's a really good question. And I know we've got a lot of teams here that have got a lot of experience with history when it comes to NASA. Sawyer, do you know if we've ever seen a crawler breakdown?
I mean, we've definitely seen them stop during rollouts, and we've had what I would assume would be them looking at things that have broken down or parts that have had issues. I mean, Philip might be one to know more specific if there was anything more dramatic, but from my understanding, they've definitely had to stop a couple times to look at things, inspect things, do minor repairs, but nothing dramatically major or was stuck in the middle of the crawlerway for like a day or anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I can't think of anything like that. I mean, I remember it wasn't the crawler, but I remember they stopped a rollout, a shuttle rollout. I think it was STS-82, where the mobile launch platform, a crack developed in the mobile launch platform, but that wasn't necessarily the crawler. And I mean, they have essentially sort of like I think they have basically a pit team that is on standby to address any issues that they have with any of the moving parts in the crawler. So I think that's probably what it comes down to, is if they have an issue with something, then they'll just have to fix it in place.
I mean, another thing to take into account, Philip, is that the crawler transporter has redundant systems built into it. There are 2 diesel power plants in that thing, and there's 2 for a very good reason. Because you do not want, they ain't calling AAA if one of those diesel engines breaks. You know what I mean? You're not going to, oh yeah, I need some roadside assistance moving this 16 million pounds of rocket and crawler transporter, please. Can you come fix my tire? Can we get a tow? No, they have a redundant engine on there. There's still diesel power plants on there that are making about 3,000 horsepower a pop. And I believe on CT2, they did upgrade them to like 5,000 a pop. The whole crawler transporter, Chad, is one gigantic diesel electric generator. Those motors that Sawyer was talking about, they're actually the one, you could see them. They're in between the treads right there, the circles in between the treads. Those are electric motors that are being powered by a gigantic diesel power plant in the center of the transporter. In fact, you could see the exhaust vents from the 2 diesel engines that are in there. They're actually, if you look at the door that's on the mobile launcher, kind of mid-top of the mobile launcher in this shot right here, and you look directly down from there where the people are walking around, there's 2 exhaust vents from the diesels on there. So they do have 2-fault redundancy with the crawler transporter.
Great bit of information there. Thank you for that. Just looking through the chat again, we've got some really great questions coming in. I figured we might as well cover when we get to the chance. We are obviously waiting right now for the rollout of the SLS from the VAB. It started at 8 p.m. local, so about 2 hours and 40 minutes nearly ago. And we're still waiting. At the moment, we've only ever seen movement from the chair. And there has been a lot of chair chat. We are looking for an update on the chair. You can see the chair on the screen. It has been wheeling up and down, has been, should we say ridden? I think that's the correct term. It's been, someone's been riding that chair. It's been moving faster than the SLS, and that's for sure. So we figured we might as well give you an update on the one thing that is moving right now. But I believe there's movement going on the ground that we're seeing that has caused us to be a little bit concerned. Julia, what are you seeing going into the VAB right now?
Not much really. I think I'm just seeing the regular shift swaps and, kind of the different vehicles that we see that support our rollouts. I have seen potentially a swap in some of our security detail, but that could just be going into our third shift.
Yeah, we are worrying if they're going to end up having to swap over the shift of those that are on this rollout today. We're not sure 100%, but we will let you know if we find out any information about that.
You know what I am seeing though right now, Alice?
Mm-hmm.
Our trusty helicopter doing another security sweep, which I did see around 8 o'clock. And looks like we're doing one more roll around here. Hopefully that means out soon. I like to hold on to little things like, a security sweep doing us some good leading up to potential rollout here.
Absolutely. So important. I know you mentioned earlier in the stream different viewing opportunities to be able to see the SLS once it's rolled out to the launch pad. As I mentioned as well before, I was out there in January, late January, and managed to go down to Playa Linda. Where would you recommend people go to if they want to come and see the SLS before launch?
Well, before launch is going to be a little tricky from Playa Linda. For Artemis II, NASA did request, I believe it's a 2-mile security perimeter, which does impact the beach area. That means there's no pulling off on the side of the road. The vistas are not available. And access at just 1 through 3 is also closed. So Playa Linda, not so great of an option right now, but you can see it, especially lit up at night from US 1 in Titusville. I do enjoy seeing that on my pad when I leave the house at night and SLS is on the pad. You can also come out to the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center, go on that little bus trip over to the Saturn V Center, where you can see Apollo, by the way. But if you stand out on the viewing grounds there, you can see SLS on the pad. For an additional fee, you can also go out to the gantry and get some amazing views there. So one other option that may be available, don't quote me, but follow Starfleet Tours socials. They may have some more pre-launch viewing via boat available once SLS is out on the pad.
Fancy. Lots of great options, though, for people that want to be able to see it. And I'm seeing a few people asking in the chat as well whether or not they should be booking their flights and hotels for April the 1st through the 6th. I would always say you're best to be prepared.
Yeah, maybe have some options where there isn't a charge to potentially change that flight or move that hotel reservation.
Yes, always take the extra money to insure your flights in case you do need to move them. And hotels, I'm sure most of them are already quite booked up, knowing that this is going to happen hopefully in the next couple of weeks. And we're all pretty sure. I love the fact that we went round earlier asking everyone if they felt like this was going to actually happen this time. We're all staying very positive. Would you all agree that we think we're going to possibly see this launch in early April? Maybe not April the 1st, but at some point during the 1st to the 6th. What do you think, EJ?
I think we will. I think we will. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be later in the week, but I'm not gonna say it's gonna be on the 1st either. You know what I'm saying? I think we will see a launch in that nominal period.
Very positive. Sawyer, what do you think?
Hang on a moment. Just had a PA announcement about something starting up. So I'm not sure what that was starting up, if it was crawler or engines or what, but just want to note that whoever they were should get a job on the New York City subway. But I mean, it's something about engine startup. So we might be rolling very shortly here. So keep an eye out for that. I think it's possible that we see in the April window. Like I've been saying, I don't think it'll be on the 1st. I think they may try for the 1st. This is going to be one of those where I think we're going to have, a couple of attempts, but I think one of those will result in a launch in that early April window, fingers crossed.
Philip, what do you think?
I think there's a decent chance we're going to get a launch attempt, and then after that, I think the experience we've seen with this vehicle back in February, I think I think I have to be more realistic now, and I'd say we're sort of back to where we were with the first one, where for any particular launch attempt, we're probably looking at like a 50-50 chance of them launching on that particular day. But I think we will see the astronauts get on board at least once here in April. Hydrogen, hopefully hydrogen allows that.
Oh, you said the naughty word. Let's hope that hydrogen doesn't
Chair?
cause any issues.
Oh, hydrogen.
At least you didn't say the S word, but yes.
Chair? Oh, no.
Yes, Pat, you're right. Sorry. The announcement was they are going to start up the chair. You're correct. Yes, that was chair startup that they announced over the public address system.
Knew it was. Julia, what about you? What's your thoughts on the April 1st through 6th launch dates?
I'm with Philip. I do believe we'll see a launch attempt. 50-50 there. It could be launch. It could be scrub. I'm really hoping in that first window. Although, as a photographer, I really would like a day launch. But as we know, launches do not get scheduled to appease the viewers or the photographers. It's when it's ready to go.
When it's safe as well, I will make sure we emphasize that. We have had a super chat come in from Mr. PC Scrapper, who says, gotta hook up the good old Timex watch for the countdown clock. We are all in this kind of hold pattern, and we've got a couple of other questions coming in saying, what's going on, what's happening? We are waiting for the rollout of the SLS from the VAB. We are hopeful. It sounds like Sawyer heard an announcement about something starting up. We're hoping it's the engines of the crawler, but we thank you for your patience. The reason we don't have a countdown clock on is because it hasn't started moving yet. We don't know when it's going to start, but we will let you know when we start to see movements or things going on the ground to keep an eye on. So thank you so much for being with us and being patient in this time.
And just a quick update, besides the fact that whatever that truck is that's in front there turned its headlights on and we saw some flashes or something, they did come on and announce about that strong wind warning. It's been extended till midnight.
Oh.
But again, that doesn't mean they're not going to roll, because I believe they were saying it was up to about 27 knots, which for this roll, the concern is forecasted winds of steady state 40 with peak of 45. So if it's within that, even if it's at 27 knots or so, that's still under the limit for the rollout.
That's good to know. Thank you for that update, Sawyer. Hopefully we're going to see it roll out soon, but it will only roll out when all the conditions are exactly the way that those teams who are working on the ground need them to be. So we appreciate that they're doing this safely. It's not an easy thing to move. You know, we're talking about a very, very large vehicle, and we have got a question in the chat, and I think EJ would be the best person to answer this one. Why do they roll out with the mobile launcher on the crawler, EJ?
Well, it's roll it out. So why does Complex 39 move the launch pads? Well, the quick way of saying this is that it's easier to move the launch pad than it is the building. The VAB is gigantic. And when the Apollo engineers cooked this thing up, they kind of did the math out, and they figured that moving a 520-foot building is probably going to be harder than moving a, let's say, I don't know, the crawler transport is about almost 400 feet from the ground up to the very top. It'd be easier to move that than it would to move the entire building. Now, there are other pads that do have mobile service towers. What pops into my head immediately is the, former Slick 37B, so Space Launch Complex 37B. That did have a mobile servicing tower that, could encompass the Delta IV, the now retired Delta IV, and that could move back and forth. But you got to remember that the mobile service tower that from Slick 37, which is once again now demolished, that could fit inside of the VAB. Probably two of them, like stacked on top of each other, could fit inside of one of the high bays in the VAB. So it really comes down to, well, what's going to be heavier to move? You have limits here with this soil. The soil, we're in Florida and we're by the ocean. Florida has what's called a high water table. It's very easy if you dig down into the dirt to make a puddle or make an artificial well really, really fast, because the soil is very inundated with water. So you have weight limits to what you can and can't accomplish. So they figured probably be easier to compact the soil, make the the integration building stationary, and then move the launch pad. Even then, you still have limitations here. That's part of the reason why there's that river rock on the crawlerway. They're using Tennessee and Alabama river rock, and that is a very porous rock. If we want to talk geology, it's a very porous rock. And what happens is that the crawler transporter crushes it, and the energy needed to crush that type of rock with that porosity is actually what is helping spreading the load. Think of it like a crush core on Falcon 9. We did see some footage of Falcon 9 at the port a second ago. The Falcon 9 has crush cores in it that can absorb the energy if there's a hard impact. Well, the crawler transporter is always a hard impact. That whole assembly that thing is carrying has an upwards weight of about 16 million pounds. That is very, very, very heavy, and it would be very easy for the crawler transporter to sink into the swamp if you didn't have those rocks there. The rocks do need to be replaced every once in a while, guys, too. That's the other thing to take into account. And when the rocks, when it does crush them, it makes a lot of dust, which, once again, that's why the water truck is there. Oh, there's a beautiful picture of 39A being assembled. Yeah, now, like where the rocket actually launches from, they chose to compact soil. You could see the big concrete structures that they used. The big concrete structure that's in the dirt mound that is 39A. They didn't go down into the ground with it. They built it up from proverbial ground level here. And that, well, if you tried to dig down, you're going to make a big puddle. So they built everything up high. And then they compacted the soil beneath it. If you build something heavy enough with a wide enough footprint, what it'll do is it'll displace the water out of the soil, and the soil will dry out, and it'll be terra firma, right? But they didn't want to do that for the entire crawlerway, so they found the river rocks to be a more cost-effective solution there. And yeah, rocks are not expensive; they are rocks. So yeah, that's your fun fact of the day, Alice. There you go. It's
Love it
very,
when you have those.
yeah, very interesting design here. I appreciate it. Yeah, the VAB, moving that, you're not moving that. That's not going anywhere. You know, comparatively, the pad's easier to move.
Many hurricanes have tried.
Actually,
Yeah.
I was there for the Crew 9 launch, which was several years ago now, 2024, September 24th. It was delayed because of the hurricane that came in. And I remember saying then, I was watching all these telephone poles that were swaying in the wind during the hurricane in my hotel room. And I was wondering, why on earth have they got above ground telephone poles? And I very quickly learned that the fact that there is a lot of water underneath the soil in Florida, and that's why everything is still above ground. So it does make sense. Things you learn when you're out there watching things going on. And for those who are just joining, thank you. Thank you for waiting with us. We are waiting to see some movement. We are waiting on an update of what's going to happen with the SLS and whether it'll be rolling out in the coming hours from the VAB and move down to the launch pad at 39B. We hope so. We're hopeful. That's why we've joined when we did. We've been on air now for several hours waiting for some movement. And the most we've seen so far has been from the chair and the plywood that's decided to do some flying on the VAB floor. So thank you so much for keeping us entertained with the chat. If you've got any questions for the team that are on the air at the moment, please put them in the chat and tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF, and we will do our best to answer those questions for you while we have time waiting for the movement. And we have got the team on the ground watching, hoping to see something happen, listening into all of the comms that are happening there at the visitor complex, Kennedy Space Center. Sawyer, are you seeing anything? Are you seeing much movement, or is there a lot of folks still waiting around, hoping to see these winds die down?
Yeah, it's just worth noting, unfortunately, we don't have access to the comms that they're doing inside the Launch Control Center or any of that. It's literally just the warnings they put out over the public address system that go to the press site that also go to the VAB and to the surrounding pads. So I wish we had insight into what was actually going on and they could tell us anything. But from where I am over here, over by the press site near the turning basin, it's not much action. I mean, this is definitely a lot fewer people than the first rollout, that's for sure. But in terms of actual things happening or moving, I'm watching the same screen that you guys are right now to get the best idea of what's going on. I mean, like Julie pointed out earlier, the chopper is still kind of flying around, the security chopper, but other than that, it's been crickets.
I honestly think it's because lots of people came during the daytime rollout before and they were bringing their family members. There were lots of the support contractors that were out there as well. Nighttime's just not quite as exciting for them to be able to come and see it, I suppose. But, you know, NASA are obviously on a timeline. They want to make sure that this vehicle is out on the launch pad as quickly as possible. So they've got time to set it all up ready for the launch date, which could be as early as April the 1st. And that is no April Fool's jokes, folks. Although I do think the chair meme might end up making it a bit of an April Fool's joke at some point. So I'm going to go to the chat right now and see if we've got any questions for those that are asking them of the team. All right, let's see. Dougal4144 has asked, are there any shock absorbers anywhere on the SLS? I'm going to throw that one out there to see if either of you have got any answers, or Philip as well.
Now, what do we see? I'd be curious, Dougal, what you're actually talking about. Like, what do we mean here? Like a shock absorber on the crawler transporter? No, the crawler transporter doesn't have. It has adjustable ride height with hydraulics, but it doesn't have suspension. You do not want sprung weight here. There's no spring in the world that could hold this thing up. It's pretty heavy. Now, in terms of the rocket, on the launch umbilical tower, there is something called there's an umbilical arm that attaches to the very top of the core stage. It's called a VSS, or Vehicle Stabilization System. At the very end of the VSS, a shock absorber does, a damper would be the name for it, attaches to the very top of the SLS core stage. And what that does is it dampens out the swaying motion that could happen when you go to roll the vehicle around. There are vibrations introduced when you have a crawler transporter, when the crawler transporter is moving. We know about this because, well, NASA said they suspected that the vibrations from the crawler transporter and the movement from the crawler transporter was the reason why the hydrogen leak happened. In short words, there. But the vehicle stabilization system is there to make sure that the vehicle SLS doesn't like tip around and move back and forth towards the launch tower or towards the ground. We do not want that. The rocket tipping over would be not great for going to the moon.
Well, for anything really. Let's hope it doesn't ever tip over.
I mean, somebody would find that funny, like I wouldn't. I don't want that. Please attach the VSS.
Absolutely, please do. Let's go for another question. What have we got here? See lots of people asking why we haven't seen the rollout yet. We appreciate your patience. We're doing our best to keep you patient as well and keep you entertained while we're waiting for an update as well. There's a bit of a weather issue over in Florida. Just a little bit of wind that we believe has caused a delay so far. So we will get to the rollout when it starts to move. We're keeping an eye on it and we will update you as soon as we see any movement. We do have another question here from Ronald, who's asked, how solid is the solid fuel? I'm assuming they mean on the SLS. EJ, would you like to cover that question again?
Well, sure. Yeah. Okay. So some big words are going to come at you. So the solid rocket boosters are made out of ammonium perchlorate and hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene with aluminum flake stabilizers. Those are big words. These propellants, maybe this isn't the most scientific way to say this, but it's about the consistency of silly putty. Yeah, about that. And how they put them into the SRBs is they pour them, like similar to pouring concrete. Northrop Grumman would have the casing with a liner installed on the inside of the casing to make sure that the solid propellant adheres to the casing, right? On a stand, and they would pour it like concrete, and then it has to cure, just like concrete does. Same thing. You got to let it cure for a little while before you can move the thing around. But yeah, they also, just like concrete, I don't have a better way to say this. They shake the entire casing and to make sure that they induce vibrations into the curing propellants to make sure that all the air bubbles get out. But the aluminum is there to fill I didn't say proverbial, Brian. I was going to, but I didn't. To fill the gaps. That's what the aluminum flake stabilizer is there for. So yeah, we call it forbidden silly putty. Yeah, that's about the consistency. It's bad stuff for you. It is a really long chemical name. You don't want to get near that when it goes off.
And see, I thought it was peanut butter consistency.
Is there much of a difference between putty and peanut butter, Sawyer?
I mean,
there is. I guess it depends on the brand as well.
Yeah, right. Is it chunky peanut butter or creamy?
Right. Which I guess, given the flakes, it is on the chunkier side. But
I too like aluminum flakes in my peanut butter. Nope. Nope. Nope.
No, doesn't sound too pleasant. I've had a little nudge from Nathaniel who's saying, can we highlight the fact that Chris Hansen is the first Canadian to go to the moon and has traveled further than any other Canadian? Or will, Nathaniel, on this launch? You're right. We should really talk a bit about the crew. Now, they went into quarantine yesterday. Is that right, guys?
I'm trying to think it was yesterday or today, but yes. The crew of 4 of Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Jeremy Hansen all went into quarantine in Houston, where they will remain for the next 9 days. Then they will travel here to Cape Canaveral, where they will then go into the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, which is not only where they suit up, but it is also where the astronaut crew quarters is located for while they are quarantining here. It's worth noting, though, they're not stuck in... Did I say Chris Hansen? Sorry, Jeremy Hansen.
No, you did. It says Chris Hansen in the...
It said it on the crawl. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
keep going.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at the crawl as I was doing that. But anyway, so yeah, they will then quarantine in there, but that doesn't mean they're stuck inside. They will still be able to go out. In fact, many times we've seen the crews go out to the launch pad and do laps around their launch pad as a way to get an exercise. There's also the astronaut beach house, which is now basically an office facility, but they are still able to go out and do their thing there and be with their family and, sit by the ocean and do an outdoor kind of farewell with them a day or two before launch. So they're not confined to within the quarantine building. And of course, they also have simulators that they work with too.
Yeah, and there's also the multiple teams that are in quarantine at the moment. I believe the teams that support the launch have also gone into quarantine to make sure that nobody gets sick. Nobody wants to do that. It would be very, very horrible for them all if they did get sick. So thank you for that question. We'll make sure we continue to answer any of your questions that you have. Please send them in the chat. Just tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF, and I will make sure we read them out. We've had another question about what height is used for the wind constraints on the rollout. Is it the base or the top of the tower? That's a good question from Alan. Sawyer, I know we've got restrictions on winds. Are they measuring them at different depths and altitudes? I'm assuming so at this point.
It really doesn't have to do with what the winds actually are, as weird as that sounds. It's a lot to do with the forecast. Per the official weather criteria, I'm sure there are people out there with anemometer checking the winds. We've seen them do that in past rollouts, checking at some of the higher levels, of course, checking down. Each launch pad has its own kind of weather system attached with it. So there's one out at 39B, there's one out at 39A that I'm sure they're referencing both of those. But the official weather criteria is do not roll to pad if, quote, sustained wind is forecast to be greater than 40 knots or peak wind greater than 45 knots. So an interesting caveat there is not necessarily that the winds have to be within a certain limit. It's that the winds have to be forecast within a certain limit, although I'm sure they do take observations into account.
There you go. And we just saw the chair. There's lots of chat about the chair as well. The chair was in picture. It wasn't moving. So the winds really can't be that bad because we know it's on wheels. The chair is still stable. They're asking, is there a chair update? We don't know. At some point, we will replay you the rider of the chair who has probably made more movement so far today than the vehicle has in the VAB. We will update you when we know what's going on with the chair and the vehicle that we're seeing there, the beautiful SLS, when it starts to move out of the vehicle assembly building and head on out to the pad for where it will be launching, hopefully as early as April the 1st. But the window is open April the 1st through the 6th, and then it closes again until April the 30th. We don't know what's going to happen. We are hopeful, though, all the team is hopeful that we're going to see a launch in early April at this point. So we have had another question in the chat from Chris, who's asked, are the astronauts still training while the SLS is fixing its issues? Well, we believe the SLS has fixed its issues, but that's a good question. When they're in quarantine, what kind of training are they going through? Or are they just waiting and keeping themselves healthy at this point? Sawyer, do we know if they're going to be doing any simulator training at this point, or is it just a kind of rest and wait and see?
Yes, 1,000,000%, 1,000,000,000%. Yes, they will absolutely still be doing training. They do have simulators. They do have trainers down here in Florida. In fact, when they came to talk with the media, I believe it was towards middle of last year, they were just doing some training in some of the facilities that they have here at this operations and checkout area. So basically where they're going to be quarantining anyway, they will absolutely be doing that. While they've been in Houston this whole time, they've also been going through training, going through all the simulators, working with all the teams in mission control. So that it's not only keeping the astronauts fresh, but it's also keeping the ground controllers fresh, the launch controllers fresh, who have also been going through their own training and simulations here. The closeout crew in the time that it's been in the VAB have also gone out and re-practiced through an entire closeout procedure, which they said only took 2.5 hours, which is well below what it's expected to be. So all of that is part of the training, and they're going to basically keep doing as much as they can until the last possible moment.
Perfect. Yes, you've got to keep themselves busy as well. Nobody wants to get bored. And that does go into another good question from another Sawyer who's asking, does Artemis II have a backup crew? They do. They have a 2-person backup crew for this, I believe. And looking off the top of my head, I can't remember the names of the 2 backup crew members. Anyone remember the names of the 2 that are the backup crew?
It was, you got it.
Andre Douglas is the NASA backup crew member, and Jenny Gibbons is backing up the Canadian crew member, Jeremy Hansen. So, and this is actually kind of interesting because I think the way that they only have one backup crew member for the 3 U.S. astronauts, and so he'd said that they would kind of do like a volleyball rotation depending on which person, again, in this theory, this is a hypothetical, but if one of the 3 crew could not fly on the mission, that there would be a little bit of a rotation, and then Andre would probably rotate into I think into the mission specialist 2 seat, which is the one closest to the hatch.
I actually asked him about that. I was at the last rollout, believe it or not. I was talking with him about that. And yeah, he said that he would take Christina Cook's seat, which, as you pointed out, is the one right next to the hatch. So his training is specifically on needing to operate the hatch in the event of emergency. So if Christina gets sick, then, he just takes her spot. If Reed Weissman gets sick, then Victor Glover shifts to commander. Christina would shift to pilot. And then Andre would sit over in the mission special seat. And same thing, if Victor were to get sick, then Christina would still take his place, and then Andre would take the additional place. And of course, if Jeremy Hansen gets sick, then that's why there is a Canadian backup specifically.
And these guys have to go into quarantine with the crew as well. So this is quite a lot of pressure, even on the backup crew, ahead of the launch that hopefully will be happening in the next couple of weeks.
And they're also in the closeout crew as well. So when they're doing the closeout crew, you'll notice with the suits up there and the numbers, Jenny and Andre are both a part of it.
Absolutely. We won't be able to get very far without them. We've got another good question here from Liz, who's asked, will the route around the moon overfly any of the original landing sites? We haven't talked much about what we're going to be doing on Artemis II, and I think it's kind of good for a reminder for all of us what it is they're going to be doing for this launch. Philip, would you like to remind us what they're going to be doing on the Artemis II route?
Well, it's a lunar flyby mission. I guess that's actually the second part of it. Really, Artemis II. There were 2 test flights that were set up way back when SLS started. They're now called Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, where Artemis 1 was the uncrewed demonstration mission and Artemis 2 is the crew demonstration mission. And so the first day is testing out all of the new crew systems in Orion, so environmental control and life support systems, the crew displays, the crew hand controllers. They will do a 24-hour checkout in this intermediate orbit, which has a high point of about 74,000 kilometers and a low point of about 185 kilometers. And then they will do the lap out to the moon and back. And if I recall correctly, I think they were talking about they were expecting to see more of the quote unquote dark side of the moon, the side of the moon that we typically don't see here on Earth. That faces away from the planet. So I'm not sure if they will see any of the Apollo landing sites or not.
It's great to know that they will be going further away than most humans have before, and they hopefully will be reaching speeds that are much faster than what we saw with the Apollo era as well. I'd say much faster. Certainly aiming to be faster than the Apollo era as well. So it was a great question. Thank you for that. And again, if you've got any questions for the team, they are full of great knowledge, and we've got plenty of time while we wait to see what's going on with the SLS and its rollout today. So please do use their knowledge and ask us some great questions that we've got a few coming in on the chat. Philly fan in Titusville has got a really good question here. They're asking, how spacious is Orion? How much room does the crew have to move around during the 10 days of the mission? EJ, would you like to answer that one?
Yes, ma'am, I would. All right, so Orion, it's pretty big for a lunar capsule. You got to remember this thing. You just saw that mission graphic. This thing's going a long way. Space is at a premium. Now, with that being said, it's about the size of a walk-in closet, maybe. I mean, there's room for cargoes, room for 4 people. Orion even has a toilet, and I know or a head, depending if you like nautical terms. Now I know people are going to say, now I know what people are going to say. Like, wait, what do you mean it has a toilet? Does that imply that past spacecrafts do not have one? Yeah, the Apollo capsule did not have one. It was too heavy. They gave them Ziploc bags, and that's all I'm saying about that. Yep.
Yes, this is the first time we're going to see a spacecraft with a toilet leave Leo.
Yep, that's right. Hey, having the toilet's important. Orion's designed to stay out there for long periods of time. It's a capsule that's designed to loiter out beyond low Earth orbit. That's the kind of stuff you got to think about. I know it seems trivial, but I mean, I'd prefer it over a bag, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
Right.
And we've got a follow-up question on that from Dim Todd, who's asked, how big are the windows on Orion? It's an interesting one. I'm not sure anyone's got any measurements on them. Philip, Sawyer, any ideas?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if we have. I guess we'll have to go look. We'll have to go digging to see if they've given us those dimensions or not.
The windows are kind of a semicircle shape. I don't know if where my mind's at is I'm not sure. Do you want surface area? It's not very big. Think like a porthole on a ship, probably be about comparable. I don't know. Yeah, like Phil and Sawyer said, we don't have the exact dimensions. I can tell you what the window's mounted in. It's mounted in a 1-piece or 4-piece billet pressure vessel. Does that help? Orion's using a big aluminum pressure vessel, and they kind of, if you picture you had a pie, I don't know, picture your favorite pie, chat, what's your favorite one? You cut it into fourths, right? The conic part of Orion is made with 4 subsections, and they're all milled on they're billet aluminum that's milled on a 5-axis mill, which, I mean, if you're a machining nerd, yeah, it's a big deal. That's a complicated thing to make. But, yeah. The windows, yeah, I'd say like a porthole, something like that. It's not very large. You don't really need to look outside, but it does help being able to, right?
Absolutely.
By the way, Philip, when you were we did a tour at Michoud, I believe it was, where they were manufacturing, in fact, this exact tank. I believe they were working on finishing up the one for Artemis II, and we're working on Artemis III. Didn't you get a chance to see that machine that they used to make it?
I saw. I mean, I saw the panels that they made the pressure vessel out of. But I mean, I think so they have the ones that the commander and the pilot are looking out during in those seats. Typically during launch, they'll be sitting there, and then I think they also have a hatch window, and then they also have a docking window essentially. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I think even if you look online, I'm not sure if they've given us the actual dimensions for any of those windows. But I did see the windows that the commander and pilot are looking through are a little bigger than like the docking window or the hatch window.
But folks, if you do want to see that manufacturing tools that they used for that, and especially for the tanks and things like this, we did a video. I think that was 22 or 23. I don't remember when that was. But Philip, you were hosting that out there. Right here on the NSF channel, we have that video going through Michoud where they make the tanks and where they do a lot of this manufacturing. You should really go check it out. It's an oldie, but it's a really underrated goodie.
Love that. What a great way to get people to go back and check out some of the videos we've done in the past and get some bit more background on what we're looking at today. We are, of course, waiting for the SLS rollout from the VAB. We've been on air now for several hours waiting to see some movement, and we're not there yet. A lot of it we think is due to the fact that there is quite a bit of wind on the ground and the crews are working with an abundance of safety. And while we are waiting for some movement, we are going through our chats right now, and a big thank you to Mr. PC Scrapper for his $10 super chat. It comes with a question that says, so the zipline escape. As we all know, it takes a bit to get the astronaut in their seats button up. How are they expected to get out fast and down a line? Is there training that helps to expedite the time frame to escape? Does anybody want to tackle that question?
I'll take it. I got it. All right. So when you're putting the astronauts inside of the capsule, it's a slow process. Now, why is it a slow process? I mean, amongst other things, you don't want to puncture the suit. The 4 crew members on board, Jeremy, Christina, Victor, and Reed, they have they're called ACES suits. Forgive me, the acronym is escaping me right now. It's the orange spacesuits that NASA has been using on the shuttle since 1988. You don't want to puncture in those things. Part of ingressing into the capsule, or ingress is the fancy space word for getting inside. Part of capsule ingress is, well, A, making sure you don't puncture the suit, like I said, and B, making sure that there's no leaks in the suit. So it is a little bit of an involved process. Also you got to make sure your tray and seat back is in the upright and locked position. It gets a little violent during launch. So you're worried about making sure that your suit doesn't pop and making sure that it doesn't have any leaks. That is a little bit of an involved thing. That is not something you are worried about if you need to get away from the rocket quickly. Nope. Run. Get out as quick as possible. If you puncture the suit, so be it.
Yeah, the ACES suit, it stands for Advanced Crew Escape Suit, just so everyone knows.
Alex in the back channel coming in clutch. Thanks, man.
And I'm also going to give a shout out really quick to someone I saw in chat there, Taylor Hose, who you will see them on launch day wearing the number 1 on their suit out there as part of the closeout crew, who noted that they practice 2 to 3 times a year for emergency egress. So they do test for that.
Very important for them to know exactly what to happen.
They came up with a new acronym for the Orion suit. It's now the Orion Crew Survival Suit. So, but it is based on the shuttle ACES suit.
Ah, nice little bit of trivia there. Thank you, Philip. I always appreciate it when somebody updates us. I know that the ACES has been around for a while. It's been since the old SDS. I think it was in the 60s. I'm going to Google that one quickly. When we started using the ACES. So yeah, it's always interesting to hear that they've
for
updated.
STS 1 through 4, and then they used them all for STS 26 onward, at least the orange pumpkin suits that we're used to seeing. But
And those
yeah,
suits are derived from the SR-71 spacesuits too. Yeah, needed a spacesuit to fly the SR-71. It goes pretty high up there for the av geeks. You know.
Oh yeah. But also, yeah, I'm so used to the old shuttle acronyms. Like, I still call them the ROFIs, even though what's the acronym now, Philip?
H buoys, so hydrogen burn off igniters, very generic.
That's it, yeah. Come on, ROFI sounds so much cooler.
Yep. Sawyer, I'm the same way. That's why I called it ACES. You know what? I know that the new suit is called something. My mind defaulted to it because shuttle.
Versus Oaks versus Aces.
Taylor, if you're willing, is there a slang term for these suits? Because I don't want to call it OCSS all the time. Like, can we call them like Bill or something? Like, oh yeah, that's the Bill suit.
Pumpkin 2. Electric
Pumpkin, I was going to say, they're known as the pumpkin suits, right? We'll just stick with that. Pumpkin 1, Pumpkin 2. All right, guys, for those who are just tuning in, you are with Alice Carruth. I'm your host for this evening, talking through the SLS rollout from the VAB going out to Launchpad 39B. I'm joined by EJ, Sawyer, Philip, and Julia, at least for the next 10 minutes with Julia, who then has to clock off. And then I think we're going to have a few others that are going to be dropping off in the next coming hours. We are still waiting to see some movement from that VAB building. We are thinking at the moment the cause of the delay is the weather, and we are holding and waiting patiently for more information about when we're going to see the vehicle start moving on the crawler. In the meantime, we are going through your questions, and I want to say a huge thank you for keeping and staying with us this evening and keeping us entertained with your chair comments. I was going to say that there was a good comment on here earlier about the lunar toilet that's going up to the moon. That was possibly one of the best comments of the evening, but the chair ones earlier possibly took that. But Dances with Mules said, is it safe to say that this toilet will be gone where no toilet has been before? Yes, is the simple answer to that question. Boldly. I did love that. Boldly gone to where the toilet has gone before. Beyond Leo. I loved that. So thank you, Dances with Mules.
I'm just going to interrupt here a second. That vehicle that you see moving in the front is one of the water trucks.
Ooh, how exciting.
And from what we can see here, there's more than one of them that's moved. So water trucks are maybe getting into position here, which, as we've talked about, that is done in front of the vehicle as a way to, well, basically wet the rocks down, because the crawler transporter is going to crush the river rock as it goes over it, which will help to dampen the load as it goes across. So, of course, it's great for that, but it's also going to kick up dust. But if it's already wet down ahead of time, that helps reduce the amount of dust that it produces and kick up that could then get into the gears and worms and cogs and stuff.
Absolutely. And as we talked about earlier, Julia went and looked up how many gallons of water those water trucks carry. It is 4,900 gallons of water in those trucks that are going to be wetting down that route from the VAB building out to the launch pad.
And they rotate through them. So, yeah, that's a lot of water.
A lot of water to keep things going and moving in the right pace, which is really great to see. Hopefully, we're keeping things crossed that we're going to see some movement soon. It's a good sign.
I'm looking at around the pedestals, and the crawler transporter has already lifted the platform off the pedestals, but we would still want to look to see. I saw a couple of people walking around there. You'd want spotters in place as they start to move to make sure that everything clears okay. So I'm kind of looking around. I thought I saw somebody over on the one on the right, and we do see some more people looking out over the edge of on the mobile launcher base as well. So yeah, we should see some more movement around the corners of the platform before we see first motion.
All very positive signs. Julia, are you still hiding out in your vehicle away from the wind?
Yeah, I am. I'm looking at the flag. The flag is still waving. I've taken a couple walks just to, keep moving, staying awake. But yeah, that wind is still doing the wind thing, further heightening the chances of folks like Max, closer to the crawler way, getting a shower this evening.
We will, of course, update you if Max does get his shower, just as we will update you if we see that chair moving again, which has caused so much fun in the chat this evening. A few people are asking what the update is on the chair. Do we know an update on the chair status, team? Can we still see it? Is it still there?
Is it there? Is it safe? I don't know. Sorry.
We're too busy looking at the flag moving. It's good to see you.
I do like what I see there. It's nice.
I do have a few more good questions that have come in the chat, and we will get through them while we are waiting to have any movement, any signs of movement from the VAB.
By the way, I just was, as we saw the flag, I just immediately thought gave proof through the night that our chair was still there. New national anthem, calling it now.
Love it. We need that on a t-shirt. Team, Lindsay, we're just throwing it out there. As it's the 250th anniversary year of the USA, why not? Well, you could definitely lean into both of these things that are going on right now. So back to those questions in the chat. We've just had a great one come in from Salzburg Hoghor. Where did these people come up with their names? I do not know. It asks, do you think we can see them flying to the moon like we could look at the ISS flying by? That's a really good question. Are we able to track them when they do the route around the Earth? I believe we will be, depending on where you are, obviously.
I mean, I think it's going to be a little more difficult given the fact that the ISS is only 250 miles, or what is that, about 350, 400 kilometers above the Earth? 400, yeah. This is going to be a lot higher. This is going into an orbit with a very low perigee to begin with, or closest point to Earth, and a very high apogee, so farthest point away from Earth, so that when it does do TLI, the translunar ejection burn, it already has a bit of a head start and can also, if something does go wrong, get them back quicker. So that is part of it. It is also a heck of a lot smaller. And yes, it still has the 4 solar arrays, which is nice, but when it's further out, it's a lot smaller and it doesn't have as much reflective stuff to be able to bounce off and be as bright as a light. It's going to be a lot more dim. Because when the shuttle flew, you could see the shuttle, but that was also, again, low Earth orbit. So I don't know if we will, but they did state that for the first time ever, we will have a call from space in Earth orbit to space around the moon. The crew of the ISS will have a call with the Orion crew while they are in the sphere of influence of the moon. So that will be really cool as a first ever.
Absolutely. And a great question. It's always nice when people ask. You know, we were all wondering it. I would say there is a whole call at the moment for citizen trackers, I believe, through NASA. You can always get involved in that as well if you're interested in, and you've got a good telescope to be able to track them too. Let's see what other questions we got in here. There's some really good ones here about diet. Okay, from this one here. Let's go with this one. What are the diet restrictions for astronauts before launch, I'm assuming, not lunch, and flying to the moon? I'm assuming they're on quite a strict diet right now because they don't want to upset their stomachs too much. Does anybody know what kind of food they've requested? Because I know there's always favorites with the NASA astronauts.
Well, I know that there's, before launch, I mean, the traditional was always steak and eggs and cake. But I will say, and I'm sure you can infer why, I don't have to go into detail, but they tend to do a higher fiber diet, low residue diet, shall we say, to speak. So that is part of the reason why. But Julia, I believe you have more insight, at least for once they are in space. Because, of course, before space, they still want high protein. They want things that are still healthy for them. And then again, closer to launch, low residue. But once they're up there, I think they actually announced finally what the crew menu might be this time around for Artemis II, which is something they rarely do.
I did find a lovely graphic that talks specifically about food and this mission, and there are 189 unique menu items. Looking at the bottom of this graphic, what will satisfy the crew's sweet tooth? Clocking in at number 1 is cookies, so just saying there. But the most common food items are ones that we also happen to find on the International Space Station, leading off with tortillas. Tortillas are a great vehicle for food on space missions because low crumb count. But we do have a good variety of proteins. We have almonds and cashews. We have breakfast sausage in there, of course. 5 Canadian products, including maple syrup, which, of course, we have maple syrup on this mission, and 43 cups of coffee to power the crew. So let me know in chat if you see some of your favorites on there. I'm a fan of the pineapple drink, of course, the cookies, macaroni and cheese is on board. So there's lots of options, including spices to your culinary delights.
I'm a little disappointed, Julia, that poutine is not on the Canadian product thing there. That's just a shame.
It doesn't say which 5 Canadian products, does it, though? It just says 5 Canadian products. It does say maple syrup, which I don't want to be stereotypical, but come on, it's Canada.
You've got to have Canadian bacon. You know, I've lived over here in the US now for very many years, and I have to admit, I still prefer Canadian style bacon to American style. Sorry, guys.
Ooh, that would break back stars, but
I know, but you know, okay. I also live on a diet of tortillas. I live in New Mexico. You know, that is a staple of all of us here. So it balances out, right? It does balance out. I just want to give a massive
on the list.
No bacon.
I don't see bacon on the list. There's breakfast sausage. There's vegetable quiche.
Now remember, there are 189 unique menu items, so there are surprises that are not on the list, y'all. But I will agree.
And
Poutine
also
would be a good choice.
Yeah, because there's senses of taste change out there. Because if you ever notice, when astronauts go to space, their faces get super puffy. That's because gravity normally makes it so that the blood goes down through your body. But with less gravity, that doesn't really work as well. So they get puffy faces, which makes their sinuses stuffy, which changes their sense of taste if anyone's ever gotten a head cold. So there are 5 different hot sauces that will be flying around with the crew, because it's been shown that spicy foods do much better for a crew. It becomes one of their favorites. And one of the top quote-unquote sellers from the people I've spoken to at Johnson is the shrimp cocktail.
Of course, absolutely. And a spicy sauce is also a staple of my diet. I don't blame them. I'd be wanting to have that too. And I have got a couple of shout outs to say thank you for the super chats. First one was from Shazbert, who said, so no spicy crawfish for their diet. As we just mentioned, shrimp cocktail was on there. So, you know, maybe not crawfish, but shrimp kind of counts, right? Another massive thank you to Hop Hayes, who got a $5 super chat, which was really great of them to be able to come in. And another one from Ethereal's Wordsman number 3, who says, there's a question that goes with this super chat. Would it be at all possible that they could replace SLS's RS-25s with a modified BE-3U version? I know it won't happen, but could it work? I know both the 3Us and RS-25s crushed the RL-10s in thrust. Anybody want to answer that question? I'm going to throw that one out to our experts between EJ and Philip. Would you like to answer that question for Ethereals?
Phil, I got this, buddy. I got this. All right.
Okay.
So theoretically, yeah, I guess you probably have to go changing around a lot of things. You'd have to adapt the B3 or B3U to work to jive with SLS's brains, basically. I mean, that can be done. I think the big problem here, the big upper limit here is the B3U. It makes 700 kilonewtons of thrust. That's pretty good. But the RS-25s are making 2,400 kilonewtons. You're going to see an extreme hit with gravity losses if you're doing something like that. The B3U is really a better upper stage. Now, better upper stage engine. Now, it's funny because the shuttle engines are also a good upper stage engine, but that's the interesting thing about those RS-25s, right? They light at T-minus 6 seconds right before ignition, or right before booster's ignition, right? Then they go. The shuttle engine, because it was designed for the space shuttle, is kind of a hybrid. It's not an upper stage engine. It's not a first stage engine. It's kind of a combination of both. There really is nothing like that around. I think the only thing that would even be remotely comparable is Raptor, but you're not I was about to say you're not putting Raptors underneath there, but I mean, you'd need to do a lot of tweaking, particularly with tank size, but that'd be kind of cool to see, but I don't think so. That's a good question, Ethereal. I do like it. Phil, anything to add?
I think Phil's been caught up on that one.
So I'll take that as a no. All right, cool, sweet.
Nothing to add. Before we get to our next chat, I would like to say a big thank you to Julia, who I believe is about to sign off. Julia, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
It has been a pleasure talking food, talking chairs, talking plywood, and talking about when hopefully we will see this vehicle roll out. Although I have a feeling it will be rolling out while I am sleeping my not as fun day job.
Well, hopefully it'll be out before you wake in the morning and you'll be able to watch it finally make the last part, because it could be a good 8 to 12 hours before it finally reaches its mark. Thank you, Julia. I do appreciate you joining us this evening. All right, we will go to the next super chat question. A big thank you to Hop Hayes from Indy, who's asked, why can't SpaceX lease out SPMTs to move the SLS to the pad? Would it be at least twice as fast and easier on the road too, right? Well, that's a good question. What do you guys think?
You got to remember, this is like moving the old super heavy and Starship on top of it. I do not think that any combination of SPMTs could move that much mass. You would it's just the power plants, right? Like, you can hook up as many SPMTs as you want, Alice. Like, they're like Legos. You could just keep clicking them together, but you can click as many of them as you want together. But you need power plants. That's the thing that's on the end that's kind of tilted up on the SPMTs when we see, booster rollout and Starship rolls out. You can only have so many power packs. And those power packs are designed to generate, they have a power takeoff that generates hydraulic pressure to move the motors, to make this SPMTs go up and down. I really don't think there's any combination here that could move it. I mean, maybe. Like, I don't want to say that for sure. Like, I'm sure you could figure out a configuration that might work, but the crawler transport is right there and it's brand new, and that works. So
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right?
We love the crawler. I think it's an amazing feat of engineering. So nice idea, but we're going to say no to that. I'm going to go to one last super chat, which I'd love to be able to call out. So thank you to Hype Orb System for their super chat. And they have a question. Oh, no, they don't. They just have a statement. They just say he's a long-time rocket nerd, and Sawyer says that Enterprise is the best shuttle. Would you agree?
No, absolutely not. It didn't go to space. I mean, I will say, I am very special to it because the Intrepid Museum is amazing. And I know Sawyer Flex, I did work on the exhibit with the education department for the initial exhibit, the one that had the inflatable roof that turned out to not be a great idea with Hurricane Sandy. But it does have a special place, but even more special in my heart is Endeavour, which is the best shuttle because it was the first one I ever saw launch. It carried patches of mine into space. I'm really close family friends with one of the crew members who flew on Endeavour on STS-130, which was my first launch. It did Hubble repair missions. It did a lot of ISS stuff. I mean, come on. Best shuttle.
Challenger.
Ooh. Just throwing it out there? Any reason?
Well, and Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour's designs are all based off of Challenger. Challenger was like shuttle version 1.1. Without that, Endeavour can't exist. And Endeavour was made out of spare parts, Sawyer. Come on.
I think Sawyer was agreeing that Endeavour wasn't the best.
was the best. No mistaking that.
Oh, okay. Was.
Except right now when you're mistaking it. No, I'm just kidding. Moving on.
Moving on. Guys, I think it's time for a bit of a check-in. What are we seeing on the ground? For those of us that are just joining, thank you for joining us. Unfortunately, we don't have much of an update so far. We are still waiting for the SLS to roll out of the VAB. It's been a couple of hours now of us waiting for an update from NASA. Sawyer, what are we seeing on the ground?
Well, right now, what we're seeing is what you're seeing. We have the water trucks kind of there and waiting. You got the people at the base of the rocket. It looks like especially over by the vehicle's right, Canaveral left treads over there, which is where they had those plywood that they were putting down earlier, the one that at one point flew away. I think we're just waiting for spotters to get into place and see this thing finally move, but at least everything appears to be in position, so the second they get the go, they can go.
We're all just patiently waiting for that moment. At the moment, we've been seeing much more entertainment coming from, like you mentioned, the plywood and the chair. You know, we have to entertain ourselves sometimes when we're waiting for things. Space is hard. It takes a while for these things to happen, and we will just keep yourselves entertained in the meantime. We've been going through your questions. Thank you so much for submitting them. If you want us to answer anything, just at NASASpaceflight or at NSF in the chat, and I will do my best to make sure we ask those questions to this incredible team that are here with you this evening while we wait for the SLS to roll out of the VAB. I do love this. For those who weren't watching earlier with the chair movement, it's great to see that Skipper Joe 4419 has said, could they be installing a chairlift? It's a good question. We just don't know. That chair has entertained us this evening, so thank you so much for the people at NASA who are moving that chair for us. We think they were listening to your chat at the time. We really do. We do have a couple of more questions that I will make sure I get to as well. We've just had a super chat come in. Thank you so much. We love it when you guys send us super chats. We really appreciate the support. This question has come in from Matthias. It says, what modifications were made on Orion's heat shield after the issues identified on Artemis I? Who out of the team would like to answer that one? EJSD, you're unmuted.
Okay. Yeah. I have things to say about this heat shield, but we'll save that for a flame trench or something. So honestly, nothing. There's no modifications mechanically to the heat shield. They didn't do anything to it. What Orion, because it was already made, that's the real big important thing here. What Orion is doing is flying a different re-entry trajectory than Artemis I. It's flying on a much... it's, you know, if you know a little bit about reentry, it's a little bit spicier than the Artemis I reentry, but that spicier reentry is going to work better with this design of heat shield. Now, if we want to sit here and talk about the mechanical properties of blocked avcode ablator, we could do that. I mean, Alice, like, if this thing doesn't move, if you guys want me to go more into that, you let me know.
Do it. Why not?
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, we got nothing but time, I guess. So
it's true.
Yeah. Orion uses a blocked avcode ablator, which is basically where if you picture a heat shield, it's kind of a conic shape. And avcode is the ablative material that they make it out of, and they make it in chunks. Now, Apollo was not made in chunks. Apollo, they manufactured the entire heat shield as one contiguous unit. What they did to mechanically hold the avcoat together, they used a fiberglass honeycomb. If you picture like honeycombs in your mind, they put a honeycomb fiberglass matrice over the entire heat shield, and then had basically, because it's the 60s, they had a guy with an avcoat injector that looks like a caulking gun that you'd get from a hardware store, sit there and be like, yeah, inject all 35,000 holes on this with a blader by hand. Now, the Apollo program's heat shield had a couple of things going for it. Because it was one contiguous unit, the fiberglass honeycomb went all the way from one side of the heat shield to the other. It covered the entire thing. It was less susceptible to charring and spalling. During the Artemis I mission, the heat shield started to come apart. It started to come unglued. Not unglued. That's not the right way to say it. It's not a tile. It started to come apart. They had pressure get behind the avcoat, and because it was made in blocks, these blocks don't have that fiberglass matrice kind of reinforcing them. So the Artemis I heat shield kind of came apart a little bit more than they expected. It's called charring and spalling. So the Apollo heat shield, to be fair, did char and spall, but the reason why NASA switched to a blocked avcoat where they manufacture it in chunks and then fit it together kind of like puzzle pieces instead of like building one big heat shield is because building one big heat shield is way more time consuming. I mean, when I say I have things to say, I would argue that time consuming doesn't matter if the heat shield doesn't work. which is kind of need that. I don't know. Maybe you don't. Maybe I'm wrong, Alice. Maybe you don't. So by the time they figured this out by looking through the flight data of Artemis 1, right? The Artemis II heat shield had already been made. So the solution was to fly a different trajectory that's going to a little less spicy reentry, but I mean, it is the reentry trajectory that they've done has a shorter period of heating, but a higher peak heating. So it's going to get hotter than the previous heat shield, but it's for a shorter period of time because it's a little bit of a steeper-ish trajectory. They're flying the trajectory of Apollo 2. They are flying very similar, or Apollo. The trajectory, sorry, it's getting late. I apologize.
I get it.
Right. The trajectory of Artemis 2 is very similar to an Apollo reentry trajectory from the moon. Now, the Artemis 1 reentry trajectory skipped. It skipped off of the surface, went back up into space for a second, and then came back down. The reason why NASA wanted to do that is because they thought it'd be a little bit nicer on the heat shield. Turns out that that is going to increase your overall period of heating, but your peak heating will be lower with that type of trajectory. But because of this, because it skipped back up into space, it actually caused more charring and spalling, which is very interesting. So Artemis 2 is going to fly on a trajectory that's pretty well known. All the Apollo missions flew on this trajectory. But yeah, the heat shield between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 is not changed at all. It's the same, mechanically, it's the same heat shield. Artemis 3 is going to have a redesigned heat shield that's designed to fly that quote-unquote less spicier reentry trajectory where they skip off the atmosphere. So, yeah.
It's spicy, the technical term.
Yep. Spicy gets the point across, I think,
I do. I appreciate that, EJ. And we've had a comment saying that they could listen to you talk all day about engineering. And I have to say, I completely agree. We've got a great team here. We're able to give you updates.
Follow him on Twitch then. Follow him over on Twitch, EJ_SA. He does that.
There you go.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but there was a lot of people that have started moving around again, finally. It went from nothing to now you've got people standing up on the platform there up at the top of the mobile launcher. You've got a bunch of people at the bottom. We had some trucks turn headlights on. There's people jogging around. This is the most activity we've seen in a while. It doesn't mean they're going to move now, but this is a good sign. I'm going to say that. We finally see trucks and things turning on and people moving.
We've got Sawyer. I feel like you're predicting that we're going to see movement very soon. So stay with us, guys. We appreciate.
I'm trying to will it into existence at this point. The fact that there's people on, like Philip, you mentioned there was a couple things that we need to look for, and a lot of that was, spotters and things on the corner, right, Philip? What do we need to look for?
Well, how about plywood?
Please explain to those who missed it earlier, what is the plywood for, Philip?
It's basically to protect the floor of the VAB and other areas on the way out that are not crawlerway, covered with crawlerway rocks. I'm trying to spit that out. And so, yeah, they put that there. And EJ was talking about this earlier about the plywood. They sacrifice the plywood. It's sacrificial plywood to spread out the load and protect the floor of the VAB until the whole mobile launcher and crawler get through the doorway.
And there you go. So that's what we're waiting to see, those movements again. Hopefully the plywood won't be flying away like it was earlier and keeping everybody entertained on the live stream. While we are waiting, because we are waiting at the moment to see the SLS be moved out of the vehicle assembly building to the launch pad, we will be going through some of your questions that are coming in on the chat. And there's been some great ones. Thank you so much for staying with us and keeping us entertained this evening while we're waiting for some movement. We're going to go to this one here from BR8801. It asks, can the team explain the announcement regarding Starship and Orion docking in Leo and Starship doing the TLI? Do I understand that right? Or are you saving it for Flame Trench? Yes, that's been a really good question. Obviously, we know that they have changed what's going to happen for the next Artemis mission. I'm going to throw this one to Philip. Could you explain to us what is going to happen with Artemis 3 and 4 and the changes that we have heard from NASA over the last few weeks?
There was what happened is they inserted a new mission in between Artemis 2 and what was Artemis 3. They basically Artemis 3 being the first lunar landing of U.S. astronauts since 1972, is now Artemis 4, and they inserted this low Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test between Orion and one or more lunar lander providers to be determined later, I suppose. But then we did see a story today talking about the possibility of doing something similar with Starship for the actual lunar landing. So it would be the Artemis 4 mission, presumably, where instead of both Starship and Orion going out to the moon and then doing a rendezvous and docking there, they would rendezvous and dock in actually, I don't know from the story whether or not, because I can't get past the paywall, but they would rendezvous and dock in Earth orbit, and then Starship would perform the burn to transfer from Earth to the moon, and then do the additional burn, the lunar orbit insertion burn, to go from a preliminary orbit into the low lunar orbit, and then Orion has enough performance to get from low lunar orbit back to Earth. So in between there, the Starship would undock, go down and do the landing and surface mission, and come back up. The crew would transfer back to Orion, and then Orion would come home. So that would be different, because you would no longer really be using the SLS capabilities, the lunar capabilities of the system. It would essentially be doing something that we see Falcon and Vulcan and Falcon Heavy and New Glenn to some extent doing right now. So I think that's part of it. And then the other question I had from this story today was these were changes that NASA solicited from both SpaceX and Blue Origin to accelerate their schedule. Because what we'd heard back in October was that SpaceX, actually, and then we just heard this in the Inspector General report that came out last week, which was back sometime in that late summer timeframe, SpaceX told NASA that they would not be able to make the earlier lunar landing date, and they were going to be closer to the end of 2028. So the question now is, how does this new proposal to have Starship do the translunar injection burn and take Orion all the way from the Earth to the moon, how does that accelerate the SpaceX schedule to be ready to fly that mission in early 2028? But that's the idea, at least from what we can gather from either the story or the social media posts talking about the story, is this proposal to, instead of doing the rendezvous and docking around the moon, to do it around Earth.
Yep. We're still kind of waiting for all the details of all of that as well. I was just watching as you were answering that question for us, Philip. There seems to be a lot of plywood going out. I know Sawyer is moving. He's going to reset to make sure he's picking up exactly what's happening coming out of the VAB. Are we thinking that this is going to be the start of the movement for today? Are we going to see the SLS roll out of the VAB? What do you think, EJ?
I'd say that's a good sign. I'd say it's an even better sign that it's not blowing away.
Yes, absolutely. For those who weren't watching the stream earlier, it was blowing around in the VAB. The plywood and the chairs have made more movement than the vehicle itself, which is possibly a good sign that they are the ones moving and not the vehicle in the wind. It is what it is, but it's definitely good to see that there is a lot of movement going on. We're keeping an eye on it. As soon as we start to see it move, I promise we will get you that update. In the meantime, we've got a couple more super fans. Thank you so much to Karen, who's a big fan. She sends hugs from New Jersey. We appreciate you, Karen. And I would also like to comment a few others. We've had one person asked, who's the new commentator? So Rocket Dog. Well, I should probably introduce the team. We've been on for a little while now. I'm Alice Carruth. I am hosting for you today. With me, I also have EJ, Sawyer, and Philip. And I'll let them introduce themselves. Well, EJ, why don't you start?
Hello, I'm EJ. I stream on Twitch and I play too much KSP. I am a KSP-aholic. My fault.
Philip.
I'm Philip Sloss. I occasionally write for NSF NASASpaceflight, and I now have a YouTube channel myself.
And I don't know if Sawyer is currently moving, but I will let him introduce himself when he's able to. At some point, I think he's currently on the move. So thank you for asking those questions. We always appreciate your support, and thank you very much for sending us that money. It's always nice to have that extra support on there as well. While we are waiting for everything that's going on in the VAB, we've been going through the questions that have come through. If you would like to ask a question of the team, please just tag us at NSF or at NASASpaceflight in the chat, and we will answer those questions as quickly as we can. We've had one question that's come through a couple of times now from Goat Lilies that asks, do you think one day the crawler will be in a museum? Does it have that kind of status? I'm going to put this to you guys first. I've got an opinion on this, but what do you guys think? EJ?
I think if they did retire them, and I'll admit that would be an extremely sad day, they deserve some type of museum status. With that being said, they were built here. They were built at the VAB. I'm not sure where you're moving that.
It's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, it's...
they are the size of a baseball field is what I believe, if you're going to... put it into an American measurement standards. So they are rather large. You'd have to have a very large museum to be able to put them on display.
So for the people that don't know what a baseball field is, if you're watching overseas, it's about 30 meter by 30 meter. It's big. This is a big piece of equipment. With that being said, Alice, you know what? I don't want to see these in a museum. I think the best place for them is doing exactly what you see on the screen.
Good point. Philip, what do you think?
I mean, I think that's kind of that is the sort of problem is how would you get, we were just talking about putting plywood down to protect the floor of the VAB or some of the roadways. There are a couple of breaks in the crawlerway where the roads, they have to put plywood down there. I mean, the act of moving it to a museum, and I assume it would have to be local, would probably put a lot of, unless they can score some good plywood, I don't know where they're going to be able to move it. So we saw with the Apollo mobile launchers, they salvaged some of the steel for the shuttle fixed service structures, but we saw those. I remember, I think in the 80s, some save the mobile launcher. What would you call them? People were trying to save them somehow, and we saw this. We saw them. They had to scrap them, and we just saw that they just had to scrap the 2 of the 3 shuttle mobile launcher platforms because they're so big. It's I'm not even sure how you would move them someplace outside of the area.
Yes, rather large, an amazing engineering feat. So we are all big fans of the crawlers here, and thank you for that question. We are still watching the coverage at the moment. We're seeing lots of movement, certainly much more than we have seen since we started covering the movement at 8 o'clock this evening, which is when NASA initially said that they would be rolling the SLS out of the VAB building and down to the launch pad. So we are currently several hours into this waiting period, making sure that we know what's going on with the SLS. It is obviously planning to launch hopefully as early as April the 1st, although we have a window that runs on April the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, and we hope to see it.
Looks like diesel exhaust.
Ooh, yeah.
It looks
like Fire me up. Let's go.
We don't want to fire the rocket while it's inside the VAB, though, do we?
No. The diesel engines. Yes. No. Not that one. We don't want that.
Not that one. Come on, let's be honest. We are seeing movement, which is a very, very, very positive sign for all of us. We are excited to see that. We're excited to see all the folks that are wandering around on the screen. They're all there to support this massive engineering feat of moving both the crawler, the mobile launcher, and the SLS out to the launch pad, which we will keep an eye on. Nice to see all that gas, but we want to know what else is going on. We have got teams on the ground listening into the PA systems. When we know, we will make sure you are made aware of what's going on as well. And in the meantime, we're still going through some of your questions, which have been really great and kept us entertained. Another one about the crawler. Is it Hans or Fritz that we are seeing today? EJ.
I believe CT2 is Franz. And it is pumping you up. Yeah.
Pumping you up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
It's a great accent. I love that. There you go. So we answered that one for you. Let's see what else we've got in the questions. We've got a few more about food. We'll get to those in a little while. We were talking about the variety of food that they're going to be taking up on this launch, this mission to the moon, or around the moon, really, I should clarify. We should bring that graphic up in a little while and we'll talk a bit more about it. Okay, we have another great question from Ethereal. Let's see what Ethereal has asked. Do the current boosters still use P-band, and do they make the switch to HTPB for BOL? Also, fun fact, Soviet SRBs used magnesium instead of aluminum. I should say aluminium because I'm British, but I will go with the American aluminum. More energetic, but less dense. EJ, I feel like that's a particularly good question for you.
See, Ethereal, we were talking about this in chat. I might be misremembering. I am fairly confident the shuttle did use HTPB at some point. I'm pretty sure. They did use P-band, but I do believe some shuttle missions used HTPB. Now, in terms of the BOL boosters, I'm fairly confident those do as well. But yeah, I'm going digging. You sent me on a little bit of a tangent, which is why I haven't talked much. Go ahead.
I love it when people ask questions and we say, just hold. We've got time. We've had lots of time.
They do. Yeah, just so you know, at least the data sheet that we got at the test back in late June, the new booster design would be using HTPB. So, okay. What is it? Hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, all right.
So I'm just reading it off the street. I don't know, but yeah. So. Yeah, it's one of the interesting things I learned at that test is that the motor diameter is not exactly the same as the shuttle cases. It's slightly larger, 146 versus 148 inches for the BOL boosters. But of course, we don't know whether those are ever going to fly at this point.
Awesome. And another crawler question that's come back in, which I quite like the idea. Can you explain how the crawler is powered? Either of you want to tackle that question for us?
So, yes, this is my favorite question because I am a little bit of a train nerd, okay? So, the crawler transporters have two Alco 251C V16 diesels in them. They make about 3,000 horsepower a pop. Now, I don't remember if the refurbishment for CT2 did include swapping the motors out, but I know that's what they have. They've had those in them for a long time. That is a locomotive engine, because the crawler transporter is essentially a diesel electric locomotive, but instead of, bogies and trucks, it has tank treads. Well, they're not tank treads. They're actually, the treads on the vehicle are derived from mining equipment. In fact, the contractor that made the original crawler transporters back in 1963 was Marion Power Shovel, a company that was known for heavy mining equipment. So, oh, wait, we got lights on. The lights turned on. The lights have turned on the water truck.
But nobody's home?
No, that'd be me, but yes.
I wasn't going to interrupt you, EJ. You were on a good little run there, and I was watching the vehicles light up, thinking, how exciting, we're seeing movement, but I was going to let you finish up. Did you finish your thought?
Yeah, for the most part. It's not an EMD, Akastar. It's an ALCO. Better than EMD. All right? I'm not going to talk bad about the company that made big boy locomotives, okay? Yeah. The engines that are powering the crawler transporters are made by the same company that made the Union Pacific Big Boy. It's a 4884 double articulated steam locomotive. It makes 6,000 horsepower. I love trains. All right, but we're here for crawler. We're here for rollout.
We are indeed, and we're seeing a couple of trucks move, and I believe they are the water trucks that we are seeing move around right now. There looks to be at least 3 of them. Am I right, Sawyer? What can you see?
I see 3 of them from where I am. Yep. Sorry if the wind is still a little rough here, but yeah, I see 3 trucks. I see that plywood vehicle, the forklift, is moving out of the way. So that is a good sign, unless they're moving it to the other side, but it looks empty. So this is boding very well.
It's all looking very positive. We have been waiting since 8 p.m. Eastern time to see the vehicle move out of the vehicle assembly building. And it's looking like we're finally seeing it. We believe that weather has been the cause for the delays so far. It has been rather windy over there on the coast. We are hoping that it's going to be nice and calm now for the movement of the SLS to roll back to the launch pad ahead of its launch, which is expected as early as April the 1st. Look at those vehicles go. We're seeing lots of movement. I'm very excited to see this.
Oh, yep. Water trucks are rolling out.
Water trucks roll out.
Yeah, it does feel a bit Transformers-esque, doesn't it?
What would the automaton version of a water truck be?
Waterfall. And
there you go. I like it.
Waterfall.
Love that. So we are watching it all move right now, getting it out of the way. Looks like the forklift trucks. I apologize. It is very late. It's late for all of us, even those of us that are a couple of hours behind. But we are seeing movement. We are seeing the movement in the right directions. That one's moving well out of the way. And we're just waiting for that water truck that looks like it's parked right in front. Oh, look, the lights have come on.
I got my shampoo and body soap. I'm ready.
Yes, we are expecting, because of the wind, so maybe Sawyer and Max, who are there on the ground, possibly getting a bit of a shower this evening. How windy is it for you, Sawyer?
Well, I'm a little bit further away. Max is right in the splash zone. That's the front seats at SeaWorld. But it's definitely calmed down dramatically from what it was before. It was very strong, and in fact, you could probably hear now that it's calmed down from what it was earlier when I was smack dab in the wind. So it's a lot calmer now, which is very nice to see, and I think that's probably why we're starting to see everything get into place to begin the move.
You did say that there was a PA warning system that came out that said that they are on a weather watch until 1 a.m., but it's looking like we're going to see movement before then, which is very exciting for us all to see. Yep. We are just waiting for that right now. And in the meantime, we have been going through your questions that are coming in on the chats. We thank you so much for keep staying with us. We really appreciate all the support. And we particularly want to give a big shout out to those that have been giving us super chats. Turtle Sanctuary came in with a super chat and a question for the team. Will there be enough fuel in the tanks for a flame trench on Friday? Will the chair be there? For those who don't know about the chair, we have been watching more movement from the chair that has been sat there outside the vehicle assembly building than we have seen of the SLS this evening. So it's been keeping us all entertained. At some point, we will get you a chair update. I'll ask Carson to see if we've got a nice shot of the chair. Is it still there? That's the question we're all asking, Carson.
But yeah, the terms of gas in the tank for a flame trench, for those who don't know, the flame trench is our Friday loosey-goosey news show, shall we say. It's the lighter version of our show where we get on camera and we talk about some of the major events that have been happening this past week in spaceflight. Of course, this week in spaceflight is where you get your actual serious news presented by Alicia, and that comes out right after the flame trench. But EJ, do we have enough in the tank for tomorrow?
Sawyer, I'm going to say yes, but it really depends on how long this goes. This could,
True.
I'll say yes. I'll say yes, and we'll leave it at that.
Although I think we already know what the cold open is going to be, and I think it's going to have to involve you because I can't leave my chair.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
It's writing itself for you both.
It really is. There we go. Cold open done for tomorrow. You got the sneak peek here, folks, who stayed up late with us.
We appreciate that, and we appreciate you guys. I call it more like the view version of what's going on in spaceflight. If you're interested in finding out more about it, join them tomorrow for the Flame Trench. We're still watching all this movement. There's lots more people here. This is much quieter than the first rollout. This is obviously the third time around for the SLS to be moved. It moved out in January to the launch pad. It moved back again when it needed to have a few little tweaks done to it. And now we're going third time's a charm to move out ahead of launch. NASA has announced that it won't be doing a wet dress rehearsal before launch day. It's first time it's going to tank the vehicle. They're hoping is the day that they can push the button to go. So we will be looking out for that as early as April the 1st. The team, the crew, should I say, are actually all in quarantine. I double-checked. They went into quarantine yesterday for 14 days, and about 5 days before the launch, they will be moving from Houston to Kennedy Space Center ahead of launch day, which is very exciting to see. And we're all got everything crossed that we will be seeing that as soon as April the 1st. If not, they've got backup windows on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I believe it's only the 1st and 2nd that will be daylight hours if they go at the earliest launch opportunity. The others are a little bit later at night. So you could end up staying with us on another late evening on this live stream for the launch day. We will be here, I promise, and we will be bringing you all the latest information about what's going on with it as well.
Can I come in with a brief update here?
Oh, exciting. Yes, please.
Yes, that public address announcement you hear behind me is telling people that the xenon lights will be turning on momentarily. So please do not look directly into the lights. The only time they turn those on is if they are getting ready for a launch out at the pads or if they have the light trucks out for rollout. So there's our answer if this thing is going to roll. They're turning on the xenons, folks.
Woohoo! Very exciting. Don't look into the lights, folks.
I couldn't help myself.
It's like Bug's Life moment where everyone's saying, don't look into the light. And I can just see that moth now flying towards it. I can't help it. It's so wonderful. Yeah, we're all there. We promise we won't look into the lights, but we are very excited to see some movement going on in the vehicle assembly building. Woohoo! Over at Kennedy Space Center, whether or not this SLS will be out by the launch pad in the next 8 to 12 hours, we will see, and we will do our best to bring you as much information about this whole rollout for as long as we can. I believe we've still got Philip here with us for the next few minutes at least while things are going on. He's waiting like we've all been waiting for what's happening. What are you most excited about with the Artemis missions, Philip, before you head out? I'm going to ask the same question to everyone else as well.
Well, for Artemis II, I think it's just seeing a crew fly on it for the first time. We saw some really nice pictures of Orion, going around the moon, and those really interesting pictures with the moon and Earth in the same frame. But it'll be cool to see crew and people head out to the moon again. Then obviously I actually thought about what we might see for the Artemis III mission, especially if Starship is involved and they have Starlink video link. We might actually get some really nice coverage from those cameras of a rendezvous and docking with Orion. But then obviously I think everybody's waiting to see the first lunar landing in a long time. So those are some of the things I'm looking forward to. And then from the techno geek part of it is just hopefully as much as we can learn about what they're doing to make those missions possible and how they make that happen.
Absolutely. EJ, what about you? What are you most looking forward to with the Artemis program?
It's, I'm not trying to parrot Phil, but it's, I want that landing. I don't know about you guys, Alice, I don't know about you. I've been dreaming about people going back to the moon since I could understand what the moon was. I've been a spaceflight fan for a long time. Philip, I know you have too. I want to get that. I want to see that landing. I need to see that in my lifetime, please.
Need to interrupt. They just gave the stand clear of High Bay 3 for first motion.
Woo woo!
Exact moment. They said yes. Stand clear in High Bay 3 for first motion of the CT. So we should be seeing first motion now momentarily.
Just remember, folks, this isn't a quick off the mark. This is the slow crawler. It will be moving at a maximum speed of 1 mile per hour. So we will see some movement. It's just not going to be a very quick movement at this point. Sawyer, I've thrown the question to everybody else. What is it you are looking forward to most with the Artemis program?
I mean, I've never seen a lunar landing in my life. Everything has been low Earth orbit, low Earth orbit. I was alive during the era of shuttle. So, I mean, I got to see the excitement of missions going to Mars. I remember before I was even a space geek, the excitement of when Spirit and Opportunity bounced on the surface of Mars and landed. That was the coolest thing. And the fact that I then got into space years later and both of them were still roving was amazing. I've been fortunate to see launches to other planets since then with rovers and Pluto and Mars and Saturn and all of that, and to asteroids, but nothing to our nearest satellite, nothing to the moon. I'm really looking forward to finally doing that, and this hopefully being the beginning of the end of being stuck in low Earth orbit. As Neil deGrasse Tyson used to say, to boldly go where hundreds have gone before is getting old.
Well said, Sawyer. Yeah, like I said, it's like I was saying before you interrupted for first motion. I am very much looking forward to that landing. We need to see that landing. It has to happen.
Absolutely. We're very excited to see it all come together, and we're excited to see all the international partners that are part of this as well. We always want to give a big shout out not only to Jeremy Henson, who's obviously a Canadian, who's going to be one of the first non-Americans to go around the moon, but also great to see the European involvement in building the SLS and parts and components as well, which is very exciting for all. So we are just waiting at the moment to see that first movement. I'm still waiting for the vehicle to come out of the way. I believe that's still a water truck that's parked in front of it. Once that starts moving, we'll hopefully start to see the crawler start going afterwards as well.
Yeah, I think we need to teach whoever's making the public address announcements the definition of the term momentarily.
They did get us right on the edge of our seats, didn't they? Speaking of seats, we've had quite a few moments with the chair this evening. We've still got requests for merch for the chair. Thank you, Alan. I will make sure we send that along to our amazing merchandise team, see what we can do for you for merchandise as well. And another great comment here from Brian, who says, when will we have an exclusive interview with the chair? That question. We all want to know who that person was that was also riding the chair earlier. It did look like a lot of fun. We all wanted to be there to join them while we were waiting for the movement from the SLS. There are lights. We are seeing lights. We are seeing movement. We are seeing things happening on the ground at Kennedy Space Center, at the amazing vehicle assembly building. And hopefully we will be seeing the SLS come out of the building soon enough. Won't use momentarily because we just don't know at this point, but it will be moving and it will be heading to the launch pad over at 39B at a very slow 1 mile per hour at top speed. So we could be looking at this moving for the next 8 to 12 hours. Whew. It's going to be a long evening for all those folks that are involved, and you can see there's a lot of them there that are part of this incredible engineering feat to move this enormous vehicle out to the launch pad. While we are waiting, we should go through some of the other great questions that are coming in. A big thank you to those that have come in on the super chat. We really appreciate the support. We've got a great question here for the super chat. What is the status of the chair? Yeah, we're all feeling that. Do we know what the status is of the chair? Is the chair still sitting outside waiting to be moved, or has the chair been removed? At one point, we wondered if the chair had been replaced. We didn't know if it was the original chair. Who knows? We will see what we can do when it comes to updating you with what's going on with the chair at some point very soon. Thank you for your super chat, and we appreciate that support. For those of you who've got other questions for the team, please do send them in the chat. Just tag us at NSF or at NASASpaceflight, and we will do our best to answer your questions. Like this one that's come in from TY Ava, who's asked, just got here. I'm extremely confused about the chair. Well, here's the thing. For the first couple of hours of us being here waiting for what was going on, we started the stream at around 8 p.m. Eastern Time. There was very little movement going on in the VAB, except for an office chair, which got a lot of attention from the team and a lot of attention from those in the chat. So it became a bit of an icon for the evening. We're all very excited to have seen the chair move. It moved more than the enormous rocket that was behind it. So very exciting. We will give you an update for those of you who are still following the story of the chair, or of those of you who missed the whole thing, I suggest you go and join them with the Flame Trench tomorrow, where they will be talking about the chair and its iconic status. So always great. Have a catch up then, because I'm assuming not all of you are going to be with us for the next 8 to 12 hours, because some of you might want to go to sleep at some point. I know we all do at some point, but we are very excited to finally see some movement. Flashing of lights. That's exciting to see. Sawyer, have you got any more updates on what you're seeing on the ground?
I mean, you could see what looks like kind of the puffs of smoke around the diesel engine areas, so maybe some of that's starting to kick up, but you could definitely hear more noise here now. It definitely sounds like things are picking up from the VAB, especially with the wind blowing in our direction. I can't tell exactly what the sound is that I'm hearing, but it's very possible that that is related to the motors or the engines or something over on the CT heading our way.
So, Sawyer, I went back and scrubbed through a little bit of the footage on the VOD. Just a second ago, the lights, actually, it's probably more like 5 minutes ago at this point, but just a second. Momentarily ago, yes, they, all the lights on the crawler transporter, those yellow lights that you see on the CT, or on the mobile launcher, excuse me, those, there's the lights on the track. The track inspection lights are turning on there. All the lights on the mobile launcher and the CT started to brighten up. That indicates higher voltage, full voltage going to the lights, which means the crawler transporter is out of accessory mode, so to speak, and she's in, the engine's at full power, and that means they're going to put it into drive here in a second.
There's the water.
Yeah, we've seen 3 different water tankers out there. They are all carrying around 4,900 gallons of water to make sure that they are helping with the route, making sure that they're keeping it compact. Look at all that water go.
Yep, see them going on and off. There goes the water.
I'm wondering about that light that's blinking on the third tread left to right.
What are you wondering about it, EJ?
It shouldn't be blinking, Alice. That's yeah, it shouldn't be doing that.
It's actually just saying the word chair in Morse code.
Yeah, it's
it's communicating with us. It's going crazy over the chair as well.
Yeah.
It looks like it's moving from here. I think we finally have first motion.
Are those tracks moving?
It looked like it started to move, at least.
We're all watching intently. Is that movement? Maybe that's what the flashing is, EJ.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm trying to
look in the tread in the bottom right by that person.
I'm trying to judge the treads against the line in the fence.
Yep.
We think we see movement. How exciting.
Oh, it's moving.
I can hear it now. Yep.
Oh, she's moving. Here we go.
Folks, you heard it here first. It is finally moving out of the vehicle assembly building and making its long trek to the 39B Launchpad area.
See, yes, it's 8 p.m. Eastern momentarily.
Yeah. I don't. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Alice. Sawyer, I don't think those 2 letters after the time means what they think it means. Eastern time? No.
We're finally getting a countdown clock. We have had a few people asking what was going on with that. We were waiting, like you all were, to have an update of when they were going to move. It was predicted to start at 8 p.m. local time. It's now currently well after 12 p.m. 22 minutes past 12 to be precise. We're about 4 hours after when we thought we were going to see first movement. But it is happening. It's very exciting.
Looks like they got that light to stay on there.
Well, we figure as things are starting to move slowly, let's answer a couple of the questions that are coming in on the chat. Kat has asked, is it backing up or moving forward? Does it need to turn around so that the control cabins are facing forward? That's a good question.
So the crawler transporter has two driver seats. One is facing east and the other one's facing west. Yeah, they're from our view, it would be on the left-hand side from this view. It's on the right-hand side of the crawler transporter. But yeah, there's two driver seats. You can swap back and forth. And the driver's seat does have a steering wheel. It's actually more of a tiller wheel, but yeah, there's a steering wheel. It's pretty cool.
Very cool indeed. That was a great question. Thank you for that. I always appreciate it when people ask good questions for everybody. We have another one here about the crawler from Woodshop 2300 that asks, how do they drive the crawler? Did they weld the cab of an old Chevy somewhere and wire it to the wheel and pedals, or what?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Woodshop. So we just had our camera zoomed in on the, I don't know, do we call it a cockpit? I would say operator control booth. Because this is the crawler. I would rule the crawler transporter as heavy equipment. Now, is this the cab of an old Chevy? No. The crawler transporter is a custom design. It is derived from heavy mining equipment. I said before, it was made by Marion Power Shovel. So we're not talking like, I'm going to go down to the hardware store and rent an excavator. No. We're talking heavy mining equipment, something that can move tons of earth. Credit where credit is due with NASA for thinking, out of the box there when they were trying to figure out how to move their, like 10 million pound Launchpad and rocket at the time, like to the pad. That's, that was a good call. Heavy mining equipment, man. It is a custom one-off design though. They did fabricate them right behind the VAB actually. Now, like I said, in terms of power plants, these CTs have two redundant V16 four-stroke diesels. They're an Alco 251C, and they make about 3,000 horsepower a pop. Those are going into 2,000 kilowatt generators, and those power the motors that you see on the trucks on either side of the crawler transporter. Like if you look, there's kind of two circular things that are on either side of the tank, on the inside of the tank treads. Now what those are the rotor brakes actually, but behind them is an electric motor, 375 horsepower, I believe. That's what Sawyer, that's what you were saying before. So
yeah, it's
one gigantic diesel power plant. That's what this thing is, with tank treads attached to it, which is pretty cool. It's awesome. I'm going to assume the control mechanism is probably derived from mining equipment, but yeah, she's a beast. Look at that thing. I mean, when we see this thing get a little bit closer to us, you'll see. Julia was in here. She had to go to bed, unfortunately, right? But Julia Bergeron was in here, and she was saying it doesn't get very good fuel economy. And you know what? She's absolutely right. But I'll say that getting 100 feet to a gallon or something, or 30 meters to a gallon or whatever. That's pretty good considering what you're moving here. There's 16 million pounds of launch pad and rocket on top of it. So, I'll take that. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good application of energy there, considering what you're moving.
Absolutely. Although Java Man has asked in the chat, can it do donuts? I think the answer to that one is, we hope not. We certainly don't want it to be doing donuts with the SLS on board. Another question that came, no donuts allowed.
I'd like to see it, but yeah, no, not when the rocket's on top.
A question from the country cooks even. Why do they need water? I think this is a great question for those who haven't caught up with what we were talking about earlier. Sawyer, perhaps you could give us a bit of a rundown about what is underneath the crawler on its route all the way out to the launch pad?
Yeah, so underneath it are special river rocks. At one point they are from Mississippi, at some point they're from Alabama. They're from different parts of the southeastern part of the U.S. there, but they're a special type of softer rock that, as the crawler goes over it, it will basically flatten it to a crisp and turn it essentially to dusty sand. So what they do is they water it ahead of time so that as it crushes over it, it helps the rocks to kind of absorb the load of the strength of just how much weight is pushing down on it. And the reason they put the water on it is because that will help limit the amount of dust that kicks back up. Because again, it's pulverizing this rock essentially. So rather than having it go back up into the engines, into the gears, into all the components, it's a way to kind of prevent more of it from kicking up than it has to. So it's special rock, and it's water that will make it so the special rock doesn't spread special dust as it goes.
Don't want any of that special dust going anywhere near that vehicle. And you can see that water vehicle, that water truck in action as it's spraying down the route as the SLS is starting to roll out of the VAB. And we've had a couple of super chats come in while we were asking those questions. Thank you so much for you guys who send us super chats. We do really appreciate the support always on this channel. From Imez Recon, is it feasibly, I think it's feasible, to refit the new mobile launcher for use with the standardized SLS? Anybody want to answer that question for us?
That's a Phil question through and through. Phil, you there, buddy?
Yeah, I got one more. Assuming that the new upper stage basically fits in between the SLS core stage and Orion and all of the Orion launch stuff, I think that really just comes down to adjusting. They may have to make some adjustments to the umbilical for that stage, and I think they should be able to modify Mobile Launcher 1 to do that. I think that's probably the plan, just because Mobile Launcher 2, even if you were just going to project it out with the exploration upper stage, it is still not done yet. So I think, again, we were talking about this earlier, about this being an exercise where they're trying to prioritize time, that they're I think hoping that they can make that work with Mobile Launcher 1. And then, really it's possible that the bigger questions are going to be how compatible it is with the SLS vehicle versus how compatible it is with the mobile launcher.
Great response. Thank you, Phil. And a big thank you to you for joining us this evening. I believe you're going to be signing off now. Would you like to say a little goodbye to everybody listening in tonight?
Yeah, thanks everybody for having me on the stream, and I hope to see you guys again, probably pre-launch. Hopefully that we're less than 2 weeks away from that now.
Fingers crossed. Yes, we hope so too. As we mentioned before, they have got a date as early as April the 1st for launch day. Those backup windows also run through till the April 6th. We're hoping to see something around that time between April the 1st and the 6th. You never know at this point. The next backup date is April the 30th, and they've not released any backup dates after that. So NASA is very, very excited and believes that they're going to be seeing things move in the right direction on time. We've had another super chat. A big thank you to Ort Cloud for your super chat. They ask a question. For an agency that specializes in chair forging. I think they were asking, do we know an agency that specializes in chair forging? Because NASA makes some pretty cool vehicles. I'm guessing that they're asking whether or not they're going to be making specialized chairs, because we've had so much love and attention for the chair this evening, that good old office chair on wheels that got us so excited for the first hour of the stream. Who knows? But a big thank you to Ort Cloud for your support this evening.
Okay, so we seem to have a little bit of a momentary audio error there with Discord, but I think it is on now. We are waiting here for the crawler to roll out more, and once again, you're watching the SLS Artemis II rollout from High Bay 3 at the NASA's Vehicle Assembly Building. So yeah, we had a little bit of problems there with the with Discord, getting the little bit of connectivity issues here, but I'm still here. I'm still here. I just I'm the only one here. It's just me. I'm the only guy. I'm the guy. Yeah.
EJ, can you hear me?
How long is the rollout tonight? Shiny, it's going to take a little while for that thing to get to the pad. It does not go very far. It does not go very fast. In terms of distance, it's about 4 miles to 39B. It's a little ways away.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, chat, if you can hear us, let us know. Alice, EJ, and I, if we're 5x5.
Any chance you can hear me, Sawyer or EJ?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Sawyer. I don't know why it's not going out.
Yeah, I'm not hearing EJ at the moment either, so I don't know. I don't know how much the chat can hear us either.
We'll just chat amongst ourselves. You sound much more windy where you are right now. Are you moving?
Well, no, I had to face my computer to actually check on the, on getting us reconnected here, and the wind is, as we pointed out, going directly at us, which is why Max might get a shower. But looking right now, I can finally see this rayon foam insulation. I can see almost the entirety of the core stage, and I now see the bottom of a solid rocket booster peeking out of the VAB.
All very, very positive signs. We have been waiting since 8 p.m. Eastern to see this vehicle come out of the vehicle assembly building, and it's looking very positive that we're finally seeing the movement we've been waiting for after a cool 4 hours and 36 minutes of being on air. It's great to see, and we're having a few little technical difficulties at the moment on the stream, but we will continue to bring you as much imaging and commentary as we possibly can, and I did appreciate the fact that we had 6 strings simpleton right NASASpaceflight try switching SEE to AUX. Why not? For anybody who doesn't know, yeah. Always fun to see. Can you hear us, EJ?
Yeah, I'm good now. We just had to do the handover there, and I have a little bit of a complicated setup because I'm restreaming over to Twitch, guys. So I had to reconfigure the headset. I couldn't hear you. But
read you 5x5 on Space to Ground 1 through Tidris.
Copy 5x5 Space to Ground 1.
Fun little fact: the ground station for Tidris is just outside my backyard. Not quite a stone's throw away, but it's viewable from where I am, which is always fun.
If you're really good at throwing stones, maybe.
Yeah, I'm terrible at that. And I wouldn't want to do that anyway. Who would want to throw a stone at the Tidris ground station? Certainly would be, I mean, a lot of trouble.
We don't want to break it.
We definitely don't want to break it. We don't have a backup yet. They're working on it, but we don't have a backup yet. We don't want to break anything. We all know how precious and how expensive everything is when it comes to spaceflight. And it is very exciting to see this enormous, very expensive vehicle finally on the move outside of the vehicle assembly building, on that crawler attached to the Mobile 1 launcher, heading out to the launch pad at 39B. I want to know if the team out there, you keeping warm? It must be getting chilly at this time of night, isn't it, over on the coast?
It's windy, as you can probably tell. And this is with Julia, before she left, handing over her little fuzzy cover for my mic. It's still very windy, but the wind has died down. It's still in the, it makes it feel colder than it really is. Apparently, it's only 62 degrees, but it feels a lot colder with the wind. So I don't know, but it's gorgeously clear otherwise. And it's cloudy with clear with a chance of rocket now.
That's the spirit. Clear with a chance of rocket. Finally on the move. Finally going to be seeing that vehicle move out of the vehicle assembly building. Thank you guys for sticking around with us for the last 4 hours and keeping us entertained with your commentary about the flywood, which is the plywood, by the way, that was certainly being flown around thanks to the wind earlier in the stream, and the movement of the chair that was also in shot for a lot of our earlier footage as well. It's kept us entertained this evening, and we really appreciate it. And we finally have audio working again, which is always good. I believe we've got a bit of movement going on the ground. Folks are starting to make sure that they're in the right positions and the right places to be able to see the best view of that huge crawler with the Mobile 1 launcher on top and the SLS attached coming out of the vehicle assembly building. It will be moving the 4 miles it takes, the route from the vehicle assembly building down to the launch pad at 39B. Well, hopefully we'll be seeing it take off as early as April the 1st. Just checking that everybody's got all of their stuff working now. EJ, are you good?
I think I got this figured out, Alex. Alice, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think I got it.
Just a few things. Just flips and switches and hope for the best, right? That's what we've got to do at this point.
Yeah, Chad, I flipped SE to aux. I had a little bit of a main bus undervolt, but we're good, and we are going to the moon.
We are. I mean, I feel like because we've had such a this is the third time we've seen this vehicle on the move on the crawler, coming from the VAB, then going back to the VAB, and now it's coming out again, third time's a charm. We've almost forgotten the fact that this is going to be the first mission to send humans back to the moon since 1972. I mean, I know we're not landing, but we are still sending humans to the moon. They're going to be going further than any human has gone before, which is an incredible, exciting mission for us all to be part of. I was asking the question earlier about what you're excited about most for the Artemis missions, and obviously the landing is the bit that all of us are probably quite excited about. But for me, I would say I'm pretty excited to see a woman on this mission. Obviously, we weren't part of the crews back in the Apollo era for a lot of different reasons, and it's exciting to see Christina Cook finally going out and launching on behalf of all of womankind. I'm very excited to see her on this mission.
That's great. Send the more people we can send, Alice, the better.
Absolutely.
Let's go. Just more people at the moon.
Yes.
If we're gonna reduce it to its base element, you're not sending all dudes to Mars, all right? That's not gonna work if we want to colonize that planet. Just putting it out there.
No, we need to send everybody from all different backgrounds, which is very exciting to see, to make this work. This is a good first step, and I feel positive. I was on the live stream when we did the rollout back in January for NASASpaceflight, and I was very optimistic then, thinking it might happen during the first launch, but part of me was thinking, the chances of it happening and going smoothly the first time around was pretty slim. I wasn't expecting them to have to roll back to the VAB, but it happened, and I'm very positive to see how quickly they managed to resolve all the issues this time round. I honestly didn't think we'd be seeing anything before the end of April, so I'm excited to see that we've got a possibility as soon as April the 1st for this launch to actually take off.
Yeah, I'll admit I didn't think they would turn it around this quickly, but they here we are. Let's do it. Let's go.
I've been told I'm a little bit loud. I'll come back and I'll move away from my microphone for a little while as we're still dealing with technical issues. I'll just whisper, it's very, very late. It's very late even here.
I think we've actually equalized out. I think we're good.
Am I okay now? I was going to say I was going to some ASMR, rocket. We could talk about rocketry and engineering, and I'll just whisper in the background and keep everyone entertained. Thank you, everybody, for messaging us and keeping us entertained this evening. We've really appreciated all your chats, all your questions to keep us going while we've been waiting for the vehicle to come out of the VAB and start its crawl all the way down to 39B. We are about 4 hours after the original schedule of what we were expecting the rollout to start. But hey, it's okay. Things take time. We're finally moving in the right direction. So that, as far as I'm concerned, is all that matters. And while we are watching this, we are seeing vehicles move in front of the crawler, making sure that they are spreading lots of water out on that rock to make sure that we are keeping the dust levels down as low as possible. We will keep an eye on things and how they go in the coming moments, minutes, hours, because it will be going for several hours. We are expecting an 8 to 12 hour rollout, so it's going to be quite some time before we see the vehicle reach the launch pad over at 39B in the next 4 hours. So in the meantime, send us your questions. I've got EJ here to answer them. He is generally far better and far more knowledgeable about this stuff than I do. So I will make sure I ask the right questions to him in the best way possible. If you like to throw some random words in there to make me stumble, it is late here, even in New Mexico. And I will make sure I try and stumble my best over them for you. Big thank you to Jeff. Oh, Sawyer's there. I thought you'd moved. I hadn't heard from you. I'm glad
you're
you're
the whole
there.
time.
I'm here. Sawyer also quite the expert. Both of them are very good when it comes to all shuttle knowledge. So if you've got any questions about the shuttle, please send them our way. A big thank you to Jeff, who's just come in with a super chat and asked, EJ, do you think they changed all seals this time? Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to put that to both of you. Start with EJ, then Sawyer, you can answer that one as well.
Okay, so per Lori Glaze in the last press conference, that was the post-flight readiness review Artemis press conference. Lori Glaze is kind of, she has a really long job title. I think it's Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems, Ground Systems Mission Directorate, I think. Lori said that they did not swap the hydrogen TSMU seals. So, guys, a little bit of background here. The fuel and oxidizer lines that go to the core stage on SLS, that's the big orange cylinder that you see moving around on your screen there. Not the conic part, not the cone piece, the cylindric piece, right? There are fuel and oxidizer lines that go to that. They go through an umbilical carrier. It's called the tail service mast umbilical carrier plate. And during wet dress rehearsal 1, they did have problems with the seals. They leaked too much hydrogen. So they replaced them out on the pad on the hydrogen side, right? And then they had a good wet dress rehearsal. And then unfortunately you had the problem with that ICPS helium valve that caused them to roll back to the VAB. While it was in the VAB, they did not swap the hydrogen seals because they did inspect them. They looked at them and said, okay, that looks like the ones that were, they look to be in the same condition, as when we installed them. So they're good. They looked at the liquid oxygen seals on the liquid oxygen line that goes to the core stage. So that's your LOX tail service mass carrier umbilical plate. Yeah, I know. There's a lot. They're long words. And they did swap those seals because they didn't like, they said might as well, right? They didn't want to swap the hydrogen ones because they were working. So whether rollout plays a factor in degradation of those seals is another story. I don't know. But I'm sure it's not like nobody at NASA has looked at this and said like, okay, it didn't work last time, let's send it. No, I'm pretty sure if they inspected the seals and they saw that there wasn't anything fishy going on in there, yeah, swapping the LOX seals is fine. Yeah, let's go. I mean, over under chat on whether they're going to have to swap them again, I don't know. But even if they do, they can do it at the pad. They don't need to roll back.
So were you kind of taken back when they decided not to do a wet dress rehearsal this time around?
Yes, very. I mean, just because of past history, we've seen that it tends to be that after it rolls out, we don't know if it is the shaking from the rollout, the loads on it or what, but that is when we tend to see the leaks. with the exception of the final rollout last time, we had seen leaks pretty much every time after rollouts. So I don't know. The next time they went out, they fixed it at the pad, and they had the lowest leak rate that they have had in the entire Artemis program out of the pad, with less than 1%, which was unbelievable. It was amazing. And then the stupid, upper stage helium issue. So I would like to see it personally, but I get why. They just want to launch this thing already. Not go fever launch this thing, but hey, if we're gonna fuel it, might as well be able to say go for launch afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely more pressure to get things moving in the right direction. I feel like they started the momentum great with the communications about we're going back to the moon, and then everything kind of got lost in the momentum of having to roll back to the VAB. So I can understand it, but I personally felt very surprised when they announced they weren't going to do a wet dress rehearsal, and I'm hopeful that things go well and as planned when they start to finally tank as early as April the 1st. We have had another great super chat. Thank you so much for Etherals for another super chat with another question for the team. The question says, the statement says, and we'll see if we can get a question out of it. They should use those valved 2-stroke engines I told EJ about a while back to power the SPMTs. They're rotary exhaust valves, allowing it not to burn oil or exhaust fuel, but also still rev high. EJ, would you like to translate that for those of us that don't understand what that was all about?
Ethereal's talking about the crawler transporter power plants. I don't know, Ethereal. Those engines are like buried well deep into that crawler transporter, man. I mean, that's cool, but I'm good with the Alco 251s. Those things are very simple. It's a 4-stroke diesel. It's very simple. That doesn't have a lot of moving parts. I'll take the reliability here. You don't want to throw a rod when you're moving that thing to the pad, right? Like, yeah, the Alco 251s are oldie but a goodie. I'll take those. I'd prefer the reliability.
I love the fact that you can answer that, because I had no idea what that question was about. I'm just going to admit it. We all have our moments where we know things and we don't. As we are watching right now, the SLS and mobile launcher are moving out of the vehicle assembly building on the crawler. And we've got a couple of questions about what's going on with that. 6-string Simpleton has asked, have they ever stopped mid-rollout and went back for any rocket? Do either of you know about that? Have we ever seen the crawler start going in one direction and during the mission turn around and go back again?
It's happened.
I seem to remember it from the shuttle program.
Yeah, that's happened. I can't remember the exact mission. This is where we'd need Phil, but he has a life, unlike me. So, he would probably be able to tell us the exact mission, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I know that has happened, though.
Hey, space happens. It's hard. There's a reason why we say that over and over again. These things happen. If they have to turn around and go back again, they will do exactly what's right for the vehicle. Hopefully, we won't be seeing that tonight. We've waited long enough for everything to go in the right direction, and we're grateful to finally see it moving out of the vehicle assembly building. Let's see, we've got a few more questions in here. Let's see if I can pull a good one up. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, so I've been working in space now for 10 years. There's a lot of acronyms, but what is the most impressive NASA acronym? What are you guys thinking? Is there any that spring to mind?
My instantly is on the ISS, the treadmill. The Combined Operational Load-Bearing External Resistance Treadmill. Yes, that spells out Colbert. That was back when it was Colbert Report, yes. When they wanted to name the new module on the ISS after Colbert, but instead they went with... which one was that? That wasn't... EJ, help me out here.
They wanted to... Colbert entered a contest to name Node 3.
Did, yes.
Node 3, yeah, which they went with... Yeah. What was it? Because there was Unity, there's Harmony, and then there was...
Tranquility,
what
baby.
They call it? Tranquility, thank you. Oh, that hurt my head.
It's late, dude. All good. I know you know what it is.
It's really late. That's a great question, though. I love that. Thank you, guys.
And then, yeah, NASA said, no, we're not naming a module after you. We'll name the treadmill after you instead.
I love the fact that he's proud of that. He's done like really great little shorts about how he's got that named after him, as he should be. I'd be proud if I had something named after me as well.
And it was actually Sonny Williams that told him about that on his show. And there is a PA announcement going on that they are about to commence the crew access arm swing operations. So that is about to swing out.
Ooh, how exciting. I did hear some voices in the background. I'm glad you're able to translate what we're hearing as mumbles through the microphones. I'm getting asked if I can see both TDRS 1 and TDRS 2 from my home. I see the ground stations of TDRS, Mike. And yeah, I'm based here in southern New Mexico, not far from the White Sands test facility. And you kind of have to squint. I'm not really sure which one's which. Let's be honest. You can't go out there to the NASA White Sands Center where the TDRS ground station is. It's very, very highly grounded, which is a good thing. Okay, we've got another.
It's on Holloman Air Force Base. Yeah, don't go there.
Oh, it's not. It's on White Sands Missile Range, which is possibly even more guarded than Holloman.
Yep.
So Holloman Air Force Base is closer to Alamogordo. I'm the other side over in Las Cruces. And yeah, it's literally, you can see it from the mountain range not far from my house, which is very cool. But yeah,
don't
you don't
go
want
to
to be
any of those places.
You do not want to be walking around on a missile range, particularly at the moment. They're very active.
Yeah, they will get mad at you. And who's they? Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
they have candy though.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I think they're called handcuffs or something. There's this new metal candy apparently.
All right.
Well, there you go. Fun story. The reason I live in southern New Mexico, because my accent obviously gives me away as not being local, is because my husband works over at the missile range. So I have been very lucky to see some certain things over there. Very, very cool over there. Awesome. We've got some more questions coming in on those chats that are far more interesting than whether or not I can see TDRS ground station from my backyard. We've been asked by AuctCloud, could they test the seals in the VAB using inert gas? That's kind of a follow-up question to what they were asking you before about the whole testing situation before the rollout. Either of you want to answer that one?
They no, essentially no. There's no fueling systems inside of the VAB. It's just, I mean, I know it's gonna sound weird, but it's just a big box with cranes in it. Like it's not a launch pad. Like they do move the launch pad in there, but all the fueling and commodity transfer stuff stays out at the pad. And in terms of testing with nitrogen's not going to give you a good analog for testing hydrogen leaks. The reason why is because, the right way to say it is nitrogen's bigger. It's a higher mass atom or molecule. It's not, the seal is not going to work at the same tolerances. It'd seal with nitrogen, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to seal with hydrogen. Yeah, it's that's not really a good analog there in that regard. Now, nitrogen analog testing like that, lights, there's the light. Nitrogen testing is good if you're using methane or liquid oxygen. That's fine. Methane is a bit more heftier. It's 1 carbon and 4 hydrogen. So it's a little bit better of an analog to test with, but not with hydrogen. That's it wouldn't tell you anything.
That's a good question. We've got lots of great questions. One of them is my favorite. How is your night tonight, and when do you guys go to bed? Well, I've just been having that chat, actually. You know, at what point do we stop talking? Because I'm sure you're probably quite bored of listening to us mumbling on as we have been for several hours now. We will be continuing the commentary of this rollout until we get to around the bend time, and then we'll continue with the visuals for you throughout the night, so you can listen to some nice music and watch some lovely visuals of the crawler as it crawls all the way to 39B. So hopefully that answers your question for you. We've got lots of other questions coming in tonight, all of them very, very fascinating. This one's an interesting one. Let's see. From EJ Werner. That's not you, EJ, is it?
No.
Another EJ. Can Orion SLS use the ISS as a safe harbor or lifeboat during an emergency in Earth orbit? Well, that's an interesting one. Either of you want to take a stab at that?
I will.
Go ahead, sir.
Probably not. I'm going to
No.
say, just because of the orbits that they're planned to go into, it is going to be it's going to be a very elliptical orbit to begin. So a low point or perigee and a high apogee or high point, which is meant to be if something goes wrong, they can get back to Earth pretty quickly, which would be 1 day from their high orbit point. Beyond that, there's a couple other issues. The fact that, it's going to be in totally wrong plane for that because the way it needs to go out to the moon. One of them is going to be, you're talking 250 miles or 400 kilometers up versus, tens of thousands. And the docking port isn't on this one yet. So it's not, you couldn't even dock it anywhere. Just a couple problems with it.
So
Just a
looks
few.
like we got the crew access arm rolling there, Alice.
Is a swinging.
How exciting. It's difficult to see, really, when you're looking at such a dark image here with lots of shiny lights. Don't look into the lights. What's going on, but we're grateful for you guys being able to give the full commentary about what we're seeing. I can see it moving around. How pretty. See, I'm looking at a different image to you guys. Well, I don't know why. I think Discord is frozen on one for me, and I'm looking at it across the other screen now. No, that's
I'm
moving
also
far
not
quicker.
using a screen, so mine's a little different.
That helps, yeah. It's certainly
Sorry,
moving.
just look up.
All right, well, you've got the good advantage points there, Sawyer. The rest of us are spread out. Hey, look, I've got the luxury of being in my home office. I can't complain, but I would love to be there.
I don't know, Alice. What would you prefer? I'm kind of jelly. I'd go with Sawyer if I had the opportunity to. My office is nice, but anyway, go ahead.
was in
this is my office too. It's actually pretty nice out here.
There you go.
Just not my home office.
Yeah, no, I get that. I was there in December and I was there at the end of January, and I wish I could be there for this again. So maybe I'll get there for early April. Who knows? Who knows? I have a very good boss who would probably let me go. She's going to be there. She will be there for the launch. It's very exciting to see. And it's exciting to see that move around as quickly as it did. Let's see how many other questions we've got coming in. You guys have been so great in the chat this evening. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate it when you send us some great questions that I can put to the team. If you have any questions that you're thinking of, just tag us in chat at NSF or at NASASpaceflight, and it will come through to me, and I'll make sure I put it to the team because they know what they're talking about. Sometimes I do, but really it's getting late. It's after 11 o'clock, even here in New Mexico. My mind's gone a little bit frazzled at this point. We'll make it up as we go along and have some fun this evening while we're watching this vehicle move out of the vehicle assembly building. So, question. We've kind of covered this one before, but Dances with Mules is asking, what powers the mobile launcher while it's being transported by the crawler? Kind of didn't answer the mobile launcher part of it. EJ, do you want to answer that?
It's plugged into the crawler transporter. Yep.
Plugged
the crawler
in.
transporter is a big diesel power plant, and they just plug it in. It's using the same plug that it would use when they set it down on the pad, and they plug it back into the grid.
Love that. It's great. It's like a little mobile device, charging it as it goes along. We've got a question from Lillian here. To partner, NSF2 partner. I'm not sure what that part of it is. What happens if, God forbids, a tire breaks on the crawler on the way? And another one for EJ. How's the Kerbal lunar landing going?
So Kerbal lunar landing was done. I already did that. Alice, me and Max got into a little bit of a scruff on the flame trench, and I was like, I can do this thing in Kerbal, and he's like, no, you can't do it. And I'm like, all right, fine, I will. That's flame trench. So I did it, guys. We had that done on Monday. You don't mess with me with Kerbal. That's my domain. Sorry, what was the first question?
I love that. The first question was, what happens if a tire goes? Well, they don't really have tires, do they?
No, it's a track mechanism.
Yeah,
it's not gonna. The treads won't fail. It's not gonna throw a tread. The treads won't fail, and the reason why they won't fail is because they grease them. They grease them, and the crawler is meticulously maintained. It's really now that I said it, I'm like, ugh. But no, that the track mechanism is absurdly simple for what it is. For something that that is a tracked mechanism, it is an electric motor that is driving a worm gear that moves the. It's an electric motor with a worm gear that's driving the track mechanism. There's not an incredible amount of like. I don't want to sit here and say there's not an incredible amount of force being put through that thing, but yeah, those tracks are very, very strong. Let's put it that way.
Good points. Sawyer, I've got a question for you. Christopher says he doesn't want to be a downer, but what is your most serious concern for this crew not being able to launch at the planned date? Do you have any concerns about this at this point? Helium.
No, hydrogen. Blame hydrogen. We literally sold the shirts on it. Blame hydrogen.
Yes.
The tail service mast umbilical is my only concern for it not launching on time. And I guess, well, I'd say it's 70% that, 30% weather, because it is Florida. You never know. So those are my two concerns, I think. Is going to be the TSMU and the leak rate, and yeah, weather.
Yeah.
Hey, there's the helium version.
Anything to add? Oh, I love that shirt.
I'd say weather more than anything at this point. They have some good practice with this vehicle, with wet dress rehearsal 1, wet dress rehearsal 2. I'm going to say weather more than anything, and I'm not going to elaborate more on that because I don't believe in bad vibes during launch.
Yeah. No, both valid points. Love it. This is a great question coming in from Cassia asking, where are the cameras? Are they on a bunch of buildings? Sawyer, where are you? Are you running cameras?
Well, we have 2 cameras out by the road. We have one on the north side and one on the south side, which, again, a huge thank you to NASA for offering us those north side views. They didn't on the first rollout, but they did for the rollback and for this, and we're very grateful for that. We also had Max, who was on the south side of the road. I am also on the south side, but over kind of hanging out by the crawlerway here. We got the blinky lights on now. And then of course we have our remote cameras, or our robotically operated cameras that we always have here, which you can see over on Space Coast Live 24/7.
Yeah, we are well prepared for this, and we are very thankful to NASA for allowing us to be well prepared for getting you all the best views, all the best angles, and all the best from the people on the ground as well, which is really great. So thank you for that question. It's always nice to be able to show off all the things that are going on. We are currently seeing the SLS on the move. As you can see, it's quite far away now, almost from the vehicle assembly building. It does move at a record pacing, 1 mile per hour. It's got about 4 miles to go to get down to the launch pad. We won't be talking the entire way. It could be the next 8 to 12 hours for this vehicle to get out to launch pad 39B, but we will keep it going for now to keep you entertained while we see the vehicle on the move as we return humans to the moon for the first time since 1972, which is crazy.
I'm being reminded, by the way, that one of the additional cameras we had was chair camera. I forgot about chair cam. I mean, the camera inside the vehicle assembly building. But we knew it as chair cam. That was courtesy of NASA. That's not one of our cameras. So, again, shout out to NASA for the view there as well.
Was the chair cam the one that we were watching earlier, Sawyer?
It absolutely was. That was a NASA view. We also have a couple others that they're providing us through fiber feeds, like this one. So yeah, thank you NASA for those as well.
Yes, big thank you to them. We've got a few more questions coming in the chat. If you've got questions for the team, just tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF and it will come through to me. We're going to ask this question, Kim, from Outdoorsman Show, who's asked, why not use a self-propelled agricultural sprayer compared to the tankers? I'm not sure I can answer that one. I'm going to throw that one out to EJ. What do you think?
The tanker trucks are probably cheaper.
I would think the same
honestly,
thing.
It's probably cheaper.
And easier to figure out, moving when you need to move them rather than trying to have self-propelled ones. They need to be filled regularly. You want to make sure that that's easy. So yeah, cost and ease. A good question. We've got another question here about docking. This is another interesting one from Andrews asked, do all nations have some kind of agreement on docking collars? Could the Chinese dock with the ISS or vice versa? Could Orion dock with other nations, for example? Anybody want to answer that question?
So the answer is yes and no. So the Chinese spacecraft, Shenzhou, I think is the name, and I'm butchering the pronunciation. I apologize. It does use the International Docking System Standard. It does use it. But you might be, like, theoretically, you could. Like, theoretically, you could. Like, if you were really in a pinch, I really doubt that NASA would do that, or the Chinese space program. I think they would discuss other contingencies before you did that. But theoretically, it's possible. But getting the two docking ports to talk to each other is kind of, that's a little bit of a gray area. Like, mechanically, they could, you could do that, but I'm just not sure what you'd do after that, and I'm not sure you'd be able to, like, use the hatches or anything like that. You're starting to get into, like, potential differential pressure inside of spacecrafts. You'd have to find a way to equalize the pressure between the two crafts, which that's the reason why Apollo-Soyuz test project guys had an adapter between the American Command Service Module and the Soyuz. They had to have an adapter to it. A, adapt the docking ports. B, adapt the pressure between the two vessels. That's a huge thing. You don't want to create a draft between two vessels in space that could break life support systems on one and not the other. So, like, mechanically it could work, but for, like, in the case of Artemis II, no. The Artemis II Orion doesn't have a docking port installed because you don't need one for this mission.
All good points and a great question. It's always good to make sure we keep abreast of what's going on with everybody else's programs as well. I'm going to go back to some questions about what we're watching, which is all to do with the SLS rollout. Here is a good one coming in from Gameplay Warrior. Question, why did they move the crew access arm away from the SLS rather than leaving it in place? Sawyer, would you like to answer that one?
Sure. Well, once it's, up against the capsule and everything, there's a chance of it, rocking and moving. But they have to do that because they don't have enough room inside the VAB to actually swing the arm in and out. So what they do is they keep it close to the hatch so that they can actually access it, do training for the crew ingress, which they actually did. And then once they get out, they roll it out just far enough. And then once it's out of the way, they move it back. And once it moves back up against the mobile launcher there and the tower, it actually locks into place there. So it's more secure away from the vehicle at that point for all the rattling and rolling and things as it makes the 3.5-ish, 4-ish mile journey down to LC-39B. So it's safer that way, but they kind of need it in place inside the VAB if they want to be able to do anything near the capsule.
Great question. Thank you for that answer, Sawyer. I always appreciate your insights on that. Let's see, what else have we got on there? Oh, this is a good one. I'm sure you can kind of see it on the screen to the team. Can the crawler move whilst people are in the tower? Sawyer, are you seeing anybody in the tower?
Well,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're on the base of the launch mount. They're up the tower, keeping an eye on things. Yeah. We see people on it right now, in fact. So there are people at all different levels monitoring everything as it goes along. So yeah, there are people there. They're supposed to be there, and it's safe to be there.
And another good question about the crawler. Does it have food and toilet facilities on the crawler? EJ, do you have any idea about that?
No, it does not. It actually doesn't. You gotta remember.
I mean, if you need to water the river rock.
Oh gosh, Sawyer.
It doesn't have that.
Not
Orion does though. Like, maybe go there. I'm pretty sure that makes some people upset if the CT driver just went up there and did that. But
The simple answer is no. Well, you are the nope. But you are the expert when it comes to the crawler, EJ, for us at the moment. I've got a question for you. Who created the crawler? Has it had any modifications over the years? I know you mentioned this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the crawler transporters were made in 1963. They're made by Marion Power Shovel, a heavy mining equipment company. And have they been modified over the years? Yeah, of course. CT2 went, well, I'll speak in car terms here. Crawler Transporter 2, about 10 years ago, give or take, had a full frame-off restoration. They took the thing completely apart and rebuilt everything from the ground up. So, yeah, they CT2 was modified, and believe it or not, it was upgraded. It was upgraded to be able to handle up to 16 million pounds, because you see that big orange rocket on the screen, guys? That thing is heavy. It's way heavier than a Saturn V or even a shuttle stack. The reason why is because the solid rocket boosters, right? This is using much bigger solid rocket boosters, and let me think here. The 5-segment solid rocket boosters, if I'm doing, back of the napkin math here, each one of those is, let me think. Actually, not each one. Total, it's like 3,000 tons or something. It is. Yeah, they are heavy. It's about 250 tons per segment, and there's 5 of them on each rocket. It is heavy. That's why they upgraded Crawler Transporter 2 to be able to move this thing. And I know what people are going to say. Well, the shuttle had solid rocket boosters. What do you mean? Why didn't they move that? Well, the shuttle, that's fair. The shuttle didn't have that big launch umbilical tower on it. So between the launch umbilical tower and the heavy solid rocket boosters, right, you needed to upgrade the Crawler Transporter, or it wouldn't be able to move. Wouldn't be able to move it. Kind of need to move the rocket. I mean, unless we want to launch inside the VAB, which
wouldn't be good.
Once again, sure, somebody would find that cool. I wouldn't.
No, definitely not a good sign. I've got a question for you, Sawyer. This comes in from Handtronics. Asks, apparently all the quick connects are manually connected whilst inside the VAB. What would NASA have to do if any became dislodged en route to pad 39B? Would it go back to the VAB or call out the red team?
For what was that? For which part specifically?
For the quick connects that are manually connected while inside the VAB. Are they manually connected whilst en route?
I honestly don't know the answer to that one. EJ, I don't know if you do, but I don't think that's been an issue before, so I'm not sure.
All the quick disconnects, so all the umbilicals are manually connected inside of the VAB. What would NASA have to do if any became dislodged en route to pad 39B? They won't. They're bolted in with an explosive bolt. They're not going to come dislodged. That's not going to happen.
It's just not going to happen.
Unless the bolt falls out, in which case I'm pretty sure somebody would know that, or somebody would see it. Like if the tail service mast umbilical bolts came out, you would know. You would know immediately, because the TSMs the tail service mast umbilicals are on a counterweight, and the only thing that's keeping that umbilical in place are the bolts that make it bolt to SLS, right? And when the bolts go, the counterweight, and this is why the TSMUs are so tall. The counterweight falls inside of the tail service mast, and it pulls that thing away at like mock chicken. Yes, technical term. So yeah, if one came loose, you would really know, but that's very unlikely. The bolts won't become detorqued just from the crawler transporter. And if they do, they probably use Loctite. Well, for the car guys, you know what I mean. Loctite, put some on there, it ain't going nowhere.
Can I just say I appreciate we've got a comment in the chat that has corrected what we said about there being bathrooms on board the crawler. So thank you, TY Ava J, who says, according to Google, NASA's crawler transporter is equipped with bathrooms on board, along with microwaves and facilities for the crew during the 4 to 8 hour, 1 mile per hour journey. So apparently there is loos on board the crawler. Who knew? Well, according to Google anyway. We'll have to see if we can double check that.
Yeah, Alice, now I'm wondering, maybe they upgraded like CT2, and when they upgraded CT2 they did all that. I don't recall one off the top of my head, but like I said, guys, it is a little bit late. So Tia, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Always good when people
don't
keep
know.
us to account.
I mean,
We could just be
why
making this stuff up as we go along, otherwise, couldn't we?
Yeah, right. The other thing is that I don't. If you're gonna go learn about the crawler transporter, like learning about how the toilet works is not like something that's on my top priorities list. Like I want to know how the power plant works. Like maybe that's just me, but hey, good to know, right?
Just double checking. I've got a question for you, Sawyer. Andrew is asking, does Artemis 2 need to launch before Artemis 3 can begin stacking?
Yeah, pretty much, because right now you have one mobile launcher. So, the whole point of they were going to have the new one, which you see literally directly behind this rocket from where I am. They're right next to each other. You kind of need that one to also be able to launch a second one, and also was for what was going to be Block 2. Otherwise, what you see is what you have. So need to get this one off and then get it refurbished and everything before you then, can actually launch Artemis 3 and start stacking it, for that matter.
Yeah, we've only got one VAB. We needed to get it out before we can start stacking the next one.
Oh no, there's multiple high bays. The issue is having just one mobile launcher.
Yeah. Okay, other questions coming in. There's lots of great questions coming in. I always appreciate these. NSF, did NASA use pure oxygen in their capsules before the Apollo program? That's a question from Andy Morgan.
I mean, that kind of bit them in the behind during during Apollo 1.
Yeah, yes, it does. They do, and I correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I'm pretty sure they still do. Like, pretty sure.
I thought it was nitrox.
I think they use nitrox for EVA, don't they? And
I don't
second
think it's
part
pure
of that
oxygen.
is Orion pure O2, or is it I think Dragon is using nitrox. Now I got to go look. But the nitrogen would certainly make it a lot easier. But yes, they did for the early capsules. The reason why, I mean, amongst other things, pure O2 environment is it's less mass. Nitrogen is heavy, it's higher mass, so that figures into it. But now I'm curious to go look, Alice. So I'm gonna go on a little bit of another tangent over here. I'll be right back.
Well, while you go on that tangent, you've got a couple of fans of both of you asking, will you be doing the flame trench soon-ish, or is it cancelled? Because you guys are the best, apparently.
Yeah, apparently I'm with you on that. I mean, it's honestly all going to depend at this point. It's it's a late night, obviously, for all of us.
Send them caffeine, friends. If you guys want them on the flame trench tomorrow, they will happily accept Starbucks vouchers or any other coffee company if you would like to send them. I'm sure they'd appreciate that support as well.
Yeah, right now I don't drink coffee, but I'll take like a hot chocolate or something. That's fine right now.
Yeah, you don't want to have a caffeine at this time of night. I meant for tomorrow. You got to be able to wake up and be able to think a little bit better, surely. All right, let's see what else we've got as coming in as questions. We've got lots of them, which is really great. Lots of people are asking what they think is coming next. We're still in the air with that when it comes to what's happening with the whole program. This is a question that came in as well.
Alice, real quick,
did they have go. Yeah.
Sorry about that. A follow-up to the question. Orion is using nitrox. Sawyer, you were correct. Yeah, it uses nitrox.
Yeah,
so we're 70-30 N2O2 mixture.
I was going to say, after Apollo 1, I think they learned their lesson on using pure oxygen environments.
Dude, I'm that's the thing, man. I'm remembering something. I do believe they kept going with that pure O2 environment in Apollo, with the Apollo capsule for the remainder of the Apollo program. But when the shuttle came around, they switched to nitrox. I think that might have been what I was remembering there. I don't know. I got a lot of information floating around up there, guys. But if you guys want to fact check me on that one, please go do it. Anyway,
Okay, we're
sorry
going
for
to go
interrupting.
to another.
Go ahead.
No, it's good. Always good when you can interrupt me with some extra information. I love the fact you went and looked for that. Elias is asking, do y'all have some kind of? I love the way he said y'all. Typical Southerner here. I love the y'all.
Howdy.
Do y'all have some kind of assumption as to why NASA named the big orange rocket Space Launch System and not something cool, like Falcon 9 or New Glenn? Any thoughts
Or
on
Saturn.
that? Or is there anything? Just SLS.
I wish I knew, and whoever it was that made that decision, I'd like to meet them and shake their hand, aka meet my hand with their face and tell them come up with a better name.
New York handshake. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I mean, I could also give them the official state bird, but,
Sorry. So Space Launch System, because it's a shuttle-derived launch vehicle, it's derived from STS, which was the technical name of the space shuttle. The space shuttle program is the technical name for it is the Space Transportation System. So because the SLS is using shuttle-derived technology, it's the Space Launch System. It uses pretty much the exact same nomenclature and naming convention as the shuttle program, except transport is just launch system. Because, transport implies, reusability. Like you can go to and from. But, you can't do that with this. But let's use all the reusable parts and not reuse them. That's great. Anyway.
I guess technically you have names, though, because the capsule is named, right? You have integrity?
Yeah. Capsule's got integrity. But like I said, Zor, the names of the orbiters were named, but that's not the name of the program. So you have the Space Transportation System, and then you have Enterprise, Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis, Endeavour, right? So they're individual spacecraft, but that individual spacecraft is part of a bigger architecture that was comprised of the STS program, right? So SLS and Integrity kind of follow that naming convention. With that all being said, a little bit controversial of me. People aren't going to like this. I think SLS is a Delta-derived rocket. I think it deserves to keep the Delta naming convention because it has a Delta IV derived upper stage on it right now. So I think it's Delta 5. And before you say the upper stage doesn't mean it gets to keep the Delta name, that's exactly what happened between Delta 3 and Delta 4. And that was enough to keep the name. So up in Delta's naming convention, in their naming nomenclature, changing the first stage but keeping the second stage is enough to warrant the name being the same. So SLS is Delta 5. No, I will not be taking questions on this.
Don't at me.
Don't at me.
We have got a super chat. Thank you very much to Alyssa for your super chat, who's just put in the chat. NSF, you all are amazing. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. We don't feel amazing at this time of night, but we appreciate your feedback anyway. Always nice to know that people appreciate us. Let's see, what else have we got coming in as questions? We're watching, obviously, on your screens right now, the SLS, otherwise known as Delta 5, move out of the vehicle assembly building.
Yeah, baby.
Just threw it in the...
Oh, no, you've converted her, too.
They're going to at me next. It's heading on its way to the 39B Launchpad, where it will hopefully be taking off as early as April the 1st, with backup days all the way up to April the 6th. So we've got everything, fingers crossed, that this is positive, it's going well, and it's heading in the direction we want it to be going in. And Christopher asked I shouldn't say if, we're going to say when Artemis II lifts off. What do you think each of your blood pressures will be at? High is all I'm going to respond for, Christopher. I think I'm going to be very excitable when that launches. What about you guys?
Alice, I've watched so many launches. I'm cool as a cucumber nowadays.
Really? For all of
there
them?
is.
I call baloney on that.
Yeah.
All right. I'll get a heart monitor.
Honestly, I've seen hundreds of launches, but there is something about this launch that is different, right? I mean, not to give away my age too much, but I missed the Apollo era. I was born after the fact. This is the first time we're going to see a launch to the moon since 1972. This is the first time I'm going to be able to witness it in person. This is going to be pretty epic, right?
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'll be excited, but I'm when I watch a launch, I get cool as a cucumber nowadays. Now there was a time. I'm not saying this was recent, but there is some footage floating around on the internet out there of me barking at a Falcon Heavy launch and screaming like I'm in a Screamo metal video. So I'm not going to say that I was always cool as a cucumber. That took some time to hone that skill.
Sorry, will you be barking?
They're also... Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry. What do you think?
I mean, mine's going to be high. I'll also be here in person with the team, so that being there changes things for sure. But I don't know. I still get the heart rate every time, even if it's for, an Atlas, a Vulcan, whatever. I still get the excitement. Of course, it's even higher once you have a crewed flight. So any of the crewed missions, my heart rate is already through the roof. Now combine the crew mission with Artemis, with going to the moon. Yeah, if I don't stroke out, it'll be a miracle.
We're going to be watching you, EJ. I bet your heart rate's going to race a little bit. Just a little.
That's the thing. When I watch the rocket launches, I cover them on Twitch, we cover them on YouTube, we cover them here with you guys. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not into it. That is very much not what is going on. I'm into it and I love watching this stuff. What I'm looking for is I've learned to kind of just keep your eyes peeled on the vehicle and stuff, because you never know when the thing's going to launch. And I'm not saying that SLS is going to do this. I don't believe in bad vibes during a launch. You never know if the thing's going to go sideways off the pad, right? Or if there's an observation that's going to happen. So I've and I didn't really do this on purpose. I'm not trying to be stoic, because this is awesome. I love these missions. This is great. We're sending people to the moon. That is awesome. That makes me so happy. But when I watch the launches, my eyes are peeled on the vehicle. If there is any telemetry-driven data that they give us, I'm looking at that. Because, oftentimes if there's something that is going wonky, it's gonna be hard to see. You really got to keep your eyes peeled. So that's why I'm not I'm not this is ridiculous, even though that internally, probably, but I try to keep it cool. Because I'm looking for something. I'm looking to see how the vehicle's performing. Did they wanted to get to this type of orbit for this mission? Okay, what velocity do you need to do that? Right? That's what I'm looking for. So I don't know. I guess that's kind of like a hype in my own way. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I ain't into it either. This is awesome. But yeah, it's I'll probably be all right. I mean, I don't know. You never know until you're there, right?
That's true. You never know. We've got a question coming in from Gameplay Warrior, who's asked a couple of times now, why don't they have multiple mobile launchers like they did for the space shuttle? Why does the SLS only have one? Well, I think we kind of mentioned this before. Sawyer, what is the one you can see in the background right now?
Well, that was going to be ML2, the second mobile launcher. But yeah, about that, they kind of reshaped the entire program, and now there's just going to be one standardized block and not a block 1, block 2. So about that. But also just cadence. With how fast they're going, you don't need more than one. And it was in theory going to save the money, just having the one and then paying Bechtel to make the other one, and well, you see how that went. But it really just comes down to cadence.
That was a great question, though, and a big thank you to Andrew, who's become a Red Team member. We always appreciate it when you guys do that. And another massive thank you to Ben, who's become given us a super chat. His question for the team says, for those familiar with the Space Coast, I live in the Vieira area. Closest beach is Patrick Space Force Base. Do you suggest getting to the closest beach every attempt or going to Coco area? You guys know better than I do. I've only been out there a couple of times, handful of times to see some launches. What is the best area, do you think, to go and watch a launch if you're in that area, in the KSC region?
I mean, we have a whole video on it. Sorry, the wind is picking up here. We have a whole video on it. But it's going to be different this time because there's going to be a lot of people. So the closer you try and get the more crowded it's going to be. And the more crowded it's going to be, the earlier you're going to have to get there if you want to guarantee yourself a good spot. The Maxwell Bridge is going to be packed. US 1 all along that, if you can find a spot, is spectacular. Probably even along 528 will be busy. I mean, it's not a bad view from Patrick, but I would suggest getting closer because you want to be able to hear it. I mean, that's the big thing is, yes, it's going to be gorgeous. Yes, it's going to be amazing, but you want to be able to hear those SRBs like in the old shuttle days. So I would say the closest you can get, do it.
Yeah, you get to feel it more when you're closer as well. There's something about that feeling when the rocket hits you. Oh, just amazing. Okay, we've got another question from Cassia's asking, is the crew going to have a microphone separate from the radio mic to record their voice so that we can use it in a documentary or anything? I did wonder that. Are they going to be doing some footage for future programming, do we know, whilst on this mission?
I hope so. I don't know for sure, but I really hope so.
Yeah, definitely one to go and look up. Google it, you never know. But yeah, we're all hopeful that they'll record something in a better than radio mic sound quality as well. Let's see, what other questions have we got coming in? These are great questions, by the way.
They have high gain antennas on it. Sorry, didn't mean, but they have the high gain antennas, so it's not like they don't have a way to send, super high quality stuff. Of course, telemetry is going to be priority, and they will record everything locally. But I mean, there's got to be something.
You would hope so, wouldn't you? We can see the SLS is on the move. It has come out of the vehicle assembly building. It is making its way along that river rock to the launch pad at 39B. It's about a 4-mile journey, and the crawler moves somewhere in the region of the top speed of 1 mile per hour. It's probably more likely to be doing half a mile each hour. So we're expecting at least an 8-hour journey out to the launch pad today, possibly even up to 12 hours. It was delayed a bit coming out today. It was scheduled to start its movement at 8 p.m. It didn't start until after midnight, local time at KSC. So we are just watching the initial parts of its movement from that vehicle assembly building on its way to the launch pad. And we appreciate you guys keeping us entertained, sending us your questions. If you do have any questions for the team, just put them in the chat at NSF or at NASASpaceflight. And I'm doing my best to get through as many as we can while we are watching the vehicle move on its way out to the launch pad. So let's see, what else have we got here in the questions. EJ, they love to throw them at you. I do love the fact that someone says you can hear EJ die inside a little bit whenever he talks about the shuttle parts being expended on SLS. It's very true. It breaks your heart a little bit.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, you're right. Yep, it's true. I hate it. I mean, I try to sit here and convince myself that, like, oh yeah, boots on the moon is good. It's a good trade-off. No, dude, no, not my shuttle parts. No. Stop it.
Not your shuttle parts. I love the fact that both of you have such a love for the shuttle, which is adorable. We do have a question.
Yeah, it's that's what we grew up on. That's our heritage. I mean, anybody who was born after 1981 until 2020 never knew of any American vehicle capable of carrying humans to space besides the space shuttle. It had a 30-year grip on history and then another, 9 years until something else replaced it. So it's got that speciality too. Anytime you mention something about space, people think the space shuttle. If you just people around the area here who have lived here for years, they'll ask, is the space shuttle launching today when it's a Falcon 9? It's so ingrained in all of our DNA, especially in Florida, that everyone just still calls everything shuttle here.
No, I get that. It's adorable. And I love the fact that you guys love it so much, which is just really great. We have a question from Ninja Guy Dan, who asks, when Artemis II performs the TLI burn, is it expected to be visible from the ground like Apollo 8's was? Or sorry if you've answered that question earlier. It's very sweet that he said sorry for that. Look, we've been on air for a long time. I'm sure there's a lot of these questions we've answered already.
Yeah, I think we did answer this, but go ahead, EJ. You take it this time.
I was gonna say, as long as if it's over a populated area, like hopefully, knowing this mission, it's probably gonna low point. You're gonna fire at perigee, which is the lowest point in your orbit, to go TLI. Knowing this mission, it's probably gonna be out over the Pacific or something. Sawyer, what did we answer before? Sorry, I was away during that. I was taking a bio break. Sorry.
Nope, not allowed. Sorry. I mean, unless you're helping the watering the. Never mind. What was the question? I don't see it up on the ticker anymore.
It says, when Artemis II performs the TLI burn, is it expected to be visible from the ground like Apollo 8 was?
I don't know. Maybe. Again, we're talking a super high orbit at that point. Maybe. I genuinely don't know.
TLI is going to be during the low point because it's going to be eccentric, right? From the RPO part of the mission. So it really depends, guys. And we're not trying to be maybe it depends on what's called the phasing of the mission and the mission profile itself. The chance of TLI being during the day over a populated area, it'll change. So if they go to launch on the 1st and then something happens and then they say, no, we're going to launch on the 2nd. If they had launched on the 1st, that flight profile, the flight profile is going to go through a couple of different variations from a day-to-day basis because, you're in a different spot than you were yesterday, right? And we're talking on a solar system scale, the moon has to be, or at least Earth and the moon, they have to be in the right spot. You weren't in the same spot that you were 24 hours ago, right? So it really kind of depends, Dan. But I will say that because Orion is in an eccentric orbit during that phase of the mission, doing the TLI burn with the right lighting conditions, if it's over a populated area, yeah, you should be able to see that. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Let's go to another question we've got here. Shulin asks, are we worried about the anxiety to launch, especially following the press release where scheduled pressure was cited as an issue with Starliner recently? I think so. You kind of covered this a little bit earlier when we were talking about skipping the wet dress rehearsal. What would you like to take a stab at this one?
I mean, I would have liked to have seen them do a wet dress rehearsal, but that's not crew safety related. That's just so that they can hopefully try and go on the first try. If they exceed the limits, they will stop the count. It's thankfully that simple. Of course, they were saying for over a year now that they were going to launch no later than April of 2026. And we are now about to be in April of 26. So I'm sure there's some schedule pressure, but you also have NASA's probably highest profile mission in decades. You have 4 humans on it that are going around the moon. The eyes of the world will be watching. I don't think they're going to take any unnecessary risks that they don't have to. They have spent years working on this program, analyzing things. Are there still question marks? Yes, but that's with any vehicle, and especially any vehicle on its second flight. So, I mean, will things go wrong during the mission? Absolutely. I mean, there are little things that happen on every mission. But anything major, I think NASA is going to take every single step that they can to make sure that doesn't happen.
Absolutely. Agreed. Well, thank you guys. We really appreciate you guys sending in questions that have kept us entertained. We did wait for nearly 4 hours before the vehicle started moving out of the VAB. But as you can see now, it is fully on the move. We are an hour and 21 minutes into the rollout of the SLS from the VAB all the way down to 39B Launchpad. It's going to take about 8 to 12 hours. You're here with Alice and Sawyer and EJ, and we are answering your questions to keep ourselves entertained while we are watching this vehicle move at a very impressive less than 1 mile per hour on its move down to the launch area. And thank you so much for all of the ones that have been coming in for the super chats. We appreciate you guys supporting us as we do this coverage this evening. We've just had another $10 super chat come in from Dime Z Recon that's asked a question along with it. Could the gateway be used as Axiom's anchor, seeing as the ISS is, well, based on the IG report, troubled? So we're going to talk a little bit about everything else that's going on at NASA at the moment. Anybody want to take a stab at that gateway question?
I got this one. So could Gateway be used as Axiom's anchor, seeing as the ISS is based, seeing as the ISS as well? I wouldn't use it as Axiom's anchor. I mean, theoretically, like I suppose you could, but Dimes, I don't know about you guys. All right, so here, yeah, technically is the answer to that. Yeah, we might be able to do it. You'd have to get it to interface correctly with Axiom Station. Certainly, the docking ports on the Halo module might line up if it's using the IDSS. But man, all right, here, I'll answer. I don't mean to answer a question with a question, but how about we put Gateway in low lunar? I mean, if that stuff about Starship is true, right? That Starship is going to belt Orion, it's going to tug Orion into low lunar, right? If that Bloomberg article is true, we don't know for sure, but if it's true, put Gateway there. Put Gateway there so you can plug the Orion into it. Orion has some place to go for longer duration mission down on the surface rather than just sitting up there by itself. You could do potentially long duration missions with Orion attached to the Gateway in low lunar. And you could use the power and propulsion element to station keep so your orbit doesn't decay. Orbits do decay on the moon due to non-uniform gravitational pull. The moon has precession. That's part of the reason why it's tidally locked, like why one side is pointing at us all the time, right? How about that? Like, Chad, you guys good with that? I mean, you could use it for Axiom, but I think Axiom would be fine doing their own thing. I want to send Gateway out to the moon, but I don't want it to be in rectilinear Halo orbit. That orbit sucks. Put it in low lunar.
It's near
Let's
rectilinear
go.
Halo orbit. Thank you very much.
No, it ain't near nothing, man. It ain't near nothing. It ain't near the lunar surface. It ain't near Earth. No.
Yeah, just no on that one.
No,
we
no.
are.
Yeah, tell me how you really feel.
Don't hold back, EJ. I'm going to go back to a crawler question, as that's what we are watching right now on the stream. Is that crawler moving the SLS and Mobile Launcher 1 all the way out to the launch pad? A question has come in from Game Player Warrior, who's asked, do the actual drivers of the crawler work in shifts for the duration of the roll, or do they drive it in shifts? I.e., is there going to be like one driver the entire 8 to 12 hours, or are there multiple shifts coming in to cover this movement today?
I would imagine that there's more than one. I
hope so.
That many hours, 8 to 12 hours, I feel like you would need a break at some point. And now that we know that they do have restroom facilities and a microwave, yeah, I think they would be able to swap out.
They definitely have shifts. TR, if you're out there, yeah, they have shifts because they got a toilet and a break room. So clearly, Clearly,
that's going to be one of my things. I'm going to try. My lifetime ambition now. I want to drive a crawler. How cool would that be? Andy Morgan has got a great question for us. Yeah.
Or just be like Dawson Kevin and get soaked by the crawler, and that's close enough.
Oh, I could do that too. I've been soaked enough by water trucks, just not in such a cool circumstance. Question from Andy says, are NASA astronauts required to have an appendectomy before long-term spaceflight? Who wants to take a stab at that one? I think it's on the list of things, you don't want to happen in space.
But I don't think it's something on a required list.
It's definitely
not like, yes,
required.
you have to have it removed. But,
well, particularly
again,
now that they know that... Go ahead, Sawyer.
I was going to say, they have medical, at least one astronaut on every crew is trained in some medical type of technology. As we saw just with Crew 11 on the ISS with Butch Wilmore, they had to take care of him, and they decided the best thing was to bring him home. But, it's not a requirement. Of course, if something happens, they can, on the ISS, get people home in a couple hours. The problem becomes, of course, on Orion, that couple hours becomes days. So, I mean, they have to do as much as they can, on their own up there. But it's not a requirement to have parts of your insides removed.
No, and they used to say that the appendix was useless, but actually they've found out that it's not as useless as we once thought, and we do really need it. So as much as they say it's easier to remove them before you get a ruptured appendix, which, trust me, having gone through it with my daughter, is not something I would recommend. I would say that it's not a vital medical need to go through an appendectomy before flight, and I wouldn't recommend it as a surgery either. But good question. I like it when people ask questions like that. It always makes me question myself more than anything. We've got another nice, easy crawler question, as that is what we're watching at the end of the day. How much weight is the crawler holding right now? EJ, I think you've covered this a couple of times. Would you like to do it again for us?
Yeah, of course. So mobile launcher 1, the big gray structure that's holding the rocket, is 11.5 million pounds, and the SLS is 8 million pounds. Yeah, you're getting to the upper limits here. What that CT can move, it is heavy. That's a lot of stuff to move, and that's what I was saying a little bit earlier, Alice. Like we know the crawler transporter isn't getting the best fuel economy here, but considering what you're moving, I'd say it's doing pretty good.
Agreed. It's doing an impressive job. It is an impressive piece of engineering feat. I always say this. I'm always impressed with the crawler. We've got a bit of a kind of another question about. Go, Sawyer.
I was just going to say, sorry, for some reason I'm on a couple second delay. It looks like it's slowing down a bit because it is approaching a road. That is Ordnance Road, I believe. So that is where they're laying down the next set of plywood. So that is why it looks like it's going slower and why they have all those light trucks at the base of the vehicle there. From my understanding, this is where they're going to have to lay down more wood or have already laid down the wood. So as a result, they're going to go a little bit slower. And as we talked about, that is sacrificial wood, essentially, so that it gets destroyed and not the pavement below it.
Thank you to the wood for being sacrificial in this instance. We have another question from Spherical Cow. Love that name. Why would NASA risk a full crew of 4 on such a test flight rather than a minimal crew of just 2? And why risk people at all on this one? Would either of you want to take a stab on answering that question?
I mean, they had Artemis 1 already. That was their test flight, right?
Yeah. Yep, there you go. I mean, I personally think more flight data before you put people on the rocket is probably a better idea, but I mean, you're kind of limited by hardware here, but that's the problem that Jared Isaacman is trying to fix now, isn't it? So, yeah, here's the thing, guys.
Also,
go ahead, Sawyer.
I was going to say, there's a man by John Young who would like to have a word with you after STS-1.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's right. The first shuttle mission flew with people on it. Yeah, the shuttle was never tested in an unmanned capacity. Guys, in terms of like why we're moving 2 people over 4, or like why 4 over 2, right? Having 4 people on board is not going to lessen the risk of this mission, or having 2 people on board over 4 is not going to lessen the risk. This is a risky mission. It doesn't matter if you had 5 SLS flights before this. Going beyond low Earth orbit is a factor of difficulty that is significantly higher than low Earth orbit. So the mission's always going to carry inherent risk. Best you can do is maximize you want to maximize your chance of success by minimizing unknown unknowns. So, they're flying a similar trajectory that Apollo 13 ended up flying. You know that trajectory works, right? So there's only so much knowns we have here. You're introducing unknown unknowns into it no matter what. Putting 4 people on it instead of 2 is not increasing the risk of this mission. This is already a very, very challenging and risky mission to do. But NASA needs to be bold. That's the flip side of it. Now, there's a flip side. It's not 2-faced, it's 3-faced. There's a flip side to that. The flip side is, you don't want to rush and potentially put too much risk on the mission. NASA has to find that line between being bold and being like taking a risk to be bold, but not taking a risk like being stupid and getting somebody hurt, right? I'd like to think that Artemis II is straddling that line pretty well.
I don't think NASA would ever take the risk if they really thought it would be that dangerous for the people on board. There's a reason why this has been as delayed as it is.
Yeah, I mean, but Alice, what I'm saying is that you're going to the moon. That's not an easy thing to do. It's not something we've done in 53 years. You're always going to care. The mission's always going to be risky.
Absolutely.
You know, having 4 people on over 2 don't make a difference. Like that's not being more or less risky. This is going to be a tough mission no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree with you. Great questions, though. I love these questions. Thank you so much for keeping us entertained and keeping us chatting this evening. If you have a question for the crew, please just put it into the chat and tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF. We will keep answering those questions for you while we watch the SLS as it rolls out to Launchpad 39B at Kennedy Space Center. We've got another question about ISS and what's going on with that. Obviously, ISS is due to deorbit in 2030, but we have someone here asking if it would be a good idea to, instead of deorbit it and bring it back down to Point Nemo on Earth, could we instead tug it out to the L4 or L5 stable Lagrange points instead of letting it fall to Earth? That's a question from Home Planet 365. Anybody have any opinions about that?
I would love to. I'd love to preserve the ISS. That would be great. With that being said, you would need a big rocket stage to move that thing out to a Lagrangian point. So just in case anybody doesn't know, a Lagrangian point is a neutral point in gravity between celestial bodies. So think about it something somewhat analogous to a tide pool. Like on a river, there's just stagnant water on a tide pool. It just kind of sits there. There are points in space where celestial bodies' gravitational pull cancel out completely, and you can just, believe it or not, you can orbit around that neutral point in gravity. A good example would be James Webb. The James Webb Space Telescope is orbiting around a Lagrangian point. It's a very small orbit, but it is orbiting it around that neutral point in space. The Lagrangian points, you know, L1, L2, L3, L4, and L5, they are not near the low Earth orbit. None of them are near low Earth orbit. So it would require, like, that's, you know, provided that the ISS could take, like, having a Saturn V upper stage attached to one side and fire it and the whole thing won't just come apart, right? If you could take the G-forces involved with moving something out there, you would need a gigantic upper stage. I'm thinking to move that something like the ISS out to a Lagrangian point, like a Saturn V second stage or like Starship or something, you'd need something ridiculously large to do it. I do not think they will. I do not think they would. You know, honestly, Home Planet, it'd probably be better. Like, I don't know, you know, we said like, oh, Starship could do it. Like, how about we use Starship to just bring it back down? Like, I don't know about you guys. I think some ISS modules would look really good next to Discovery at the Smithsonian. Just saying. Like, I think that would be really neat.
I think it'd be amazing to be able to see it. I kind of wish it stayed in low Earth orbit in some ways. It'd become like a museum you could fly up to. That'd be pretty amazing, wouldn't it? A great question. It's always nice to have people asking these great questions to us to keep us entertained. We are going to start to wrap up our commentary in the coming minutes because Sawyer needs to go home and sleep at some point. We all need to sleep, really. We all need to function tomorrow. I don't know about you guys, but, you know, it's always nice to be able to wake up and actually be able to use my brain in the morning. So we will be wrapping up our last few questions, and a big thank you to everybody for keeping with us for the last 4.5 hours that we've been on air waiting for the launcher to move. The SLS to move out of the vertical. See, so I can't speak. the vehicle assembly building. See, it's not there. This is what happens when it gets to midnight in New Mexico.
I think that means that we need to sign off now.
I think so too. When you can't say vertical, yeah, let's say it again. Vehicle assembly building.
Yeah.
Vehicle.
VAB.
Just go with it. Yes. Then it's time to say good night to you all and thank you for staying with us this evening. If you carry on with more questions you've got for the team, send them to them offline. I'm sure they'll answer them tomorrow if they're able to do the flame trench, or they'll be answering them next week if you can't get it today. We really appreciate that you stayed with us this evening. We do really appreciate that you can continue to watch this whole coverage. It will continue for the next 8 to 10 hours. I don't expect it to be 12 at this point. And you are able to watch this footage as it goes all the way out to 39B. A big thank you from me, Alice Carruth. I'm signing off. I would like to say thank you to EJ and Sawyer. EJ, would you like to say goodbye to everybody?
Goodbye to everybody. No, thank you very much for watching, guys. I know it's a privilege here. Sorry, I didn't know about the crawler transporter's toilet, and yeah, I stream over on Twitch where we learn great facts like the crawler transporter having a toilet. I stream over there Monday through Friday. Yeah, thank you for having me, Alice. It's been fun.
It has been a lot of fun. Sawyer, would you like to sign off, my friend?
Yes, thank you everybody for sticking with us tonight. Shout out to the chair, you were the real MVP. Shout out to the Flywood, you were the backup MVP. And yeah, remember to water your river rocks, folks.
Thank you, guys. We will hand you over now to the wonderful sounds from NASA Spaceflight.